please, if we can have on screen a QR code where all our delegates can register for an excursion for tomorrow, 28th evening from 4:30 onwards. So all interested delegates are requested to please scan the code and fill out the Google form with their details if you're interested in participating in this very interesting and exciting excursion tomorrow. You can also find more information about this brief excursion on the given link, and the QR code is also available outside in the foyer area. So I encourage you all to register. We'll keep displaying this QR code in between other sessions and keep reminding you. So in the meantime, I think we can begin with today's proceedings. After a successful and most insightful first day of the gathering yesterday, I'm happy that we are gathered here once again, where we'll be beginning with the Capacity Development Workshop on Sustainable Operation of GNSS Course Network. During the last decades, a large number of GNSS reference station services with different architecture and performance have been established throughout the globe by various agencies and countries. We can distinguish between global, regional, national, and particular services as well as between public and commercial or post-processing and real-time services. Continuously operating reference stations are one of these services, meeting the post-processing requirements of positioning users by providing code phase and carrier phase observation data in the RINEX format, as well as online positioning services by transmitting corrections or by establishing virtual reference stations and transmitting the code phase or carrier phase data from virtual station to rover station in RTCM format, getting real-time positioning using real-time kinematics differential GNSS concept. A number of countries in the Asia-Pacific region have established their core system successfully today. This workshop intends to discuss the success stories of a few member countries of the UN GGIM Asia-Pacific in the field of course, and also elaborate on the challenges faced by them. As course system is revolutionizing the positioning services, international organizations such as IAG, FIG, and UN GGCE, etc., need to elaborate on how they are supporting the GNSS course operation. This 3-hour workshop on sustainable operation of GNSS course network will revolve around these very ideas. Session 1 of this workshop will uncover challenges on course operation and maintenance in the member countries. So without much ado, may I please invite for the opening remark and for conducting the session forward, the chair of this workshop, Mr. Basara Miyahara, chair of Working Group 1.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests of delegates. First of all, I would like to appreciate Survey of India and the Government of India to kindly host this workshop and give us an opportunity to do geodetic capacity development, very important topic for the region here at the very wonderful venue, New Delhi in India. As already mentioned in the opening introduction, this workshop focuses on continuous operating reference station of GNSS cores. Especially this workshop focuses on how the country can establish sustainable national GNSS cards network and how to make the network sustainable and stable. In the first part of the session, we will have a presentation from member countries in this region, covering the different phase of development of cards network. From the very first stage of establishment to the network having a long history, also having a lot of challenges. And the second part, we will have a presentation from international bodies who can support GNSS operation. We have a presentation from International Association of Geodesy, academic body, and also International Federation of Surveyors, FIG, body to integrate the initiative of the private companies. And finally, we also have a presentation from the United Nations body, the United Nations Global Geodetic Center of Excellence, UNGGCE in Bonn, how the UN entity can support the country's efforts to establish and operate sustainable GNSS course network. This geodetic capacity development is very important for this region, not only for this region, but also global. So I would like to ask you to participate in the session actively to show your view how your country and your institute can do to make your national quartz network more sustainable. Thank you very much. And I would like to invite the first speaker of the session, Dr. Upendra Nath Mishra, Survey of India. He is also the vice chair of the working group of GGIM, Working Group 1, Geodetic Reference Frame. He will deliver a presentation on the progress in the GNSS card network in India, which is rapidly growing recent days and now tackling to make the very stable and sustainable operational network. So, Misha, please.
Good morning. So, my topic is Course Network of India, the nuances, achievements and challenges. In my presentation, I will try to cover how many course stations we have established, what is the architecture of its control center, and how it is working, and then what are the problems we are facing. So this is the outline of my presentation. Course network in India, status of course, then architecture of control center, how the course actually works, what is ITRF, and then understanding the functioning of course network, and then the challenges in course operations, followed by conclusion. So this is the distribution of continuously operating reference stations. We have covered the entire country. This is the actual picture of a typical course. Course, actually it is a station whose coordinate is well determined, and on that station we put a receiver, and it contains solar panel for electricity power. Then we have communication system installed, and then the course power system, and one is course receiver that is visible here. So the station, accurate coordinate of the station is firstly determined using the IGS stations. So we have some nearby IGS stations near to India. So 5-6 stations we have taken, which are closer to India, and that has been taken to determine the accurate coordinate of these course stations. And after that, these receivers have been put on that. These IGS stations are actually passive reference stations where GNSS is working round the clock, and its data online facility is not there, but the data can be downloaded in the index format, and that is through internet, and that is used for the finding the position of the course stations. So this is the status of course network in India. We have established 1042 courses. Then numbers of courses of other agencies likely to be integrated in the national network. See, 1042 is the course stations in the national network, and the 478 have been established by other agencies. So that also we are trying to integrate in our system. On an average, 250 users are taking the positioning services of course on daily basis. Then about 15 million hours of course data has been disseminated to various users. Then course network has provided positioning services in large scale cadastral mapping. We have done some projects. One is Swamitwa, then another is Swamitwa is the cadastral mapping project of India. The village habitat areas, and then cadastral mapping, that is LSM project for agricultural land, etc. Then we have a World Bank funded National Hydrology project, and another Government of India project is National Mission for Clean Ganga. So in all these projects, the course has contributed a lot for positioning services. And it is helping in measuring subsidence of some India towns, cities, like in Josimath, we faced some subsidence of the city, and it created huge problem for common residents of that area. So there also, for finding the subsidence, the course are used. Then it is being used for precision farming, but not on large scale. We have just started with a small scale. So this is the architecture of control center. It is 4 types of servers it is having. One is site server, then network or solution server, then archival server, and FTP server for user accesses. So we have 4 servers and 4 redundant servers also for standby. And then we have one NAS for archival of course data. And in India, these 2 service providers are helping us in maintaining this course network. One is Trimble for North India and Hexagon for South India. And these are the services they are providing. Hexagon is providing FKP, MAC, VRS and IMAX services, whereas Trimble is providing VRS, FKP and MAC services. So we will, in next another slides, I will tell what is the difference between these services. And these all cores are receiving signals of these 5 constellations, and all the satellites of above constellation transmitting data on 3 frequencies. We should understand a little bit about the coordinate system. What is the coordinate system we are using? So this is the International Terrestrial Reference Frame. We are always discussing about what is the reference frame, and all the data should be in same reference frame, etc. So so this is the reference frame X, Y, Z, and the coordinate, and then another is origin. So many of us know that this is the for defining the Z axis. See, this is a polar motion. It is, Earth can be considered as a rigid body as well as it can be considered as a non-rigid body. If it is rigid, then these two motions are there, precession and nutations. And if it is non-rigid, then it is arbitrary polar motion. So all these three motions have been taken together, and with the consensus of international consensus, this CIO, the z-axis has been fixed. That is the conventional international origin, and it is the mean pole position between 1900 and 1905. And the x-axis is international reference meridian. Earlier it was in India we are using Greenwich, but now we are using in this system this international reference meridian, which is 5.3 second east of Greenwich meridian. And another is in the equatorial plane, Z is there, Y is there, 90 degree from X. So, and another issue is, see this is the plate motion. So in India we have computed this plate motions from different stations, and these are the 23 stations, and we are finding that the plate is moving about 5.5 centimeter per year in northeast direction. So when we are so this is another motion actually. So then we have to this ITRF, it has to be one fixed position of the plate, and that is the what is on 1/1/2005. So that has been taken as the actually the reference frame. So when we are saying ITRF, then we are meaning it is ITRF 2008, and at epoch 2005 has taken as a reference frame for all these course stations. We have not changed it to ITRF 2020 or so, because our entire land record has been modernized using this ITRF 2008. So if we are changing abruptly, then it will create some problem for the general public. So for understanding how the course works, we should little bit see what are the different positionings this GNSS is providing. So we know it is the first position. If you are using single receiver, then it gives a standard positioning, and this is about 15 meter away from the true position, because of the ionospheric, tropospheric, and the shift on satellite orbits and clock errors, etc., multipath and calculation and rounding. So that accuracy will not be sufficient for any surveying work. So that's why we are using always relative positioning or differential GPS. So differential GPS, it is in a static model, and in a static mode, what we are doing, we are having one reference station whose coordinate is accurately known, and at rover station we simultaneously we observe at the both stations, and the coordinate of reference is known. So using the baseline measurement, we can find the coordinate of rover station. So if we have the three baselines we measure like this, and one coordinate is known of one vertex, then the vertex of all the other 2 points can be measured. So this is actually principle of this. Okay. And see so how the baseline is measured. So for measuring the baseline, we have the three methods actually. The one is see if you want to measure the baseline between A and B, and the coordinate of A is accurately known, but at a moment when you are observing, it will have some erroneous errors in the X, Y, and Z. Because of that, all the we have saw the table, the ionospheric, tropospheric, and other errors. So at a moment it will be X plus delta X, Y plus delta Y, Z plus, and at B also, if simultaneously we are observing, then these errors can be subtracted from the coordinate at B at a moment. So in that case, the coordinate of A and B is well known, and then the baseline can be calculated like this. And another method is the range correction transmitted to rover. Like we know the correct range R1, but at a time it will be erroneous. So how much erroneous it is, and that can be transmitted to at B, and then the coordinate of A and B can be calculated accurately, and we can find the baseline. And another is the carrier and code phase. See, this is very, very important because these are the signals we receive in GPS, GLONASS, similar type of signals we receive in GLONASS also, Galileo, QGIS, BDU, etc. So if you understand this thing, then we understand other things also. So you see the signals are received on these 5 frequencies. The one is CA code, which wavelength is 293.725 meter, while P code is 29.32 meter only. And but these sinusoidal waves, their L1 is only 19.05 centimeter, L2 is 24.45 centimeter, and L5 is 25. So see, we find that the wavelength, if we measure by the code, it will not be that accurate compared to these L1, L2, and L5 frequencies. And the GPS, geodetic receivers have capability to even measure the phase correction. You see, we can count the full cycles. That is known as ambiguity actually, and then the last cycle will not be full. So some correction will be there, but that will be in centimeters only. So that geodetic receivers have capability for that, even finding the phase correction. And so when we are using this carrier phase for finding the pseudo range, that pseudo range is actually the range between the satellite and the station. So that will be very, very accurate compared to the code phase. And here is the trick. I mean, if you are using these carrier phases, then our accuracy enhances like anything. Whereas if you are using code, then it will be in some centimeters, maybe 30, 40 centimeters. And see, if we have at all the course stations, we can find the corrections at a moment, and that corrections can be modeled, and that modeling can be done by 2 ways. It can be, if you have 3 stations, then it will be only linear modeling, but where you have more stations, then it will be modeled by polynomial. And if you want to find a coordinate at a particular location by a single receiver, then these corrections can be transmitted to that place, and we can find the correct positioning. So we have even all kinds of systems. In India, we have a GGIM system which transmits corrections through satellites, uplinking satellite, and this is a very, very coarse system. We had only 15 reference stations, and the accuracy was even 4 to 5 meter. And and this is another system, that is the differential GPS real-time mode. And here, so in real time, in RTK, what we are doing, we are transmitting the, instead of that corrections, we are transmitting the whole vector from master to rover. And if we subtract the vector of rover, subtract the vector of master from the rover, then we can find the baseline very accurately. And this is, and if it is a carrier phase, then it is further accurate, and that's why it is the most accurate method for finding the positioning. But what happens, the transmitting of the vector, it takes a lot of bandwidth, and it is, if the distances are very big, then ionosphere, troposphere errors may be different, and there it fails actually. So to eliminate all these problems, we have established this differential GPS through multiple network reference stations. So this is nothing but our course network. So each reference station is equipped with one dual frequency receiver, which continuously feed their GPS data to a central processing computer, that is known as control center. And I have shown you the architecture of the control, what India is having. It is in one control center in Dehradun, and that is monitoring the entire country. So the central processor uses the reference station data to model the spatial error, that is area correction parameters. I told you how the errors are modeled, and generate appropriate correction. The rover station working in the area by getting this correction through mobile link and applying the same gets very accurate positioning in real time. And this is the ACP method, that area correction parameter method, and another is virtual reference station. So in virtual reference station, what is happening, if a person wants to know his position, and he goes with one receiver, and then the receiver gives it, it sends the message to control center ki I am here, I am at this. But that receiver will having a error of about 10 to 15 meters. So within the radius of that 15 meter, a virtual station is created using all these corrections, and once the virtual reference station is established, then the vector data of that virtual reference station, that is that becomes works as a master station, transmitted to rover. And RTK concept, RTK processors are used. I mean, this rover should be RTK enabled actually. So there the processing is done, and the baseline is found. So this is the most accurate method, and accuracy can be achieved by in the order of 1 centimeter. And in this case, neither the time nor in post processing, see, we take the data from master and rover, and then we compute in our lab or in offices, and then we find what is the coordinate. But here, and in RTK, see, if distance is more, then you will find the incorrect results. So here neither the time nor the distance is a limiting factor, and so this is the most robust system, and it is the best as on date. So these are the challenges in course operation we are facing. Sometimes breakdown in broadband and SIM card based communication results in data drop. So this is the problems we are facing. So this results in around out of 1042 stations, 100 stations are always down actually. So they are become non-operational and not contributing to the system. And sometimes even the power failure is there, and the solar power panels are having limited charging capacity, so sometimes they also fail. So the course management software supplied by service providers are not robust enough. So they need improvement. We are finding some problem there also. And the capacity building in the field of geodesy in general and operation in particular, course operation in particular is not sufficient enough. This needs attention actually, because many people are not knowing how to, most of the people actually, how it operates, and even the reference frame, and what is the importance of reference frame, etc. They are not knowing, and what is the benefit out of this course. There is a lack of knowledge there also. See, and this is actually a problem for the entire country, because many agencies are collecting data, but they are in different reference frames, so they are not matching with each other, and this creates a huge problem in harmonization of data. Even the government agency like our ISRO and other agencies beyond Survey of India, and they are hardly concerned about this reference frame, etc. And so that is a problem actually. So knowledge and capacity building is very much essential. And in general, we are finding people are least interested in geodesy and geodetic study, so that has to be encouraged. A proper application has to be developed to make course real-time positioning data available on mobile. See, in digital transformation, the ultimate aim is to have all the data on mobile actually. So that facility so far we have not achieved, but we are hopeful that with this RTCM app, etc., installed in the mobile, we'll be able to do this thing also in future. And the national course network maintained by a single service provider could be much more efficient in distribution of services. Sometimes we face that if we have two service providers, somewhere some miscommunication or some problems we face actually. If it is one service provider, then it would have been we could have managing it far better. So the conclusion is continuous operating reference stations are defining the national spatial reference frame of India. So nowadays, if they are actually defining the national reference frame, because if you are taking the data from this course, then it is automatically in ITRF 2008 and at epoch 2005, and if everybody is using that, then and based on those and that data, if you build other things, you build other layers, then it will be automatically in same system. National Geospatial Policy 2022 has entrusted the responsibility of defining NSRF to Survey of India. So even the other agency who are working in this field, they should take the course data only to have it, in same system. And therefore, all agencies, public or private, engaged in surveying and mapping activities in India should only use course GCP data maintained by SOI as control for mapping. And this is essential to maintain consistent geospatial data, land records for the entire country. Then course system can be used as a major tool for weather monitoring, disaster predictions and disaster mitigation in days to come. See, we saw that toposphere errors, ionosphere errors. These errors also bring a lot of information. How much cloud loading is there, how much water is there in the troposphere, and clouds. So these can be used by the meteorological department for prediction of how much rain will happen, etc. And in ionosphere activities also, they are linked to all the geomagnetic activities. So by finding how much error coming in ionosphere, we can find how much geomagnetic activities are going on. That is related with even earthquake monitoring and earthquake predictions also, maybe. So, and after disaster also, these course sessions can guide us where the relief material go, how much damage has been done, all these things. So the Indian course GNSS data may be used for redefining ITRF. See, these course sessions can be even used for redefining, because we have so many courses. So these data can be used for redefining ITRF. ITRF also needs all these permanent sessions for redefining. So that even it can help IGS also for redefining ITRF and achieving the GGRF, which will be the contribution of India for the global geospatial community. So, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mishra, for the comprehensive presentation showing us what is going on in the National GNSS course network in India, and how to make further improvements to contribute to not only for the national network, but also for the global geodesy reference frame, and also disaster risk reduction. So now I would like to invite the next speaker of this session, Ms. Ansela Paea Fifita from the Kingdom of Tonga. She will deliver a presentation on the development of course network in the Kingdom of Tonga. Ansela.
Sorry. Maloelele, namaste, good morning to you all. My name is Nsela Fifita and I'm from Tonga. I work as a surveyor for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in Tonga, and today I will be presenting to you Tonga's ongoing effort to develop our very own GNSS course network. This course network is known as TanoNet, which was named by our Minister for Land and Natural Resources. Tano is an old Tongan word for when we talk about space and cosmos. But here's a brief overview of this presentation and what I will be covering, where I will be introducing to you TanoNet. and a brief overview of the development and why we needed to develop TanoNet and the challenges that we are facing. So TanoNet was developed primarily for the purpose of collecting GNSS data continuously. Probably most of you would have agreed with the fact that CORS has proven to be an important infrastructure on developing a national geospatial reference system, and that CORS ensures that positions in Tonga are closely aligned with the ITRF. Okay. So the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources are responsible for administering all matters concerning the land under the Acts of Constitution of Tonga. And so our vision is to promote sustainable use and access to the country's land and natural resources, which generate social and economic benefits for the kingdom. So the ultimate output was to modernize the national positioning infrastructure and to provide an accurate positioning for the country's coordinates and make accessible to everyone in Tonga, which includes developing a course network. The problem in Tonga is that we're still far from providing an accurate positioning system especially for its GNSS users in the surveying and mapping industries. Why? Like most common reasons that you might experience in your own countries, let alone India, we lack the resources. For instance, we do not have the experienced staff members, especially in the field of geodesy, resulting in the lack of understanding of the significance to upgrade the network infrastructures. Secondly, sometimes we lack the political will to persuade the leaders of the importance of prioritizing or having an accurate positioning system in general. But most importantly, sometimes we lack the resources and the infrastructures, such as CORS. I would briefly go over why the development of TanoNet was necessary. So originally, TanoNet was developed, we're still developing it, ideally for geodetic surveying, and secondly, to support national infrastructure projects. But most importantly, it was developed to enhance disaster preparedness. As I've mentioned before, so one of the major problems we deal with back home is backlog problems, and so which is the accumulation of uncompleted surveying works because of the lack of number of surveyors in Tonga. So with the TanoNet in place, it will help support the use of RTK for cadastral surveying purposes, which is a faster and more efficient way compared to the traditional optical way of surveying. Oops. In the 2019 Global Assessment Report on Disaster Risk Reduction paper, which is entitled Global Navigation Satellite System Enhancement for Tsunami Early Warning System, it describes how GNSS real-time networks and geodetic analysis techniques can significantly improve the life-saving accuracy and timeliness of tsunami early warning systems for communities. I guess with TANONET, although not perfect yet, is an ongoing effort to define the structures and assembles the GNSS tsunami shield of both international and national organizations to include both IAG, GGOS, IUGG, ABRU, and other GNSS networks as have identified in the reports. And most importantly, will help to support GNSS Tsunami Early Warning System network in the Pacific. I guess with the tsunami volcano that happened in 2022, it's about time that Tonga take initiative to use real-time GNSS observation for disaster and deformation monitoring purposes. Sorry, I just wanted to use Japan's GeoNet as an example, which I understand Pasara and his colleagues would know more about, because I know how GeoNet has played a major role in detecting and monitoring the 2011 Tohoku earthquake, and how it provide immediate information on the extent of ground deformation, facilitating tsunami modeling, and support the post-event analysis and recovery efforts. So I guess a country like Tonga, which is prone to natural disasters and tsunami, the idea of having TANONET is an essential tool for understanding the dynamics of large earthquakes and enhancing disaster preparedness. So overall, as you can see, Tonga is a very small country, so at the moment we only have 5 course stations. And here is the design. Which we will look further into in the upcoming slides. But here's a graphic representative of what the newly installed course looks like, which is one on each island group. Before we installed the newly course stations, sorry. Before we used to have 2 course network, which was installed in 2003 as part of the Pacific Sea Level and Geodetic Monitoring Project, which was funded by the Australian aid under the climate and ocean support programs in the Pacific. It was established in 13 countries with the purpose of measuring, recording, and analyzing long-term sea level and land motion. And one of its benefits for Tonga is its ability to recognize sea level rise, which is a potential threat to the country. and also one of the major challenges that we in the Pacific have to deal with on a daily basis. So overall, the rate of sea level in Tonga is accelerating, and it is expected to accelerate more whether or not greenhouse gas emissions are reduced. The data collected from the current core station, together with the tide gauge movements for the sea level analysis, was a report from 2018, and it has shown that sea level rise is increasing at 7 mils per year. And this is just the case for the core station located in the capital. Who knows? Sea level rise may be more severe in the outer islands groups like Ha'apai and the Niua groups. Hence why it was so important for Tonga to have our very own course network installed. So TANONET is composed of several key components that works together to provide an accurate positioning data. And the station includes a top antenna and receiver. However, for us, we use the TopCon, which is critical for capturing satellite signals and transmitting them for processing. So the course network is mounted on top of an existing building, which is a cost-effective solution that not only saves on infrastructure cost, but also take advantage of the building's internet and power connection for data transmission. This setup ensures a reliable and efficient communication with the central processing unit. Most of the equipment that we used to install our course station were generously donated by the Central Washington University, and they are also supporting the project and enabling accurate GNSS data collection for the region. We are currently in the process of procuring AGM batteries to serve as backup power and to ensure that a continuous operation during power outage. The Central Washington University team has also been helping us install these cores and also provides training, especially in the use of the software that controls the receiver and manages the data collected by the core station. And this collaboration is helping to enhance the efficiency and functionality of the stations. So, as I've mentioned before, other than the core station that was established by the BSLGM project, here are the cores network that we have been working hard to install, and this one is located in the Nuku'alofa, and it is called DNG1. And these new stations will primarily be used for the purpose of measuring the Earth's surface deformation, and the goal is to improve our global tsunami warning system. So that's DNG2, which is located in the Vava'o region. DNG3, which is located in the Ha'apai region, and DNG4, located in Eua. And we are currently working to install another one in the Niuas. Our major challenge that we face is the power availability and connectivity issues, which I know is very common with other countries. So with power, especially in remote locations, it might need, we are using backup batteries to ensure that the power supply is sufficient and to maintain an uninterrupted operation. And for the connectivity issues, especially for remote areas, we are trying to use satellite communications or high bandwidth radio links, which comes with a lot of cost, and potentially technical challenges, but we are working on it. So here are the stages of the TANONet operation. Which involves 7 stages, and the ministry's effort to maintain the cost for the TANONet. So this whole operation, most of it is funded by the ministry and also help from Central Washington University. To conclude this presentation, the NONET involves the installation and operation of a network of GNSS stations across Tonga, and the process starts with the installation of the station, which we are currently on stage 1. We're still installing the stations, and followed by the processing of the data. So at the moment, the data are still processed using the University of Central Washington's lab. We're still working with them on that. And once the network is live, it will be officially launched, and the stations will be registered with the IGS to ensure a global recognition. The local staff from the Tonga Geodetic section will be trained to handle the data processing and maintenance. The processed GNSS data will be shared publicly through the Ministry of Land and Natural Resources website, and we will be responsible for managing the ongoing maintenance cost of the network and ensure that it's continued operation and reliability. And through this initiative, I hope Tonga will gain access to high quality geospatial data and support other applications like surveying and navigation, environmental monitoring, and perhaps contribute to the country's scientific and development goals. Malo.
Thank you very much, Chancellor, for letting us know progress of the development GNSS network in Tonga and showing us the vision how the new network will support disaster risk reduction, especially GNSS enhanced reasonable warning system. I would like to invite the next speaker from New Zealand, Nick Donnelly, Land Information New Zealand. We'll make a presentation on the GNSS network in New Zealand. As you know, New Zealand has a lot of earthquakes and volcanoes and thus have a lot of cluster deformation. And New Zealand has a lot of experience to operate GNSS network in such active country. Unfortunately, he cannot come this meeting, but he will deliver his presentation in virtual. Nick, are you ready for your presentation?
Thank you, Basara. Can you hear me? Thank you.
Yes, go ahead.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you very much for the kind introduction. And I'm very sorry that I can't be there in person, but I'm really pleased to have the opportunity to talk to you about our CORS network in New Zealand and focus both on some of the successes, but also some of the challenges that we have. So to start with a little bit of background to the New Zealand context, we're a very tectonically active country, just to the east of Australia, moving at about 5 centimetres per year, but with a number of very significant fault lines through the middle of the country. And that's led to a number of major earthquake events over the centuries. And this is just a small selection, focusing on some of the more recent ones. But as you might imagine, that presents us with a number of challenges when it comes to managing our reference frame, updating it after these major earthquakes. And of course, our continuously operating reference station network is a really critical part of enabling us to deliver a modern reference frame for spatial applications, even though we do have these earthquake events. And even outside of the major earthquake events, because we are on a plate boundary between the Australian plate to the north and west and the Pacific plate to the east and the south, there's a lot of strain build-up even outside of those major deformation events. So while I mentioned that the country is moving by 5 centimetres per year, it is not a consistent 5 centimetres per year. Both the magnitude and the direction of that deformation varies depending where you are in the country. So we've designed a geodetic datum as best we can to try and handle this complex deformation environment, and the continuous monitoring through GNSS is a core part of that. But just to introduce the datum, it's semi-dynamic. It's now about 25 years old, so it's aligned to ITRF 96, which was the version of the International Terrestrial Reference Frame in place at the time we're developing it. It incorporates a deformation model, which includes both the long-term secular deformation, but also various patches that we've put in to represent the movement due to earthquakes. That enables us to propagate coordinates and observations between the time the observation was made and a reference epoch, so that we can bring all of our spatial data into a common reference frame. So for most applications for the users, it has a lot of the characteristics of a static datum. So we hope that it's reasonably easy for them to use. So we take care of a lot of the complexity of the deformation models, etc., in the background, so that the users don't really have to. So for us, a key focus is maintaining that alignment to the Global Geodetic Reference Frame, to the ITRF. That's really important to us, as indeed it is for every country, because the vast majority of positioning and spatial data management is, of course, through GNSS, remote sensing satellite technologies, which are all based on these global frames. So it's really important that we have a well-defined relationship between our local frame, NZGD 2000, and the ITRF and the latest version of the ITRF. So to that end, a number of our continuously operating reference stations, 6 of them, contribute to the international GNSS service, the IGS network. And there's also VLBI and Doris station in New Zealand, and that's how we maintain that alignment to the global frame. We also contribute through to the Asia Pacific reference frame. So there's about 50 of our GNSS continuously operating reference systems that get submitted through to APREF. And those get analysed and various time series generated. So for us, is a very important part of monitoring the datum and making sure that we are connected into our regional reference frame. So as you'll see in a moment, we do our own monitoring as well of the CORS network, but it's always very good and useful to see how the monitoring we're doing ourselves compares, for example, with the monitoring or the time series that comes through the APREF reference frame products. So in terms of our fundamental continuously operating reference station network, it's called positions. There are 35 stations on mainland New Zealand, and you can see in the diagram there, those are the yellow and blue triangles. One on the Chatham Islands, which is the islands out to the far east that you can see on the diagram, and there are 4 down in Antarctica, which are not shown. But there are also several hundred other continuous GNSS operated by the science and commercial sectors. So whilst Land Information New Zealand operates this fundamental network of about 40 stations, there's certainly a number of other stations in the country that form a really important part of our overall ecosystem of CORS. So to give an example of the sort of monitoring and sort of information we're getting out of the CORS network. So this is an example of one of our more stable stations. This is one of the stations we do contribute through to the IGS. And so you can see here that the time series is actually reasonably consistent and stable. So that's a part of the country that doesn't experience generally particularly high deformation. This station here shows one that is impacted by slow earthquakes or slow slip events. So these are earthquakes that, rather than taking place in a few seconds or maybe a minute or two, take place over months or even up to a year and a half. And so you can see in this time series here that the time series is reasonably complex, and so there are a number of these slow slip events that this particular station up in the northeast of the country is measuring. Without having the CORS network, we would have no idea about some of these events, which some of these movements are getting up to a couple of centimetres, so they're not very large, but they are large enough that they do sometimes impact on spatial positioning. And then we have the significant events, such as the earthquake. So this time series here is showing the Kaikoura earthquake, which took place at the end of 2016. And in fact, the actual magnitude of the movement of that station was several metres, which has gone off the scale of this particular plot. But I included this one because it shows the post-seismic decay, which is actually still ongoing, albeit at a very slow level. So again, that enables us to maintain the reference frame in that part of the country while that post-seismic deformation is still ongoing. So I mentioned that there's more to CORS in New Zealand than just the ones operated by our agency. So I wanted to talk a little bit about what those other networks of CORS stations are. So first of all, there's the GeoNet network. So it has the same name as the network of our colleagues in Japan, and very much the same idea as well. So it's a network with a focus on science and hazard monitoring. It's operated by GNS Science, which is the Geophysical Scientific Research Organisation in New Zealand. All of the data from that GeoNet network is made publicly available for post-processing. So surveyors, spatial professionals, anyone who wants to access that data can do so free of charge. There's also a small subset of those stations that stream data in real time. And again, that streaming is free, so users can connect to those real-time streams with their own GNSS equipment and do their own positioning. Now, it is only a single base correction service. It's not a networked RTK service, so it works well if you're within 10 to 20 kilometres of one of those stations. But of course, as you get further away, those single base corrections become less accurate or less reliable. But many of these stations are located quite close to urban areas, so it can still be quite useful. And then there are the private cores networks. So these are commercially operated. So data is sold by these companies, mostly real-time streams. However, they do provide their RINEX data to LINZ, to our agency, for science and data management purposes. So they provide that data to us free of charge. We're not allowed to pass it on to anybody else because it still remains, that data still remains the property of those commercial organisations, but we can use it to monitor the datum, and we provide coordinates back to those commercial companies from our monitoring that they can then use to help them manage their own networks. The good thing about these privately operated stations is they tend to be in urban and intensive rural areas, which are, of course, the areas where we're most interested in having the highest accuracy in the reference frame. So that data is really useful to us. So the cores networks are really important in terms of providing access to our datum, to our reference frame, and they really form the backbone of our overall geodetic network. What's shown here is our national adjustment, our survey data. So we still maintain a network of passive survey control marks, and so the continuously operating reference stations, those are the stations that are held fixed or tightly constrained to provide that accuracy to all of that passive survey data. So as I mentioned, many users are choosing to connect to the datum via real-time streams, whether that be the public streams or the private streams. So having good, accurate coordinates on those cores, and also consistent coordinates, so that from the user perspective, ideally, it wouldn't matter whether they use one of the commercial core stations or whether they use one of the stations provided by ourselves or GeoNet, they should still be getting a consistent coordinate. So turning now to a summary, first of all, to focus on the successes. So our positions network has now mostly been in place for about 20 years. The earliest stations were installed in the mid-1990s, so some of them are getting on for 30 years of data now, so a really good long-term time series. The GeoNet network operated by GNS Science significantly densifies the publicly available cores data, and it's through the most scientifically active parts of the North Island of New Zealand. So to give an idea of that density, our fundamental network of 40 stations that we operate, those stations are separated by about 120 kilometres, whereas the GeoNet network, while it doesn't cover the whole country, the station separation is about 30 kilometres. So it's significantly more dense than the overall network. And then another real success has been the willingness of the private sector to share RINEX data with us for data management purposes. If we were having to pay the full commercial rates for that data, the reality is it's very unlikely that we would be able to purchase that amount of data. So we really value that partnership that we have with the private sector. And our understanding from talking to them is that they get value from our agency providing them with coordinates, from adding their stations to our geodetic database, so that their customers who are connecting into those commercial networks can have confidence in the positions that they're getting out of those private networks. So we'd like to think it is a mutually beneficial relationship. But there are, of course, some challenges. So in particular, the publicly available cores in the south of the country, which is one of the most tectonically active parts of the country, is relatively low. And for much of the South Island of the country, we only have that core network of position stations. That's the network with stations separated by about 120 kilometres. So there's really not the density that we would like. So ourselves and our colleagues at GNS Science, we would of course really like in the future to be able to densify that network in the south of the country quite significantly. There's also a lack of formal agreements on how private data can be used. So for example, as I mentioned, we're able to use that data for managing the datum and generating coordinates. But if ourselves or perhaps GNS Science want to use that data in a scientific paper, many journals these days, for example, require the data that has been used to prepare the paper to be made publicly available so that other researchers can verify the results, which is a perfectly reasonable thing to request. But of course, this commercial data is not data that we can make publicly available. So one of the things we'd quite like to do is just work with our private sector partners to get a bit clearer about in what circumstances we might be able to release certain data, for example, perhaps once it's more than a certain age or something like that. So that's a quick overview there. As I said, I'm sorry that I'm not able to be there with you, but I've put my email address there, and I'm very happy if anyone wants to follow up with an email about anything I've said or any other geodetic or course topic. Do feel free to contact me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick, for sharing us best practice on operation of long-term operation of GNS Quartz network in New Zealand, especially not only national quartz but also for collaboration with private sectors, how to utilize private quartz data. And last presentation on this morning session will be delivered by me. Previous speakers talk about the national quartz operation and its role for society. But my presentation today will mainly focus on technical challenges in practice, especially on practical challenges in operation of quartz stations. Okay. Okay. So this is outline of my presentation. First, I would like to briefly introduce the overview of our national quartz network, and then I would like to show you technical challenges in practice about quartz operation in Japan. I would like to talk about 4 topics in challenges: practical quartz operation, quality control of observation data, enhancement of quartz resilience, and also monitoring of devices, and also environmental and quartz is one of the big issue, and the challenges at the time of update of analysis settings. We call our quartz network GeoNet, GNSS Observation Network System. We have around 30 years history in our quartz operation. The quartz network covering the whole nation within 1,318 stations with 20 kilometer average spacing as of November 2024. And almost all stations are streaming data from each station to our central data center. The sampling rate is 1 second, and we are now handling 4 constellations, GPS, QGSS, GLONASS, and Galileo, and we are still not handling Beidou, but now we are trying to discussing how to handle it, such huge new constellation. And the first topic of the challenges in GNSS course network in Japan is quality control of GNSS data. As many of you who are working on GNSS data already will know about the degradation of data quality caused by obstacles surrounding GNSS cores. Like the shutting by trees, sky coverage can easily cause a degradation of data quality on cores. This figure shows how the trees or obstacles affect the coordinate time series of the course network. The red line on the coordinate time series graph shows an timing of 2016 Kumamoto earthquake, magnitude 7.3. You can see coseismic displacement at the time of earthquake, but after the earthquake, you can see some fluctuation on the coordinate time series. This fluctuation actually caused by the trees, growth of trees around the station. And we cut down trees around the station, then you can see the next step in the coordinate time series. Blue line shows the timing of cutting down of trees. You can see 6 centimeter jump in coordinate time series in vertical components. So such kind of degradation can easily cause the data quality degradation, and this of course affects the coordinates, and we cannot monitor the cluster deformation with such kind of bad environment. So we try to maintain and improve sky coverage by trimming trees around core stations. And the second example of the degradation of data quality around GNSS core station is radio frequency interference. You can see on the screen time series in the vertical component of a station near source of radio frequency interface. You can see at the first coordinate time series is very stable, but after that it will getting more fluctuated than the getting the fluctuation, the frequency is getting larger than 4 centimeters, and it is not possible to use this for reference station for surveys and other applications. So in such case, we introduced high performance antennas and receivers, which have a function to reduce the effects of the radio frequency interface. So if such kind of high performance GNSS equipment solve the problem, we can continue the observation at the site. But sometimes the equipment cannot mitigate the effect enough. At the time, a final result for us is just relocate GNSS core stations to the quiet radio frequency quiet place. Also, regarding the shutting by trees, we usually ask landowners to allow us to cut trees, but sometimes landowner cannot allow us to cut trees. In such case, we also need to move the station to another place. And the second challenge for us is how to make the stable, resilient operation for cores. You can see the equipment for each GNSS core station in Japan. We have batteries and UPS which can cover the 1 week power supply in case of outage of communication power supplies. It's quite huge batteries. Sometimes we need to put the additional external box to contain such batteries. And we also duplicate communication devices for real-time data streaming. We usually use an optic fiber communication line, 2 lines for each station. And sometimes, in case of the stations in remote islands and high mountains, urban regions, we use mobile phone communication devices. All stations, the communication lines is duplicated. And we also put a solar panel on the wall side of the station to provide more power supply to the stations. And this is an example how such kind of devices can work at the time of disasters. The first example is a typhoon, Shenshan, which struck Japan August 2024. During at the time of the typhoon, huge area in the southern part of Japan experienced a power outage, electric power outage. 29 cores continued working up to 5 days or more in the area. And the real-time communication continues streaming at 7 cores of secondary communication devices. At the time, the commercial optic fiber communication line stopped, but the mobile communication line still worked. And data streaming was temporarily stopped at 6 cores during communication outage. So at the time of this typhoon, the 6 cores stations could not be available, especially in real-time data streaming. And we continue to maintain and update devices, especially for power supply and the communication line. And the second example at the time of disaster is resilience of the cores network at earthquakes. This example shows the damage for the cores station monument at the time of a large earthquake, which happened in January 1st this year. At the time of the earthquake, several cores stations tilted or destructured because of the strong ground motion. You can see 4 examples of the cores stations at the time of earthquake. You can see some stations that tilted. At the worst case, it was completely destroyed, and we have to rebuild new station. So we cannot avoid earthquake, but at least we can reconstruct the stations at the earthquakes. And the challenge for us is how to select the grounds, how to select the place for GNSS core stations, which enough stable for earthquakes. So at the time of this earthquake, some stations appeared that the station is located at very near to the cliff. It's not stable for earthquake. So we need to look through the old stations and how stable, check how stable the ground how stable the station on the ground of the station. And for challenges and how to monitor devices and data streaming of the stations. So sometimes data streaming stopped, or sometimes power supply stopped. So we established monitoring devices especially for power supply and data communication. So we in each station, core station, a power monitoring device is installed, and monitor health status of all devices in the core stations in Japan. And this you can see on the screen. The middle graph shows the monitoring tool. If used in case of the power outage and any unhealthy status in the devices, this data monitoring tool automatically tell us what happened on the devices in the Chorus network. And this device allows us also to remote operation of devices, to reboot all devices and change parameters on the site. And also we are monitoring real-time data stream. You can see the on the map of which showing the status of data streaming. Red circle shows that data streaming is stopping, and green shows that it is a normal status. Some blue shows that the data streaming is have some delay. And such kind of monitoring tools are very helpful for us to know what is happening on the site, and also do a remote control for devices on site. And we are also doing on-site inspection for to know the environment around CORS stations. We are doing on-site inspection every 5 years to each CORS station, but sometimes this frequency is not enough to keep the quality of data. Like in the countries in Japan, I mean that in the weather condition, humid and warm, trees are growing very fast. So sometimes we noticed that the tree grows from the data quality of stations. We also sometimes monitor the data quality of station by the quality check of Linux data. Sky coverage of the Linux data sometimes told us as how much multi-pass cycle slip happened in the sites. So we still do not have such kind of monitoring tool automatically check the Linux data. But one challenge for us is to develop such kind of monitoring tool from the data quality of the station, and define the threshold of parameters, appropriate threshold for parameters to know the environment. And last challenge for us is reprocessing of the post-processing data. So our daily coordinate solution is we already have around 30 years history. So at the time of reprocessing, we have to reprocess 30 years Linux data, 1,300 stations. This is a bit time consuming, and also we need much resource and efforts. But as you know, at the time of update of RTRF, the latest RTRF obviously expressing the accurate shape of the movement of the Earth, and also a GNSS constellation. Sometimes GNSS systems provide new signals or new bands. At the time, we need to handle such new constellation and signals. Such changes may give us more accurate coordinate time series, but at the same time, we need to spend huge efforts and resources to reprocess long coordinate time series and a lot of the stations. So we need to consider balance between the improvement by the such kind of update, and also how to make such kind of resources for the reprocessing. So it's good for us to have a lot of constellations, and this means that we need to handle a lot of data. So we need to define what kind of strategy is best for us to maintain our national geodetic reference frame, and as in basic infrastructure for providing access to application users. So this is summary of our presentation. We are running a GNSS called network in Japan, which has a history around 30 years. And from the long history of our experience of running National GNSS Course Network, we have been experiencing a lot of challenges, especially practical challenges, technical practical challenges in course stations operation. And we are tackling these challenges. And we are today I showed you 4 challenges. First one is quality control of observation data. degradation of data quality by obstacles by the activation around stations, also radio frequency interface is also a serious problem for us. So we can negotiate with landowners to eliminate error sources, but sometimes it's very difficult. So ideally, we want to have some kind of low regulation to allow us to continue to get good data at the site. But currently, we have to move stations at the time of bad signal. And resilience of core stations is also very important and key to have such resilient station is to have redundancy in devices, especially for power supply and communication. And also selection of site is location is very important, especially at the time of earthquakes and volcanic events. We need to select very stable ground, ideally on the bedrocks. But in some countries like Japan, having a thick sediment, so it's very difficult to have such stable location for all sites over 1,000. And monitoring of devices and environments around stations are also very important. So in order to effectively, efficiently monitor the environment and the devices, it is helpful to develop designated tools, specialized tools to monitor such things. And also analysis, processing itself is very important to get stable coordinates. We need to choose optimal strategy for each country to get a stable coordinate and efficiently provide them to users for surveyors and mapping and also other applications. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your attention. And this is the end of the first part of this workshop, and we will have second part later, and we will have presentation from international bodies. Thank you very much. Are there any announcements from the local organizers?
Thank you so much to the session chair and all our panelists for this most insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be breaking for tea and coffee, and then we will resume the workshop with the second session. Thank you so much.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DILRMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं: भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता खसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने। देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws and legislations, it was crucial for a single nationwide software for registering property transaction documents. Some of the common features and benefits of NGDRS are citizens' empowerment, prevention of fraudulent transactions, reduced land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto-calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and duties benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India. The National Mapping Agency has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, Earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of countries' resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति, मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group, and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth, and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DILRMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता कसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने। देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws
Ladies and gentlemen,
legislations,
we'll be starting with session 2 of the day very soon. So I request you please take your seats. And I request my colleagues from SOI if you could facilitate our guests outside, if you could just intimate them that we are starting soon.
Land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and duties benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India, the National Mapping Agency, has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, Earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change, and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing, and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks, and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility, and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of country's resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we begin with the second session of today's workshop titled International Efforts to Support GNSS Course Operation. May I invite to the stage again Mr. Basara Miyahara to take the proceedings forward.
Thank you very much. Welcome back to the second part of the session, workshop on GNSS, Sustainable GNSS Course Network Operation. In this session, we have 4 speakers. So first, I'd like to invite the speakers to the panel. The first speaker, Dr. Goron Fu, Geoscience Australia. He is Vice Chair of Geodetic Working Group of GGIM, Asia Pacific, and he's also the lead of Asia Pacific reference frame. And second speaker, Dr. Richard Gross, Jet Propulsion Laboratory, NASA. He is the president of International Association of Geodesy. And we also have the Dr. Dan Roman, National Geodetic Survey, the United States. Unfortunately, he cannot attend the session in person, but he will make a presentation in virtual. And the final speaker is Nick Brown. He is the head of the United Nations Global Geodetic Center of Excellence. His presentation will be delivered in a pre-recorded format. So Goran, please.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. So today I will talk about what we learned from the Uplift project over 14 years. So time is flying. So this project is, I think, it's more than 14 years now. So we have a group of people, our colleagues, to look after this project, include the data comes through and Geoscience Australia, also the central bureau of this project. And we also look after the routine analysis for this project. And I will present more. So what's the current status of this project, you know? So we actually launched this project in 2010. And so far we have more than 1,000 course stations in this project. And every day we routine analysis this project's course data. And at the same time, we not just process the Uplift course network, we also include around 300 course stations from IGS, so-called course stations, into our routine analysis. Why we need to do that? Because we need to link our project, our products from the local data to the international reference frame. That's why we include around 300 course station into this project as well. So, later on you may know we have a time series combination after the daily routine analysis. And you can get the time series plots from our website. And also we publish all the solutions products into our website through the Uplift web page. You can, if you have time, you can look at this web page. Most recently, we updated this web page to the I think it's several months ago. So you look at this on the bottom of this figure. This project has a lot of benefits. For example, this figure shows our the velocity field after we process this around 14 years data. So you can see. So this region, we can get the velocity field. You can use this at a lot of applications. For example, geophysical research, and link your national data to the international reference frame as well, based on the velocity field. So this just to show you the example of what kind of products we produce after this use under this project. We actually every week we publish the weekly solutions under the the most recently reference frame, so called IGIF 2020. So you can see we list all the uplift course size coordinates in most recently weekly solution. This just to show you example in this in terms of GPS week 2310. So you can download the solutions in the format of SANEX format. Also, you can get the in the text format, and as well as the PDF format as well. So based on this, I should remind you when you use these coordinates, because actually the coordinates is dynamic. So when you use it, you should be very careful. This solutions actually is this solution is at this this time under the IGIF 2020. So when you use it, you should pay attention to these details. Otherwise, you may know that the coordinates a little bit different if you are in the very high active, geophysical area. So for this uplift project, actually we follow the guidelines, for how you join the uplift project, and we publish all the guidelines for the users. There's several items I have to highlight. So each size monument, we encourage people when you install the course sites should ensure the monument is stable and secure. Later on, I will show you example how if the site is not secure, so how will we impact the course site's performance. And also, like our colleague Basala mentioned, you have to ensure the course site's sky visibility, not directly under the tree. It's better to, I think it's a few meters away from the tree. So at the same time, you try to avoid multiple sources like a radio frequency interference. And keep a record of metadata maintenance is very important as well for us. When you process the data from different period, for example, the antenna change, you will see sometimes you will see in the time series there will be a bit of a jump in terms of coordinates. And also you should ensure the power and the communication continuously. Otherwise, we cannot get the continuous data for the course sites. And another item I have to highlight here is when we process the data, we want to ensure the course sites, the antenna, the list in the the IGS published the so-called PCV model list. So why we needed this? Because we needed the antenna PCV model to do the especially for the vertical component collections to reduce the the antenna phase center to your monuments and so or such as the survey mark, so can get the the high accuracy coordinates. And most recently, you may know the IGS also do some improvement. So we are I think from this year December we will use the 9 character ID as the site logs. This is IGS standard. So so you may receive the IGS email, or maybe you can go to the IGS website to see what's the IGS guidelines for the 9 category ID. So for Uplift project, we also follow the IGS guidelines. So this figure just to show you is very typical course size in Western Australia. So as I mentioned, we have guidelines how you become a Uplift station, and actually we most very strictly stick to the IGS guidelines, but for the Asian Pacific region, if you cannot meet the requirement, so maybe we reduce a little bit requirement. So that's why we write the Uplift guidelines. So based on the 14 years data, we can divide it into the Uplift site stations into different level, so-called Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. What's the Tier 1 means? Tier 1 we usually, for example, in Australia. So for Tier 1 sites, usually it's very high quality, high stable course size, and support the IGS network, and also the very high accuracy, the networks. So we put it in the first, the level. And for next Tier 2 level course size, we usually like this. So under the Tier 1, so you have, for example, in Australia, we have a state government, they maintain the course size. So try to use this, the course size to link the national data to the international one. So we call Tier 2. And after that, for Tier 3, we just some, for example, the private sectors, they maintain a lot of course size as well. They contribute data to the Uplift project. So they try to, they not access the, not maintain the national data, but they want to use those course size to access national data. So that's why we call the Tier 3 sites. So this just to show you example Tier 1 sites in I think this sites in India. So we got the data comes through. We do the routing analysis, and every day, every week we publish the solutions, and also I think almost 1 month we do the time series combination based on the previous weekly solutions. We generate the time series like this. And this figure just to show you after we remove the so-called plate motion model, get the residue of the position time series. They can show you if the course size very stable, you can see the time series is on the, I think for horizontal it's usually on the 1 centimeter, and for vertical it's usually on the 2 centimeter level in terms of the position residue. This just to show you another example of the Tier 2 sites. I think this site in Thailand. They use this sites. These sites maybe not they contribute data to the IGS, but they use these sites to submit it to the Uplift project, and use these sites to to help the Thailand to link national data to the ITIF. So I think this site just recently joined the Uplift project. This is a very good example for these tier 2 sites. For tier 3 sites, here I show you example about the Victoria sites. So usually they build by some private sector, by the coal mine industry. So you can see these sites, they're not that stable. They also, when the core sites actually is not installed, like other IGS or tier 1, tier 2 sites, they attach to the building. So when you look at the time series, you can see the sometimes, especially for the vertical and sometimes the horizontal as well, you will see a little bit jump. So this is an example of the tier 3 stations. Another example I can show you this. There's a site in New South Wales. This site actually is very close to the beach, to the sea. So you can see in terms of the time series, you can see the horizontal is actually a lot of the variance. Sometimes you can see there is a seasonal signal, based on in terms of the time. You can see this seasonal, and also for the vertical, also impacted by the the weather, and it's also highly weather dependent region because, for example, when we process data, we need to do some process in terms of troposphere and ionosphere, especially for the troposphere model. It's very high correlated with the the weather, and for example, temperature, humidity, and water. Here I just show you the very bad example of the Uplift sites. These sites actually located in the Queensland. So I think in last year, December, there is very bad weather, they call cyclone. This impacts these sites because this site actually is installed in the lake. So the monument not stable after this cyclone happened. Actually, the sites move a lot. I think it's more than 25 centimeter. So you can see from the time series, especially for the horizontal. So this is very bad example of the tier 3 sites. So from I show you this example just says from our routing analysis, you use the time series, you can see this, easy to see this trend and monitor the site performance. So based on the 14 years experience, I always highlight when you install the new course sites, it's better to ensure the site is security. For example, we have a site in Queensland. Some people just for fun put this dome on the antenna. So after maybe a few weeks, we can see actually this impact the site and coordinates performance. When you look at the time series, you can see actually there is a jump for the coordinates. So I take this as an example, just to highlight when you install the course sites, it's better to ensure the security of the sites, not let other people can easy to access the sites. Another highlight based on my data processing experience is, so I remember several years ago, we have a site in Victoria. So when they changed the antenna, so maybe people not pay attention so much details. They, you know, the antenna, they have the north mark. So based on the IGS guidelines, we always ask people when you install the antenna, you ensure the north mark aligned to the north true north. So, but not all the people understand about this. After they install the the new antenna for this course sites, actually they do not align to the true north. It's around the 70 degree. So based on our data processing, we can find if you not align to the true north, so you will let the position especially, for example, here in the north direction, a little bit jump. So we found this, then we call our colleague in Victoria, so let them to realign the antenna to the true north. After that, so this coordinate will come back to stable, like this. So this just to show you example, when you install the antenna for the core sites, it's better to ensure the north mark align to the true north. So and also update the the site logs to let us know what happens. So I always say, metadata maintenance is very important to the core sites. So this slide, I just show you the example in Australia, how the uplift products benefited to the Australian national data. For example, we actually based on the the uplift product solutions currently in ITRF 2020. So we use the set of transformation parameters, so-called plate motion model, to transform the ITRF 2020 coordinates to our national data currently in GDA 2020. So maintain the Australia national data. This just to show you example. And at the same time, you may know Geoscience Australia also maintain the legal traceability for all the core sites in Geoscience in Australia. So we try to traceability of GPS position in all the core sites across Australia in terms of GDA 2020. So I just summarize what we learned for the 14 years project. So I can show you actually is a lot of benefits for this project. You can link your national data to the international reference frame, and also can monitor your core sites performance. I just show you the several examples in terms of different quality of the core sites. And metadata updates also very important for this project. Actually, in terms of the uplift project, we have a so-called site manager system, so user can update the metadata. If you change your antenna, you update your receiver firmwares, you can do, at the same time, you can input the metadata details into the site manager system. And of course, as I mentioned and show you example, the site security is very important, and the core site stability also very important as well. If you want to maintain your national data. So this figure also show you example. When you change your antenna, so in terms of our long-term time series combination, we also can find the antenna change. You can see the jump in the vertical components. The antenna change usually will impact the vertical components. So I also always highlight we need encourage people to join this project to densify the coast network in our Asian Pacific region. For example, this figure just to show you the last year we have a lot of the APRGB campaign sites. So ideally if all of this the APRGB campaign sites join the Uplift project, will densify the coast network in this region. So that will be great. And maybe some people, our colleagues in this region misunderstand these two projects. APRGB campaign just for the countries. If you cannot share the data continuously with us to join the Uplift project, so every year we launch a campaign to just collect 1 week course size data to generate coordinates, also link to the ITIF. It's different from Uplift project. Uplift project is just for the continuous data. So I always encourage APRGB campaign sites, encourage you to change your mind to contribute the course data to us, to this project. So densify the network in this region. And also, of course, we do the routing analysis, link your national data to the ITIF, also most recent one, ITIF 2020. So I also mentioned in terms of the IGS core size, you look at this map. So in our region, Asian Pacific region, looks like there's a gap here. So Uplift project actually is a very good platform when you want to join the IGS network. The IGS colleague will send you email, let you to ask us to help you to send the data to the Uplift project first, so we can get the data. Our colleague can help you how you follow the IGS guidelines or Uplift guidelines to contribute data or maintain the metadata. So after you send the data to the Uplift project, we can do the routing analysis to do some assessment how good your course data or your site performance after a few weeks or few months. So we can recommend the IGS community whether this site is suitable for the IGS network or not. So I always encourage you contribute course size to the Uplift project. Finally, for the future, for this project, based on the 14 years experience, looks like we still have some issues, especially for the data sharing in this region. And another big project coming for us is we have a plan to reprocess whole data set backwards, for this 14 years data, because currently our products actually in two different reference frames. Before it's ITIF 2014, now it's ITIF 2020. We have a plan to reprocess whole data sets backwards. So all the products will be in the future will be in ITIF 2020. Another thing, we have encouraged our colleagues in this region to join our, the local analysis center. So far, we just have 3 analysis center. We encourage more to join us so we can, to compare with each other, learn from each other to improve our quality of the solutions. And maybe you can do another backup for the data center as well to join this project. And another very important point here I have to highlight is we encourage people, if you have the real-time data, share with this project, yes, will be great as well. Yeah, thank you all. I have to take this chance to thank all the site operators and our colleagues to contribute to this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Korlong, for letting us know how EPIREF projects support countries to connect their national coordinate network to global geographic reference frame. As the chair of UNGGIM AP Working Group 1, I would like to appreciate Goran and his team for their efforts to continuously supporting the global regional geographic reference frame and encourage all member countries to participate in the project more. I'd like to invite the second speaker of this session, Dr. Richard Gross, the President of International Association of Geodesy, IAG. Richard will make a presentation on IAG and also IGS, International GNSS Service.
Okay, thank you, Basara. So, as Basara said, I'm the president of the International Association of Geodesy. Excuse me. My other co-authors are Alison Craddock, who's the director of the IGS Central Bureau, and Leo Matar, who is the deputy director of the IGS Central Bureau. So what I'll do today is give a brief introduction to the IAG, a brief introduction to the IGS, and mention some of the resources available from the IAG and the IGS that core station operators have access to. So the IAG is actually 162 years old this year. It can change. It can trace its origins back to a measurement campaign in 1862, where they wanted to determine anomalies in the Earth's curvature in Central Europe. But it was more than a measurement campaign. They also wanted to analyze that data in terms of the structure and composition of the Earth. So from those humble beginnings, the IAG grew until what we have today. It became one of the constituent associations of the International Union of Geodesy and Geophysics in 1919 when the IUGG was formed. So this is the organizational structure of the IAG. It's kind of split with the left-hand side showing the commissions where the scientific research is conducted, and the right-hand side shows the services where the observation programs are conducted. So we have commissions on reference frames, gravity, Earth rotation and geodynamics, and positioning and applications. We also have intercommission committees which study processes that cut across all the commissions, like theory, marine geodesy, or climate research. And we have a new project which is looking into using quantum geodesy, quantum methods to determine geodetic parameters. But of course, what's probably best known from the IAG are its observation services. And we have a lot of them. We have 12 of them on the pretty much equally split between geometric services, the 6 shown on the left, and gravity services, the 6 shown on the right. So the geometric services are like the IGS, the International VLBI Service, International Laser Ranging Service, for example. And the gravity services are like the International Geoid Service, the International Gravity Field Service. So we have a lot of services. We're taking a lot of data. But each of those services, are only concerned with their own observing technique. So about 21 years ago, the IAG formed the Global Geodetic Observing System, which is meant to integrate these individual observations from the individual techniques into an integrated, coherent observing system for the Earth. So these technique services, they generate data and products. GGOS, the Global Geodetic Observing System, has classified these products, has come up with this list of products related to reference frames, Earth orientation, geometry, gravity, and positioning and applications. And those products, that data and product, those data and products are very important. We can study not only a whole host of scientific questions about the structure of the Earth, but they're also useful for societal applications. Some of the applications are shown here, right? So we can look at how the shape of the Earth is changing through gravity measurements or through INSAR measurements or point positions from GPS stations. We can look at how sea level is changing, how ice sheets are changing, how the terrestrial water storage is changing, use these data for looking into earthquakes, volcanoes, and tsunamis, as was mentioned before. But this data, is also used to observe the Earth from space, right? The data is also taken not only from ground-based systems, but from space-based systems. And that is actually why I'm based at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, because we use this data to position and navigate not only Earth-orbiting satellites, but also interplanetary spacecraft. And then this geodetic infrastructure has a whole host of applications for society, from precision farming, aviation, autonomous vehicles, etc. The best known product of the IAG is probably the terrestrial reference frame, the ITRF, right? We've heard about this. We know what the ITRF is. I'm not going to bother to determine it. I just want to mention that the GGOS, Global Geodetic Observing System, has set a goal for improving the accuracy and stability of the ITRF to a millimeter accuracy and a tenth of a millimeter a year stability over a decade. Now, this is for scientific applications, right? Scientists always want to look at smaller signals. They need something really stable. For a lot of the, societal applications, you probably don't need anything quite that accurate or stable. But if you don't have an accurate and stable reference frame, it can be a problem. So a number of years ago, there was a bridge being constructed across the Rhine River, connecting Switzerland and Germany. The problem is that Switzerland and Germany use different height reference systems. So let's see. Germany referred their height reference to the sea level of the North Sea, and Switzerland to the Mediterranean. And so at the Rhine River, right, the boundary between these two countries, there is an offset. Now, the chief engineer on this project knew about this, of course. It's just that he applied the correction with the wrong sign. So, so, you know, if you're referring your national height systems to different standards, it can be confusing. So, you know, if you have a global international height reference frame or an international terrestrial reference frame, then the countries can align their national frames to that global frame, and you wouldn't have had this problem. Okay, the IGS. Okay, I think most people know about the IGS, right? It provides openly available GNSS data and products for the benefit of science and society, right? So as I mentioned, the IGS is one of the 4 technical services of the IAG. The other 3 are listed there, right? With pictures of the instruments, the observing instruments. And so what is it? Well, it's a voluntary federation. The IGS, like the IAG, has no offices, no brick and mortar offices. All of the people involved in this are supported by agencies within their country to be involved in this. So NASA, for example, supports me to be the president of the IAG. And these stations, these agencies are in 43 or more countries or regions worldwide, and they all work together to provide these high precision GNSS products. The mission of the IGS is shown here. It strives to provide the highest possible quality GNSS data, products, and services, all on a free and openly available basis. Now, the IGS is part of the IAG. The IAG is a scientific organization, so the IGS is a scientific organization. But we recognize that the IGS data and products have many, many other applications. Okay, so here is a list of some of the products available from the IGS. So you can get satellite orbits and clocks, station clocks. You can get station positions, which can be used to determine a reference frame, an IGS reference frame, you know, based just on IGS data. And you can get path corrections because the signal from the GNSS satellite down to the station on the ground passes through the ionosphere and the troposphere, causing a delay, and you can measure that. Okay, so the IGS sets standards, right? They set standards for acquiring the data. They have standards for exchanging data. They have standards for what what a station needs to be in order to be considered an IGS station. Okay. So we heard about this. The IGS has a number of brochures available to help people establish a new IGS station if they want to. This brochure here, the IGS Course Guideline, was recently updated, and it tells you, how to establish a monument, for example, that's stable and robust. And it's based upon, 30 years of experience in doing this. Okay. There's also a site log manager available. So this is an online tool anybody can download that can be used to enter metadata when you're, acquiring data with your IGS station. So we've seen this before. This is the IGS, a map of the IGS station. There's over 500 of them. There are big areas where they don't have any IGS stations. Now, that doesn't mean there aren't any GNS stations in those areas. There certainly are. They're just not providing the data to the IGS for a variety of reasons. And then that data from those IGS stations feed into data from the other three techniques, VLBI, SLR, and DORS, to determine the ITRF and its latest realization, ITRF 2020. And so those stations are shown here. Again, big gaps. In the case of VLBI SLR, it's simply that the stations aren't there. In the case of GNSS, the stations might be there, they're just not provided to the IGS. The data from the stations are not provided to the IGS. So what resources are available? For the IGS, we have, the guidelines for core stations in the IGS. But GIGOS, also has published a brochure describing suppose you want to put a GNSS station co-located with an SLR or a VLBI station. Well, the GIGOS brochure here will tell you how much land you need, how far apart the station should be, so there's no radio frequency interference, for example. There is training available in data reduction software. I've just shown two here. GPSX is the software used at JPL to take the RINEX files and turn them into, station positions, EOPs, and all of the other IGS products, GNSS products. But the good folks at the University of Bern, also provide training for the Bernese software. And this training is, either from GPSX at JPL or Bernese at University of Bern is done a few times a year. There are positioning services available. So I've only highlighted two here, one at JPL on the left and another one at a university in Canada. And these services, you just upload your INEX data and it will provide you the station position in some well-defined reference frame like IGS 20. But there are many other services like this. Canada has one, New Zealand has one. There are many, many others, and it's all available for free. And so that's my quick overview of the IAG and the IGS and some of the resources that are provided for free by these organizations. I didn't really have time to talk about any of the applications of this data. Some of those applications are shown here, not the least of which is disaster mitigation efforts. So I think that's my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard, for your presentation showing us how IAG and IGS underpins society, not only science, but also for society, and what kind of support IGS provide to countries like training courses and coaching services. Okay, so let's move on to the next presentation. I'd like to invite the next speaker, Dr. Daniel Roman, National Geodetic Survey, the United States. He will deliver a presentation in virtual. His presentation is about International Federation of Surveyors, its work in Asia Pacific. Dan, are you ready for your presentation?
I am. Thank you, Basara. Good afternoon, everyone. I believe it's afternoon there now. It's still early morning hours where I'm at. I am 10 and a half hours behind you. I unfortunately was not able to make the trip, though I very much wanted to. I am presenting on behalf of my peers and colleagues at the International Federation of Surveyors. I am the chair for the America's Capacity Development Network, which I'll go into in a little bit. First off, the organizational structure, established 1878, so not quite as old as IAG, but close. And we are coming up on an anniversary, so I'll mention that one later on. Keep in mind that FIG is an association of professional organizations. So their primary customers and members are surveying societies. It could be hydrospatial, it could be engineering surveying, it could be any number of aspects of surveying. It's remote sensing, it's all aspects of positioning and observing the Earth. So all of those different societies are members in some capacity or another, are member organizations of the FIG. Organizationally, FIG is broken down into, of course, the council and the leadership, but there are a number of commissions, 10 specifically, that are focused on different aspects from education through, in the case of Commission 5, or which is near and dear to my heart, was PNT, GNSS, positioning and measurement, basically. And then there are also networks, which is now also near and dear to my heart, because one of them at the bottom is Capacity Development Network, such as the one we have in the Americas. And there are also a number of task forces focused on different aspects, such as the UN SDGs and other permanent institutions. So of notable recent activities, there have been several new task forces established. These are focused on, a lot of them are focused on UN activities, but you can also see a lot more diversity in terms of education and other components. We focus a lot of our attention on working with universities to establish programs that provide appropriate education and training for surveying professionals. And I would note that the surveying professionals are, while they might be in private societies, there are plenty of these societies that are surveying in nature that are also members of government. So it is not restricted from government, quite the opposite. My agency, the National Geodetic Survey, is an affiliate member. So we do welcome academic and affiliate members, and we do involve those people in the activities, and we engage them in a lot of these different areas, particularly within the UN for bringing in government representatives, but we also try to bring in the academics to try and help us craft better education programs. In the middle there is the America's Capacity Development Network. As I noted before, I'm the chair for that network. We are recently established within the past year or so. We are looking to try and establish something as robust as what you have in the Asia Pacific region in particular. You saw earlier when Nick was presenting, he had discussed a lot of background, and we also had the earlier presentation also from APREF that also talked about a lot of the activities in the Asia Pacific region. A lot of that, there's some complementary efforts that FIG engages in terms of trying to help build the capacity in conjunction with what is going on within APREF. So there are networks in the Americas, in Africa, and in the Asia Pacific region. We're working to establish them in other places as well, but right now those are the areas where we have networks established to try and collaborate and build capacity regionally so that we can then contribute to the global picture that Dr. Gross was just talking through. In addition, then we also have some enhanced engineering. We have another pub there, surveying education, education through blended learning, and we'll learn how to speak English one day. Involvement. There's been a lot of engagement with the UN GGCE. You'll hear from Nick after me, and next week I will be there in a workshop that he is sponsoring. It is a workshops that he's been focusing on are trying to build this capacity in the different regions. There will be Asia Pacific focused capacity development seminars where they'll bring in representatives from the nations to come and talk. A lot of the FIG, in particular for the Asia Pacific region, will be trying to coordinate a lot of those activities. I will be doing the same for the Americas, and some of my colleagues will be doing the same also in Africa region. So we encourage you to participate in those as much as is possible. There's a lot of practical training, but the biggest thing you're going to gain out of it is networking. You will learn who your colleagues are, what their concerns are, and you will hopefully be able to help build some of this capacity, provide some of this information so that it goes into the IAG, And from that, then we basically are able to distill that down into actions for ourselves. Keep in mind, FIG's focus is to take frames and models and such that are created by the IAG, take the governance structures that are put in place that the UN recommends and that are adopted by the countries, and then we have to go out and make sure that all of the people in your countries are trained to be able to use all of that information and perform their duties in adherence with your laws and to meet your own national standards. So we do have very focused aspects about that. We are trying to coordinate and be involved in a lot of this capacity development that's going on, because in the end, it is important that the nations are doing this, but it is also important that from each of your nations that you're reaching to your private sector, that it isn't just saying nascent inside of the governments, but that it goes out into the private sector, which are where, as I said, are FIG's professional organizations that make up our members. We, as I say, and I also note on here, FIG, IHO, ISO sessions were held. We participated fully in those, and then we've also participated in the various regionals, as I've noted here. Some more recent activities. The FIG Working Week was held just this past spring in Accra, in Ghana. Fairly robust presence. It was very entertaining to be there. I learned a lot. There were a lot of capacity development exercises that went on. And you can see that there have been a number of technical programs as well as task force workshops that were a lot of ongoing discussions focusing both on the private sector side, but then also on the government side. I will encourage you to participate in these. They have a Directors General Forum where, say, the Director of the Survey of Israel would be welcome to participate, as has been my director in the past at the National Geodetic Survey, to try and stimulate conversation both regionally and globally in terms of trying to coordinate from geodetic and mapping agencies into the private sector and trying to ensure that there's a good cross-pollination there. As I said, it was a very robust session, and I hope that you all have the opportunity to participate in ones in the future. And as I say, I'll talk about that a little bit too. So at the session, there were a number of positioning and measurement sessions. You can see the list here. I'm not going to read them off per se, but the key to takeaway is that there's always going to be a lot of discussion focusing on how to, as cost effectively as possible and accurately as is possible, position things in terms of built infrastructure, but also in terms of surveying when it comes to remote sensing and how to put it all together to integrate it so as to get the most information out of it for geospatial data sets. In addition, there was a reference frames in practice a workshop. The RFIPs are held typically in conjunction with a workshop or with a working week or Congress, depending on what we're having in a given year. These are opportunities for the host country to bring in a lot of the regional and their own national people. They participate fully and they have a chance to learn different tools. Oftentimes we have representatives from IAG and IGS there. Oftentimes we have other national representatives. Invariably, we have sponsorship from UNUSA to help bring in some of the people to participate. So there's a robust presence there in terms of all the different types of training that go on. The biggest thing, again, this is a capacity development type of workshop. You bring people together, you train them, but you train them together so that they build networks that they can try and collaborate on in the future. And again, at the workshop, there were 32 attendees from 15 different countries and 5 continents. So it was definitely not just on Africa and only Africans showing up. There were people from all over that came and participated in the workshop, and a number of them were funded through UNUSA. So we always like to acknowledge that UNUSA, as well as all the private sector contributions that come in as well to sponsor these events. Then in terms of updates, there is a reference frames and practice manual. Commission 5 typically puts that out, but it basically takes all the practical applications of GNSS, geoids, and how you're going to take and process that information and builds manuals that help describe the different things to consider when you're building your own networks. So again, there's an update to the manual. And again, this is sponsored typically by Commission 5. I would encourage you to go to the website. I do believe the link is there. So if the slides are made available, you should be able to click through and make yourself take yourself to our website where you can download the current reference frames and practice manual. More practically then, we also do, not just within conjunction with the working weeks and the Congress that we'll have every 4 years, we do a lot of side events. And again, we do typically try to focus, again, in this case, we do typically try and focus on the commercial or private sector. So this is the International Symposium held in Romania. It was GeoPrevi, but in addition, we had the Young Surveyors Network, FIG Commission 9 held a workshop on evaluations, but we also bring together a lot of the academic and industry side of the house there. There was definitely government there too, but there was a lot of the industry side of the house, the people that have to use the reference systems that you devise and do so in abeyance with the laws that the different countries establish. So these are the people that have to practically do all the work. As I say, for FIG are the doers. You have all of those that devise the models and devise the rules and devise the standards, but in the end, these are the people that actually have to do the work. So we always try to engage in these type of workshops in these local areas, and you can get these types of surveying events and get them anywhere, and you can host one in your own country, but we certainly encourage you to participate in any that are out there and available. But we also engage in the UN side of things. In particular, I myself participated in the UN Science meeting just recently in New York, but we also have participation at Mexico City for the High Level Forum, and then we also had representatives that were down in New Zealand actually for the UN ICG's 18th meeting. So we do make sure to maintain our presence there and keep abreast of what's going on, particularly from the GNSS side of things and in terms of positioning and measurement. But we also want to stay engaged on the governance side to make sure we understand where there is international agreement on moving forward and then where individual nations might be trying to move in terms of the directions that they're trying to establish their own laws and how they might implement things. Then next up, we just concluded actually the past week or so, a regional conference. So of course we have the annual working week for Congress, but in addition, we will sometimes hold a regional conference. This one was just north of you. It was up in Nepal. Well, hopefully some of you had an opportunity to go up and participate in it. It is again an opportunity where we typically bring in from the region. Typically the nation is going to get to contribute a lot more because it's going to be, the travel to it's a little more limited, but there's opportunities for others within the region and nearby to also participate. Again, it's sponsored World Bank, GLTN, UN Habitat. There are a lot of different organizations that come together to make these events happen. The focus was again on climate responsive land, the governance and disaster resilience. So the idea again is not just monitoring it, but then what are you going to do in terms of trying to use that information to try and improve and safeguard what's going on. So again, as you see these opportunities arise, and maybe in particular if you're in the area, we would certainly encourage you to try and join in on them. Further events coming up, FIG Working Week 2025 in Melbourne, or correction, Brisbane. Melbourne was a while ago. Then in Cape Town in 26, and then we're looking to hold a regional meeting in Uruguay in 26, later on in 26. And then the working week is looking to be in Stavanger, Norway in 27. And then shown in the right is the prospective 150th anniversary. We were looking to go back to where we started it all 150 years ago in Paris. So if you can make any of those meetings, we would certainly encourage you to participate and join in on them. The working weeks are typically about 4 or 5 days, 4 days of core activities, and then the Congress is typically about a day longer. So again, in those locales for that amount of time and roughly in the time frame. So usually in the March to June timeframe is when we hold the meetings, except for regionals. And then finally, I will issue an open invitation to attend, participate, and collaborate. You can reach out to me. You can reach out to my colleagues at FIG. Feel free to reach out to Rob Sarab, I believe, is the chair for the Asia Pacific Reference Frame, and I think Andrew Lal is also helping out. If he's not the co-chair, he might already be the chair for all I know, but he is active, very active in the Asia Pacific Capacity Development Network as well. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much. Slideshow.
Thank you very much, Dan. even from early morning in the United States. And thank you very much for showing us the FRG support to countries.
I can't hear you.
By range of supports from reference frame manual, seminars, and also meetings. Okay, so let's move on to the final presentation on this session. So we will have a presentation from Nick Brown, the head of United Nations Global Geodetic Center of Excellence. Unfortunately, he can also not he also cannot attend this meeting in person, but he provided a pre-recorded presentation. So please go to his presentation video.
Hi everybody, my name's Nicholas Brown and I'm the Head of Office of the United Nations Global Geodetic Centre of Excellence. Thanks for the opportunity to be with you today. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I hope the workshop has gone very well though. I saw all the other presentations and presenters and it looked like a wonderful agenda, so I'm sure everyone got a lot out of it. What I'd like to do is give you a bit of an overview of what the UN Global Geodetic Centre of Excellence is all about, and what we're doing at the moment and what we can do to best try and assist you. So let's get started. First of all, let's set the scene. And this is some of the kind of information that we've been using recently in terms of influencing policymakers, which is critical for the work that we're doing. If you have a look at the critical infrastructure that's operated in many places around the world, what you'll find is that there is a heavy reliance on the timing in particular, the timing synchronization in particular that comes from the global positioning system. And this fact comes from the Department of Homeland Security in the United States, and they found that 15 of 18 critical infrastructure and key resource sectors rely on GPS. And that includes things like telecommunications, emergency management services, and financial exchanges. The other really important thing that we've been using to, in particular, talk to politicians about is the importance of geodesy and the way that geodesy is delivered to people, primarily through things like GNSS, for things like economic growth. And the facts that come out of the wonderful USPA market reports that get published every year show that over the next decade, the revenue from GNSS, Earth observation, and satellite telecommunications, which makes up roughly 80% of the space industry market revenue, has a growth rate of 9%, which is a significant growth for this market compared to other industries. And what this shows to me is that not only is it relevant and highly important, but we have a dependency on this space sector. And more importantly, we have a growing dependency on this space sector for our economies. So what this means is once people recognize that they have this reliance on it for critical infrastructure and key resource sectors, this puts us in a position to then tell our policymakers that there is a risk to these services. And the risk relates to something called the global geodesy supply chain, which I'll go through in a moment. And it's very much a hidden risk because some member states, space agencies and satellite operators aren't really aware of this risk and the impact that it could potentially have on all the applications that we derive from the space sector. So let's look at this supply chain in a bit more detail. And what I'll do is I'll start with the information on the right-hand side, which you're probably more familiar with, and that is our space segment. So if you have a look at the satellites that are orbiting the Earth there, these could be things that I've already mentioned, like global navigation satellite systems, GPS, GLONASS, Galileo, and also the SBAS systems that are introduced in particular for aviation and integrity of signals in different parts of the world. But it also relates to things like Earth observation satellites, satellite telecommunication, and it could also be things like weather satellites. All these different satellite segments are reliant on a ground segment. So if you come back one step, you can see in grey that ground segment component. That relates to the sort of command and control work that gets done on the ground to send signals to the space segment to help with the orbits or the ephemeris, providing the ephemeris for the orbits of those satellites. So as you go back through the supply chain, what you see is that there is a critical dependence on observatories, data analysis, the more product development, that's all feeding into this ground segment. And that ground segment information is getting updated information about our Earth orientation parameters, or the place in space of the Earth, as we call it, and also the place in space of the satellites. And if the satellites and the Earth orientation parameters aren't available, and the satellite orbits aren't available, or they're not accurate, or they degrade over time, what you actually find is that you get an increasing inaccuracy or a degradation in the quality of the services that you can get from your satellites. So what we're trying to define or display to policymakers is that we have this critical dependence on this global geodesy supply chain. And here we're talking about things like very long baseline interferometry antennas that are located all around the world, satellite laser ranging services, which are used to monitor the orbits of satellites and also help define the reference frame along with VLBI, as well as the techniques like Doris and GNSS and gravity, which are all providing critical inputs into as shown in orange here, our geodetic products that are critical for that ground segment and critical for our satellite services. The geodetic products relate to things like the terrestrial reference frame, things like the international terrestrial reference frame, or the terrestrial reference frame of the satellite services, whether it be WGS84 or the reference frame of the other closely aligned satellite services that are also provided from GLONASS, Galileo, Beidou, for example. If the ground segment doesn't have access to accurate and reliable geodetic products which are delivered through this supply chain, then satellites can't deliver accurate and reliable satellite services. And this is something that we presented to the International Committee on GNSS just a few weeks ago in Wellington, in New Zealand, at that Committee on GNSS forum. And we presented this risk as we see it within the centre to them. And interestingly, they accept this risk. They understand that the satellite providers understand that there is a risk here, and work needs to be done to try and address issues relating to the supply chain and to make it stronger into the future. Since last October, when I started in the role as head of office here in Bonn in Germany, we've worked through, I think it's now 11 different online listening sessions, and we've hosted 5 in-person consultation sessions with people from science organisations, industry bodies, policy agencies, science agencies and defence agencies. And this amounts to over 500 people from 110 different countries. And in these discussions, what we've found is that there's 5 areas of weakness. And what I'll go through now is I'll give you a couple of dot points that describe or summarise what these weaknesses are from across these 110 different countries. The first one is evidence, and it's something we've touched on already, and a key function of what we're doing within the centre is improving the evidence about the importance of geodesy. What we found from talking to people is that they overwhelmingly told us that there's little to no evidence available that's in a form that decision makers can understand, which explains what the global geodesy supply chain is or why investment of resources is needed. Importantly, we need to be able to provide evidence which is in a way that decision makers can understand. And this is relating it to things like critical infrastructure systems, key resource sectors, hazards, national security. The information that we give to them needs to demonstrate the benefits of strengthening the supply chain, as well as the risks of inaction in strengthening the supply chain. The next one, I think it overwhelmingly, it relates to the first one, and that is around resources. And the elements of the supply chain are clearly not resourced with enough money or people to sustain it. And this is coming at a time when the ground observing station network is quite fragile. There are too many single sources of failure. In our studies, what we've found is that about half of the ground stations are not productive due to their age or a lack of maintenance or operational funding. And this is particularly the case with the most often the case with the VLBI and the SLR infrastructure. In one case, we were hearing about one of the VLBI stations. To get it operating again, staff were forced to try and find parts on eBay because they couldn't get them through the old supplier anymore, or that supplier wasn't available anymore. And also much of the work that we are relying on is provided in kind and on a best effort basis. So if you have a look at the science organizations like the IAG, the International Association of Geodesy, there's a lot of, I'm hesitant to call it volunteer effort, but there is, let's call it best effort. A lot of the work is done on a best effort basis on the time that a staff member is able to commit to the work within the IAG. Now, if you look around the room there, you'll probably see a lot of people who work for countries' governments, working in geodesy agencies, and yes, they're in paid positions, but their paid job is not necessarily to do the work that the IAG has stipulated. So there is a disconnect there between what agencies need and what agencies want, and the work that people are doing for international organisations. We also found that in some cases, member state governments or universities, they can sometimes choose to cease their in-kind support for the global geodesy supply chain. And this can relate to things like the operation of data centres or analysis centres, or it could relate to the operation of infrastructure. And we've seen some cases in recent years where infrastructure was stopped working because the person responsible for it didn't understand the relevance of it or considered it to be too expensive. So there is a real lack of resources, but as you can see, it's closely linked with that evidence. And that's why we see that as being a critical part of what we need to do to sustain the supply chain. The third one is around awareness, and it's slightly different to evidence, in that evidence is very much communication with your decision maker, more going up your management line or to the minister or something. Awareness here, we're looking about how to grow awareness across not just government within your peers, but also sideways within industries or sciences that are dependent on geodesy. There is a real lack of understanding about the importance of geodesy in industries like mining, agriculture, construction, maritime. There is a heavy dependence on geodesy, but there is a really low understanding of the risks that those industries currently face. So we're trying to engage with them and work with them and potentially even get them to lobby government on behalf of the science organisation to grow support for science and grow support for geodesy. The next one is around capacity. Overwhelmingly, again, we saw that a lot of people considered this to be one of their biggest issues, and it wasn't just from the developing countries, but from the developed countries as well, in which some places have called it a crisis. This is due to a lack of awareness, again, as geodesy is a career, and also the less formal training options for universities which are available. And then even when we have people in the job, there's real competition to keep those people in geodetic roles because their skill set is quite, it could be physics-based, mathematics-based. They're in high demand in other growth areas at the moment, with potentially better incomes in other businesses and sectors. And the final one, to summarise, is governance. And there's two probably big issues here I'd like to talk about, and these are covered in the joint supply chain, in the joint development plan that I'll touch on in a moment. But the governance issue is a thing nationally and internationally. So if we look at it, first of all, nationally, what you find is that most countries don't have a governance mechanism that brings together the policy, the science, and the defence angles and gets people talking to each other about these risks. The other big issue that we have is, unlike the other related global sciences like meteorology or hydrography, geodesy doesn't have an intergovernmental organisation like the WMO, the World Meteorological Organization, where member states can provide financial contributions to support to a global effort. So we do need a stronger mechanism to try and ensure the global geodesy supply chain is able to provide accurate and reliable geodetic products well into the future, which are so critical to people's lives. So in recognition of this, over 10 years ago, or about 10 years ago, in 2015, there was a UN General Assembly resolution that was passed entitled A Global Geodetic Reference Frame for Sustainable Development. And this is really getting at the same problem that we're talking about here. So since that time, the issue has been that we haven't seen a great increase in the amount of resources for geodesy. And this is largely due to the fact that we don't have a dedicated people focused on this, focused on helping to develop the evidence, helping countries develop business cases to explain the importance of geodesy and delivering those messages in a way that decision makers can understand. So that's a big role for us within the centre to try and drive this initiative forward and try and implement this General Assembly resolution. Which brings us to our vision, and that is, it's quite a simple one. We want to see that all countries have strong political support for geodesy. You'll see that this role is very different to the role of our other wonderful organisations like the IAG or FIG, who are doing great jobs in the science and capacity development fields. We want to assist those groups as best we can, but our strong focus is around developing that stronger political support for geodesy. So in terms of our strategic objectives, as you can see, our aim is to really strengthen our collective impact. We want to be the glue that helps bring member states and geodetic organisations together to do things like enhancing investment, improving coordination and collaboration, because we have that dedicated set of staff within our office who can do that coordination and collaboration. We want to improve sharing geodetic data and improving standards, and we want to help with providing greater technical assistance, and I'll touch on that in a moment. And finally, make geodesy and its benefits more visible and understandable to society. So one of the ways we're doing that is we're taking all that information I talked about from the Global Geodesy Needs Assessment, and we're working with you to try and translate those needs into activities. We want to turn those needs from the needs assessment into tasks that can be delivered to provide a stronger supply chain for the future. And that's really what the first joint development plan for global geodesy is all about. We've translated the needs into the activities across 3 phases. The first is really around avoiding further degradation of the supply chain and making sure that we can deliver those critical elements for critical infrastructure or key resource sectors that I talked about before. The second stage is looking at improving the robustness of the supply chain. How do we ensure that we have infrastructure in place so that we can have regular maintenance done on it? Or if one site goes down, we have a redundant site in the network that will not see a degradation in the quality of the geodetic products that we can produce. And then the third phase is around the next generation systems to meet more ambitious requirements we have for the future. And these including things like a much improved terrestrial reference frame, much improved ability to monitor sea level changes, and also things like improving our ability to perform interplanetary travel, which is a consideration for the space agencies. Importantly, the development plan is not just a strategic plan. Anyone who knows me knows that I'm quite driven to see activities be implemented. So we've spent a lot of time linking these strategic goals all the way through objectives, outcomes, and into specific activities that can be done. So here's one example of improving that country level governance, which will link with our broader strategic goal of geodesy being recognised as essential to the operation of critical infrastructure and economic development. We're really trying to link those through, and we do it importantly, by having proposed activities which would be delivered by the member states. This is where the member states will take a key role, or the proposed activities of the UN GGCE, so us within our secretariat will take on that role, or roles for where our partners want to be involved. And we have tables that describe the work that will be done for different people at different levels. The final thing I wanted to, second last thing I want to touch on is around improving governance arrangements. One thing we've developed at the moment is a multilateral memorandum of understanding. There's a draft version of this that's currently available. This is really a non-binding way for you to try and demonstrate to your management line what you want to do within your agency or within your government department or your private organization to try and strengthen the supply chain. And this is really, it's like an awareness raising exercise. We want you to be able to go to your management line and request that they sign this MMOU as a way of explaining the importance of geodesy to your department or to your organization. So it's quite loose in the language and there's no strong commitments, but we hope this provides you with a mechanism to get stronger support within your agency. The second level we're looking at are things like bilateral agreements, and we can provide some assistance here, but these will have to be led by the member states. These normally are more binding, but the terms of them will be defined by the member states. And it can be bilateral. In some cases in Europe, they're even considering multilateral arrangements if it was the EU that was to sign on as a member of a bilateral agreement with other countries. The challenge here is, as you'll see in blue there, I've got, if you had 5 member states and they all had bilats with each other, this equates to 10 bilateral agreements. And if you had 10 member states that all had bilats with each other, that's 45 bilateral agreements. So as you can imagine, this leads to the discussion, well, why don't we just have one big agreement that an intergovernmental organization is established? And this is also a consideration. And this is something that in particular, the subcommittee on geodesy are looking at the moment. They're looking into options for both options 2 and 3 here around bilateral agreements or intergovernmental organization agreements. There's a range of options to be explored, and they're interested in your thoughts. So I encourage you to talk to the subcommittee or talk to us about what your thoughts are or what your government would be interested in signing on with. That third option, if you come back to the example I gave around the World Meteorological Organization, that's very much the model that they use, and that could be an option for us in the geodetic community into the future. And finally, the last thing I wanted to touch on was, again, something very practical we're doing. Something we heard of was this need for greater capacity development when we did our listening sessions. And so we've committed to building greater geodetic capacity within member states with a focus on the least developed countries and small island developing states. So within the centre, we're currently organising 5 capacity development workshops, one for each of the UN GGIM regions. And the focus is going to be around developing a modern geospatial reference system. The Asia Pacific one will likely be, we've got it penciled in at the moment for the 7th to 11th of July next year to be hosted in Bonn here in Germany. And the applications for that will open just in a couple of weeks on the 9th of December. So please keep an eye out on our LinkedIn page and our emails, which I'm sure will be sent through from the UN GGIM Secretariat, which we greatly appreciate the assistance of. So thank you to the team there. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to Basra for the opportunity to talk to you today. I hope you've had a great workshop, and I look forward to speaking to you all soon. Bye for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Nick, for presentation. Now we know what kind of support the UNGGCE support will provide the member states, and we will have an opportunity to attend the capacity development workshop in next year in Bonn. So this is a final presentation on this session. So I'd like to wrap up this workshop. So we will have presentation from member states, which showing us what kind of progress development operation is about GNSS Quartz network in member countries, and what kind of challenges we are tackling now. And we also have a presentation from international bodies, how they can support GNSS Quartz operation and also capacity development on these important challenges. So the Geodetic Working Group of UN GGIM Asia Pacific will have its annual working group session tomorrow mornings, and we will continue the discussion in the working group session. So please join the session tomorrow morning. And we do not have enough time to have discussion and questions, but all speakers are happy to answer your question and also happy to continue discussion. So please contact any of speakers if you have any questions and comments. Thank you very much for joining us today, and please consider to continuing to the joining to the geodetic works of this working group, and also the initiative of the United Nations Global Geodetic Center of Excellence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Miyahara, and thank you to all the speakers of the session and of this capacity development workshop on sustainable operations of GNSS course network that we have just concluded. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be proceeding for our lunch break, which will be followed by regional seminar on integrated geospatial information framework. A brief announcement as we now proceed for lunch. I request that after the post-lunch sessions are over, all the invitees for the cultural program and dinner that is being hosted by Survey of India today evening, please stay back in the same hall. We have an exciting program lined up for you. So thank you, and let's all proceed for lunch.
शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति, मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DILRMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता कसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने। देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws and legislations, it was crucial for a single nationwide software for registering property transaction documents. Some of the common features and benefits of NGDRS are citizens' empowerment, prevention of fraudulent transactions, reduced land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto-calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and duties benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India. The National Mapping Agency has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework NSRF of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of countries' resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति, मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DILRMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता कसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने। देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws and legislations, it was crucial for a single nationwide software for registering property transaction documents. Some of the common features and benefits of NGDRS are citizens' empowerment, prevention of fraudulent transactions, reduced land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto-calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and duties benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India. The National Mapping Agency has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, Earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of country's resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DILRMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता कसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने। देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws and legislations, it was crucial for a single nationwide software for registering property transaction documents. Some of the common features and benefits of NGDRS are citizens' empowerment, prevention of fraudulent transactions, reduced land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto-calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and duties benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India. The National Mapping Agency has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high-precision-grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high-accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network. to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of countries' resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति, मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group, and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth, and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DILRMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार-बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता कसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने, देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws and legislations, it was crucial for a single nationwide software for registering property transaction documents. Some of the common features and benefits of NGDRS are citizens empowerment, prevention of fraudulent transactions, reduced land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and duties benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India, the National Mapping Agency, has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, Earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change, and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing, and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks, and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility, and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of country's resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood
request
and
you all to
skills.
please settle down. We'll start shortly. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of the host organization, Survey of India, I, Dr. Shivangi Somvanshi, would like to extend a very warm welcome to the last regional seminar of this 2-day conference on United Nations Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. So this UN's umbrella framework, IGIF, is actually a groundbreaking initiative that aims to guide countries in strengthening their national geospatial information system. As we move further into the 21st century, the integration of geospatial data into decision-making processes has become more critical than ever. So IGIF actually provides a structured approach to develop, manage, and leveraging geospatial data in a coordinated and integrated way. So this framework not only supports the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also foster collaborations between governments, private sectors, and other stakeholders. So this seminar will primarily delve into the key components of IGIF, explore best practices, and discuss how its implementation can strengthen national and regional geospatial infrastructures. So we have 2 sessions in this seminar, one focusing on IGIF implementation and the other focusing on sharing experiences and capacity building. So to start off with, we are now positioned for the first session, that is IGIF implementation. And I would like to invite Mr. Pankaj Mishra, the chair of UN GGIM Asia Pacific Working Group 4, to please deliver the opening remarks to kick off the session officially.
Thank you, Dr. Shivangi. So, good afternoon to you all, respected dignitaries, esteemed experts from Asia and Pacific member countries, invited speakers from academia, government, institutions, and industry, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all for this regional seminar on Integrated Geospatial Information Framework, also known as IGIF. So as the chair of GGIM AP Working Group on IGIF, I would like to inform that this working group aims to support, coordinate, plan, and extend the necessary facilitation for developing the awareness and capacity through collaboration and sharing in Asia and Pacific member countries for implementation of the IGIF. We work in close coordination with the high-level group on the Integrated Geospatial Information Framework, it's called HLG IGIF, in achieving the objectives. The high-level group is making efforts to provide the expertise and advice to assist countries in their implementation of the IGIF at the country level. It is also helping to mobilize the needed resources for implementation and to maintain the momentum and evolving the refinement of the IGIF with member states and other key stakeholders. This regional seminar is in continuation of the efforts being made by this regional committee in alignment with the initiatives being taken by the high-level group of IGIF at global level under GGIM. The objective is to develop a better understanding, awareness, and clarity about the IGIF, its implementation approach, and to develop the requisite capacity and capability jointly with the member countries of the Asia and Pacific region. The aim, there are various objectives we had been discussing as part of the various deliberations we had in our working group committee meetings in past. And the aim is to raise the awareness about the IGIF, to explore its benefits and provide a platform for discussion on how governments, organizations, and stakeholders can leverage the framework to enhance their geospatial information systems for better decision-making and the development outcomes. So I remember in year 2022 in the sidelines of UNWGIC conference, where our 11th plenary of the GGIM AP was also held, the committee had decided to form this working group on IGIF. And since then, we had been trying our level best to engage with all the member countries. And in this process, even we had organized a regional forum featuring exclusive seminar on IGIF during 12th plenary in the Bali, Indonesia. And it was fascinating to see the warm participation from member countries involving insightful discussions during the IGIF seminar at Bali. So at global level, a lot of efforts and new initiatives are also being made by the high-level group and to achieve the intended objectives towards IGIF adoption and implementation by member countries. We will come to know more about these initiatives during the follow-up presentations in the seminar. So I know we all are looking forward to hear and learn from these distinguished experts scheduled for the session and who have joined us here as part of these deliberations here in India. And I believe these presentations and discussions would be very useful in achieving the objective of learning and moving forward with sharing of these experiences and practices. So I look forward to have wonderful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pankaj Mishra. So, moving forward, there is a broad global consensus, support, and agreement on the critical importance of UNIGIF and its implementation guide to develop, integrate, and strengthen the National Geospatial Information management arrangements in member states. However, many member states are now developing IGIF country level action plan in order to address increasingly complex national, regional, and global challenges to support sustainable development goals and other global development agendas. So considering the same, moving forward, I would like to invite Mr. James Norris, International Policy Lead and Chair, UNGGIM Europe, Working Group on IGIF from Ordnance Survey, to talk about accelerating implementation with the IGIF. Over to you.
So good afternoon, everybody, and thank you very much to the organisers and the hosts for inviting me to talk to you today. My name is James Norris, and as I was introduced, the International Policy Leader Ordnance Survey, the National Mapping Agency of Great Britain, and I'm also here predominantly in my capacity as the chair of the UNGGIM Europe Working Group on IGIF. And I've been really pleased the amount of progress that has been made by each of the regional working groups over the last few years in providing knowledge share events, advocating for the use of the IGIF, and providing and running events and seminars like this, which enables member states from all around the world to have access to the best tools, documentation, processes, and knowledge sharing within and amongst ourselves. So I'd just like to say from a perspective of UNGGIM Europe, I'm looking forward to the discussions that I know you'll be having later on today, and I look forward to taking some of the case studies, some of the examples, and some of those learnings back to our European members and to continue the collaboration that we have started in the variety of discussions that we have had already. So to start off with, it's always worth reflecting on where we've come from and why we've come from there and where we're going to be looking forward. So we know over the last few years that the world has been facing a huge host of global challenges, whether that is from the global pandemics, whether that's from food security issues, climate change, security, resilience. We know that there are problems that agencies and organizations can't solve on their own. And it is one of those reasons why the United Nations a few years ago started thinking about how can we help and how can we enable member states to invest in their own development to enable geography and geospatial information to be used all across the different segments of our economy and for society. And so back in 2018, when we started the process as member states of developing the IGIF, we were really thinking about and looking at and reflecting what are the key drivers and what are the key anchors that we, as predominantly a geospatial community, need to know about, the drivers that we already have in our back pocket, but more importantly, how they can link through to some of the internationally recognized frameworks that are already in place. Some of the discussions yesterday talked about sustainable development goals and how people in this room are investing in their integration of statistics and geography, how we're starting to understand the geospatial elements of the SDGs. And one of the things when we started this program of developing the IGIF was providing that link back through to from the sustainable development goals back through to the work we're doing at a national level. And so when we start to look at it, if we look at it from a statistical lens, when we're starting to solve the problems of where our people are, where our educational institutions are, we know that there's a whole variety of statistical information out there already. There was a great presentation yesterday which talks about the role of the table joining service in providing that link between a statistical data set and a geospatial data set. And then yesterday as well, we also heard a little bit about the geospatial data elements of it. So for those of you who can remember back, the geospatial data listed here aligns very closely to the global fundamental geospatial data themes that the Committee of Experts have developed, shaped and adopted over the last 3 years. And one of the things that we know, and it seems sorry to be repeating it in an audience who is actually involved in it, but as and when we bring the statistical and geospatial data together with the tools that are available by working in partnership with colleagues from private sector, from academia, from our own institutions, we can start to provide that analysis that our decision makers need when they are making the decisions that affect us as citizens and our economies and our environment. So that can be as simple as a map, a chart, a data visualization, but it can be more detailed, a dashboard, interactive viewers, more detailed analysis to draw all the information sources together. So it's that connecting geospatial information with statistical information that's been one of the main drivers. For those of you who have been actively involved in UNGGIM for many years now, know that there are several different activities within UNGGIM, the Sustainable Development Goal Indicators, the Working Group on Disasters, Integration of Stats and Geo, so many frameworks that the United Nations has developed that the UNIGF has been designed in some ways to be an overarching framework which enables countries to dive down and to provide some more detailed analysis and to enable the other frameworks to work. And this is just a different way to visualize some of the information around the pathways to the UNIGIF. So we've already talked about the governance aspects of it. What do we as member states need to do to put in place to strengthen our governments? We had some great examples yesterday of the Indian National Geospatial Policy 2022, how that is working really hand in hand to open up the geospatial ecosystem in India. What are the tools that other member states are doing? And perhaps that is something that can come out in the discussions a bit later on. When we start to think about it from a technology lens, obviously we've got the real core nub of data. So what data do we as national mapping agencies, statistical agencies, environmental agencies, what data do we currently have? What data might we need to have, and how do we work along that journey to go from what we have to what we need? And driven through underneathing all of that is the levels of innovation and standards that enable the technology layer to happen and to help support the development. And ultimately, in my mind, it partly comes down to the people elements. So we heard colleagues yesterday talking about the lack of qualified surveyors in the country. How do we continue to invest in our people to grow our geospatial community to make sure we continue to implement the frameworks we have? So whether we're looking at developing partnerships, whether that's peer-to-peer, country to country, region to region, organization to organization, actually how do we continue to work together to maximize the benefits that we have in that data that most of our organizations already hold? And of course, that rolls through to the next set of conversations around communication, partnerships, and engagement. So what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to go through these 9 strategic pathways in detail. Mainly because if you look at it, they're probably about 300 pages each, and there's a lot of information in there. So what I will do, if you've not already done so, I would strongly advocate you go and have a look at the UNGGIM Resources website, have a look at the strategic pathways, the innovation guide, the rationale for doing some of this work and some of this activity. And the key thing for me, and the key thing when I've been talking to colleagues across the UN Secretariat, is that whilst an output of the UNIGF can be your country level action plan, the really detailed documentation that says where your country's current level of geomaturity is, what you need to do in the future, and how you need to work on it. It doesn't have to be that level of detail. If you've got a problem around data, you can just have a look at the data pathway. If you're not quite sure on communications and engagement, you can just look at the communication and engagement pathway. And so there are different ways, different methods to identify how you as your nation and your country can develop. And I think for me, that's one of the really important things, that we all recognize that our countries are at different levels of geomaturity, but actually the UNIGIF can help every country, no matter their level of maturity. And we've seen that through a lot of the case studies that have been developing already. So specifically, I've been asked to talk about the adaptation and implementation of it. So As you know, when we started the development of the UN IGIF in 2018, it was a collaboration with the World Bank and other partners to start to understand how, when and where and why we can invest in national geospatial capabilities. So through the growth of the UN IGIF over the last few years, we've seen really extended amount of growth that people have told us about. So back in 2018, 2019, the early stages of national development, the UN Development Account supported 6 different countries to work through the UN IGIF process. Then with the World Bank support coming on board, we've now seen over 21 member states work and be active through that framework. The SDG Data Alliance is now supporting a range of other member states, but there's also a whole region of peer-to-peer collaborations, agencies and governments supporting each other to grow, to learn and develop your country level action plans. But also importantly, we've seen a whole range of member states just taking the documents, having a look at them and working them through in their own time, in their own arrangements with their own people. So it's really important for us to see and to say that there are many different ways that you can take on and develop your country level action plan or implement the UN IGIF. It doesn't have to be every single part of the process. And so why is that important? Well, we've seen from some of the responses that we've had through to the countries who have been already undertaking their processes, that actually by investing in your national data ecosystems and by making sure geospatial is part of that, we have seen tangible benefits across different segments of the economy, whether it's environment, agriculture, disaster management, which has been a topic over the last few days, national security. And we've seen that by working together in partnership across different units in government, across different government agencies, and critically unlocking that geospatial data, we're able to make sure that we can showcase that value to our politicians, to our leaders, to our decision makers. And so just to go down one more level of detail, as was mentioned a few minutes ago, the UN IGIF has a high-level group which is made up of representatives from member states across the regions. And those high-level group come together in 3 different working groups. I'm not going to touch on working group on sustainable funding because the presentation following mine will be on that topic. But just to run through the others reasonably quickly, the Improving Communications Working Group has had that really simple task. And I say simple task, but it's not simple. How do we communicate about the UN IGIF? We are great talking in front of our own community. I'm happy standing up and talking in front of you, but it's different if you were to put me in front of my minister, if you were to put me in front of our politicians. How do we actually start to talk in the language, not of geography and data, but of economic benefit, of value, of realization, of citizen security? So that working group is starting to identify what materials they can create for us as a community to enable us to have those conversations in a more effective way. And there's a really strong piece of work that was showcased in New York about a decision makers brochure. So that piece of work should be published relatively soon, I think probably before February when the high-level group next meets. And so that will be a physical artifact that you can look at, you can understand, you can take to your decision makers and go, hey, this IGIF thing is quite important. How can we get on board with it? The Strengthening Capacity Development Working Group has got a really wide task of looking at how do we make sure all the documents that UN GGIM has developed remain up to date? How do we make sure they're accessible to people? How do we make sure that the documentation can be used in the way it was developed to do so? So there are a couple of key things that this working group has done. The first one, which I've been really pleased to see happen, is the working group has voluntarily taken on the option to translate the UN IGIF documents into as many national languages as possible to make sure the documents are as accessible as possible. Because whilst the front end of the documents have been translated into the 6 UN languages, the official UN languages, most of the documentation is only available in English, which as a native English speaker, I'm very happy for, but I totally understand and respect that other people don't find it as easy to work through the technical details. So one of my call to actions would be, if you're interested in translating any of the documents into your national languages, please have a conversation with us and we can connect you up through to the working group to enable you to come on board and to support that process. And we've been really pleased to see the different languages that have been developed and promoted through that system. And then the other piece of work that the Capacity Development Working Group has been doing is undertaking a global survey. So one of the biggest challenges we have is, as a community, apart from the work we do in our own countries and potentially across the regions, we don't know which countries are implementing and adopting the UN IGIF. So we don't yet have those metrics, and without those metrics, we can't develop and understand our success criteria. So at the beginning of the year, the working group went out with a global survey. I hope all of you in this room received it. I know some of you did, because 26 member states from across the Asia-Pacific region responded to the survey. So that was almost, just under a quarter of the total number of respondents. And out of the total respondents, we had 66 countries come to tell us that they are implementing the UN IGF in one way. And on top of that, 27 countries are starting their planning. And so at a regional context, I know that out of the 26 member states who responded across the AP region, 17 of you are already using and implementing the IGIF, which is amazing. 5 countries are considering how they can use it, and 4 countries have been through the process and decided at the moment the implementation of the UN IGF isn't right for them. And that's absolutely fine. The important thing is people have taken the documentation, they've done the analysis, know what it's about, and are looking to grow the piece of work going forward. So I've only got a few slides left, but one of the most important things we've been looking at is how we can continue to advocate for the development program under the UN IGIF. And we've been doing that through a variety of different arrangements. This seminar itself is one of those amazing opportunities where I hope you'll take the opportunity to connect and learn and contribute to the panel discussion and ask some questions of the panelists about their experiences and what they've been doing. And collectively, we can move forward and help shape the global agenda around the UN IGIF. So I think my final comment is just, or a couple of final comments, is just to recognize that, we now have nearly 100 countries out of the 196 recognized countries by the UN who are engaging in the UN IGF. That is quite an amazing feat for a framework that we only started working on in 2018, and in some ways is still under development. So for me, a thank you to everyone in this room who is already taking activity at the national level, but also a thank you to the regional leadership that's been promoted through the working group that you have to enable you to join and progress. And so just finalizing on partnerships, there are so many different partners out there available that all you need to do is come and talk to your regional leadership here, have a conversation with your peers, and to understand how, where and why you as member states can really adopt the UN IGIF. So with that, I'm going to say thank you very much, and I look forward to the discussions later on. Thank you.
Thank you, James, for your insightful presentations. So we just heard from James that how this framework can be effectively applied and its potential impact. But one of the most crucial topic moving forward is sustainable funding for the implementation of the integrated Geospatial Information Framework, IGIF. And James also mentioned that there is one working group who is completely working on it. So as we aim to build a resilient geospatial system, securing long-term financial support is key to ensuring their success and sustainability. So for that, I would like to invite our next speaker who is joining us online from Saudi Arabia. I would like to introduce Mr. Saeed Nasrullah, Consultant, Office of President from General Authority for Survey and Geospatial Information, GEOSA, the mapping agency of Saudi Arabia. So over to you, Mr. Saeed Nasrullah. Hello, Mr. Nasrullah, can you hear us? You are not audible. Can you please?
Yes,
Yeah.
I can.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure of being here in such a great event. My name is Syed Nasrullah from GeoSA Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. It is a privilege to introduce the UN IGIF Sustainable Funding Guide, a comprehensive resource that addresses one of the most pressing challenge in geospatial information management, securing sustainable funding. Let me give you a brief introduction of how all this started. This guide is a result of an extraordinary collaboration among experts from diverse sectors, including government, academia, and private organizations. This work group was chaired by Mohammed Al Mabrouk from Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and Miss Audit from Mozambique. The work group includes 11 participants from Mozambique, South Africa, Jamaica, Belgium, United States, and Saudi Arabia. Now moving on to the work plan. The goal of high-level group work plan focuses on mobilizing sustainable funding for IGIF implementation, for supporting member states in identifying funding sources, estimating budgets, and sharing best practices. This includes guidance on investment needs, cost-benefit analysis, and demonstrating benefits of implementing UN IGIF. The goal for task one, this slide presents what the task one was all about, and it gives a greater in-depth details on what was supposed to be done. The task three gives detail on providing guidance to help identifying funding and estimate budget. So moving on, how this process was done and how it was delivered. First, the program of work has begun in January 2023. Initially, Jamaica was responsible for the task one, South Africa for task two, and Saudi Arabia for task three. However, due to other commitments from Jamaica and South Africa, Saudi Arabia took over the participation of task 1, 2, and 3 in December 2023. The work progress was carried out in 4 stages. First stage, conducting a comprehensive literature review, review of methodologies for assessing investment in UNIGIF and related reports. The second stage held consultations with 8 member states and 2 financial organizations. The third and the fourth stage was drafting the funding guide, combining all task 1, 2, and 3 together into one single guide. The literature review involved scanning bibliographic database from economic valuation methodologies. Out of 165 papers reviewed, 40 were deemed highly relevant and 40 were somewhat relevant. A report on the findings was submitted to the work group in 2023. The literature review identified various approaches to evaluate geospatial information management system. Cost-benefit analysis was the most common. Others included input-output analysis, CGE modeling, multi-criteria analysis. It was also noted that cost-effective analysis was not suitable for this economic assessment. Now moving on to consultations. Consultations were conducted with 8 member states with 2 financial institutions to gather information on financial activities, psychoeconomic impacts, assessment requirements, and investment methodologies. The member states were selected based on regional representation, data availability, and accessibility. The financial institutions included multilateral development bank and a donor organization. The consultations included representatives from Chile, Georgia, Mozambique, South Africa, Indonesia, Fiji, UAE, and Saudi Arabia, as well as financial institutions like the World Bank and PPLIC Foundation. The consultations revealed 4 key findings: financial challenges, varied cost, significant national and regional benefits, investment needs, and impact assessment. Now, moving on to drafting the funding guide, which was the main idea of the whole plan. The sustainable funding guide has been approved. That is the most important thing, and has been and is available for anyone involved in developing geospatial strategies and country action plans to support UN IGIF implementation. Going in details into the content, the funding guide is organized into 5 chapters and attachments. It starts with an introduction, followed by a section on internal and external funding sources, budgeting, and the appendix on other methodologies. Let me go into the details. For example, let's start with the introduction. The introduction outlines the guide's goal to aid implementation of UN IGIF by developing funding strategies and assessing economic impacts. It equips users with background knowledge to engage with economists, financial ministries, and funding agencies. Chapter 2 covers in-country and external funding sources. It also includes partnership and joint funding, which is explored in detail in here. Moving on to chapter 3, it covers budgeting, estimating cost, and it talks about capital items, operating cost, policies, and regulation frameworks. Furthermore, this chapter also talks about benefits, which is the most important thing when it comes to sustainable funding. We should understand and know what are the benefits. So this chapter talks in detail about the benefits to data custodians, governments, and private sectors as well. To conclude this chapter, an economic-wide benefits is also provided, which can be clearly seen in this picture where we present the direct and indirect benefits, which can be obtained. Moving on to chapter 4, the best practice cost-benefit analysis. It is outlined in 8 steps for a best practice cost analysis. The statement of objectives, defining evaluation cases, base cases, etc. Now moving on, the chapter also presents a statement of objective. The statement of objective is an important first step and should be framed within the overall country development goals outlined in the implementation of the guide. Moving on, it also covers evaluations and base case scenarios. A lot of examples have been derived and presented in the guide, so it can be taken as examples and utilized when you are creating your own case study. The chapter 4 also continues in identifying costs and benefits in different steps: input, activities, outputs, outcomes. So this gives a complete study on how we can identify the cost and the related benefits. One important aspect of this guide, it that it also provides sample template to develop cash flow to capture long-term benefits. While the World Bank uses 12 years period, including the investment phase, this table adopts a 15-year approach, giving a more detailed analysis and which can be easily utilized even when it comes for the World Bank. Moving on, the chapter also provides what is to be done in the reporting stage, and it also provides recommendations based on the results. Moving on to chapter 5, it discusses valuing benefits and cost, starting with understanding the values nature, because that is the most important thing when you come in the market. Chapter 5 also concludes with valuing non-market impact, which gives you a detailed analysis and how and what is supposed to be done, providing example studies which provide details. With this, we conclude the funding guide. Now, as a part of the funding guide, we also prepared a one-page flyer, which is presented here. This was derived based from task 1 and task 2, which called for a one-page flyer to advocate in securing sustainable funding for IGIF. A concise flyer, the whole guide has been concised into this one-page flyer, which has been created for the use of proposal champions. This flyer is designed for advocacy with both in-country funding sources, such as Ministry of Finance, international funding bodies, including financial institutions and donors. So with this, we have completed the funding guide. Now we are going to look into how sustainable funding plans to do the implementation plan of this guide. Goal for task 4 is to provide guidance on how to justify needed investment in geospatial information and IGIF. This is done by one-page flyers, providing presentations, and also the main important thing is collecting, updating, summarizing, and sharing geospatial value studies. This is very, very important because once you have a list or a database of studies which is updated at proper intervals, it gives a complete understanding for people who want to work on this, because you have a lot of sample studies. So one of our main aspects is also to promote doing these studies and updating them and providing them to member states who want to utilize it. Goal for task 5 is to finalize and promote the sustainable funding and support tools to broaden knowledge and awareness. Because if we are not going to promote this guide, I feel it is going to be at a loss that most of the member states will not know about it. So we want to promote it using, for example, the upcoming task includes developing a launch presentation, and conducting sustainable funding webinars, consulting with regional committees, IGIF working groups and theatric networks, and promoting the guide in GGIM regional plenaries. So with this, I thank you all for your attention and participation today. I appreciate this opportunity given to us to share this presentation. Please feel free to ask any questions if you feel it is required. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Nasrullah, for briefing us on Sustainable Funding Guide. We appreciate the expertise you shared, and the guidance you provided will be invaluable as we move forward towards the implementation of IGIF. So moving forward with the flow, let's discuss the critical actions required for the successful implementation of IGIF along with Mr. Zhang Yunjin, Deputy Director, NGII, Korea. So I request Mr. Zhang to please take the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I will start my presentation with an introduction to Korean's nsdi implementation case and law, continuing with a brief overview of the current status according to the UN IGIF. First topic is Korean's nsdi implementation case. Korea's National Spatial Information Policy, called the National Geographic Information System, NGIS, began after the gas explosion accident in 1994 and 1995. These disasters show the need for better management of national infrastructure and improved safety using GIS. This leads to the development of the NGIS Base Plan, and currently the 7th National Spatial Information Policy Base Plan is being implemented to guide NSDI. It has been 30 years since the National Spatial Information Policy Base Plan was established. The first NGIS Base Plan, which started from 1995 to 2000, focused on building the basis for spatial information in Korea. This included the change the paper map to digital, developing GIS software, and creating the standards for spatial information. The second plan, made from 2001 to 2005, focused on creating more systems to effectively use the basic spatial data from the first plan. Along with that, the third plan, from 2005 to 2010, focused on expanding how spatial data could be used, helping to create value in industry, administration, education, and culture. Following this, the fourth and fifth Base Plan from 2010 to 2017 focused on linking and integrating spatial information. They emphasized building systems based on user needs and supporting converged industries. The seventh Base Plan from 2018 to 2022 emphasized value creation, focusing on realizing smart Korea through the activation of spatial information convergence. Main achievement from the first to the sixth basic plan includes creating various types of spatial data, like spatial national base maps, SMAC, underground facility information, and 3D geospatial information. The policy also moved from paper maps to digital system, 2D and 3D, and established laws such as the Framework Act on National Spatial Data Infrastructure, the Act on the Establishment and Management of Spatial Data, the Spatial Data Industry Promotion Act. The seventh NSDI Base Plan, established in 2023, aims to build and support a national digital twin system. This system will reduce the gap between the real world and the digital data. Main goals include setting up a framework for digital twin system, making geospatial data easier to access for everyone, developing skilled professional and advancing technology in the spatial information industry. Creating policies to support the digital twin ecosystem. This slide provides an overview of the key direction for NSDI implementation. To manage the National Spatial Information Policy, the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport runs the National Spatial Information Committee. The committee includes up to 30 members, such as deputy-level public officials, local government representatives, and experts. It reviews and decides on policy changes, check how well plans are being implemented, and gives feedback to improve them. Next are the three main roles for spatial information in Korea, and the main features are shown on the screen. The National Spatial Information Policy and the committee are established and operated based on the Framework Act on National Spatial Data Infrastructure. This can be understood as a brief overview of the Framework Act on National Spatial Data Infrastructure. Chapter 2, I will briefly explain the current status of UN IGIF in Korea. Strategy 1 of UN IGIF governments. The Ministry of Land, Infrastructure of Transport created an nsdi plan, and in accordance with the Framework Act on National Spatial Data Infrastructure, the plan is developed following deliberation by the National Spatial Information Committee. The seventh NSDI-based plan focuses on creating jobs, advancing geospatial technology, and increasing private sector participation. Next, law and policy. Korea has three main laws supporting the developing of NSDI. The Framework Act on National Spatial Data Infrastructure, the Act, the Establishment and Management of Spatial Data, and the Spatial Data Industry Promotion Act. Open data is shared based on the Public Data Act, while some private data is protected under the Copyright Act. Next, finance. The central government funds most of NSDI work, including the establishment of NSDI in Korea, with local governments helping for regional goals. Basic geospatial data is developed nationally, and there is a policy for free of open access to data. Strategies for data. The Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport oversees the management of all data related to national geospatial information. Through the National Spatial Information Committee, it avoids data duplication, while geospatial information developed by individual agencies is integrated and managed in coordination by the ministry. Innovation. As a leading national in digital innovation, Korea prioritizes smart city and digital twin initiative as main policy for technology advancement. Cutting-edge technology include a 3D geospatial information platform, an indoor spatial information platform, and high-precision roadmaps. Next, standards. Currently, there are 52 national geospatial standards, and the government encourages using standards like ISO TC 211. Partnership. Under the leadership of Ministry of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, interministerial collaboration on geospatial information is actively underway, with all data being integrated and managed on one unified platform. Cross cooperation between the government and the private sector is also being effectively maintained. Capacity and education. Various capacity building programs related to geospatial information are being implemented alongside education in related fields such as smart cities and digital twins. Last, communication and engagement. The establishment of the NSDI involves active participation from the government, industry, and the private sector with continuous effort to promote transparent decision-making. In conclusion, I have shared a brief overview of NSDI implementation case and current status of IGIF in Korea. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you for briefing us on the implementation plan of NSDI of Republic of Korea in alignment with UN IGIF. So as today we are talking about the role of IGIF in strengthening the national geospatial information management. So let's dive a little deeper along with Dr. Lee Pengde, Director UN Global Geospatial Knowledge and Information Center. So request Dr. Lee Pengde to please take the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. It's really my great pleasure to be here to share some thinking about the UNIGF implementations in the view of the UN Secretariat in GGIM. The last three presentations are very focusing on the general guidelines, national applications, and the fund raising the opportunities. And since the establishment of the Global Geospatial Center for Global Geospatial Geographical Knowledge and Innovation Center, I have attended different seminars, workshops. There are many callings about what's the future of the National Institute of Geospatial Information according to the new change of the technology, how we can make the service to the current urgent need for disaster risk reduction and climate change and the digital economy. And what's the real purpose of the UN IGIF? We are talking for several years. UNGF, I think that's a capability of a country. That's an environment for a country to use the technology, data for the governance. And also it's a type of workforce to make the data available for our social, economic, and environment problems. So today I want to share some thinking of the future. What will the future? Last week, we have a UN, meeting of a brainstorm meeting. Several senior peoples and the leaders of our regional body of UN GGIM meet in Deqing at the Center of Geospatial Knowledge. We discussed about the future of geospatial, our community, what the future is. And Anton and some friends here have attended the meeting. Of the 5 days discussions, we know there are still many requirements, especially for how to develop the leadership. What's the leadership? How we can collaborate with the different organizations of the government. So as one of the solution is tell the story to make more politicians in higher position understand what the importance of geospatial information is more important. For disaster risk reduction, for poverty reduction, or for infrastructure construction. All these type of things is the concern of the high officials, the government. That's why we have to track the attention of the government. That's why we call it the how to make the priority of the government with our construction of UN IGF. We have talked a lot about the 2030 SDGs, and especially in our Asia Pacific region, we have more than half of the population of the world. We have many different type of disasters, and also we have the highest Earth in the globe, and also we have the largest ocean coverage. So how we can increase the capability for geospatial knowledge and service is what we should think more. In September, the Summit of the Future has very good result. The officials of the government have the common understanding. That's the Pact for the Future. It outlined 56 actions, including SDG, peaceful, science, technology, and also for young generations in the future. Especially with the Pact of the Future, there are two important annexes. One is the Global Digital Compact. Another one is the Declaration on Future Generations. With the Global Digital Compact, it focused on 5 objectives. Each of them had a very close cooperation or relation with our geospatial world. For example, the first one, close all digital divide and accelerate progress across the SDGs. Second, expand the inclusion in and benefit from the digital economy for all, because the digital economy in every country is changing the structure of our social, economic patterns. The third is foster an inclusive, open, safe, and secure digital space that respects, protects, and promote human rights. Number 4, advance responsible, equitable, and interoperable data governance approach. And the last one is enhance international governance of artificial intelligence for the benefit of the humanity. Especially with the AI development in the last 3 years, that will change all our geospatial production, geospatial service, and even the new digital economy and the machine, operating and the new industry. So from this diagram on the right, you see that's an important element of the digital economy. People, community, money, goods, service. All of them has been based on geospatial location. In fact, it means time and location. Normally, in our world, we think more about location, but time is becoming more and more important. For machine control, for our disaster early warning, and also for AI technology. Without timing, our data is late. Like yesterday, we are talking about the framework of statistics and geoinformation. Normally, statistics is lower than the time, but we are moving the new space. Everything changed so quickly with the website. That's why timely statistics and timely geospatial information will become the main force for digital economy in the future. UN has defined a new pattern we call the UN 2.0. It tries to put effort on the 5 topics: data, everywhere, digital revolution, innovation, behavioral science, and foresight. These 5 topics will affect UN governance and also will affect every country. That's why we need to use the data, digital technology, especially innovative AI solutions to get fit with the society. Especially in the last pandemic, everyone's behavior have changed. So we have to focus on what are the change of the people, society, and the world. Try to use the geospatial solution to mostly reflect the changes and to benefit the good governance. Especially the foresight to know what will be changed, where will be meet in the future according to the climate change. Because there will be, like the people getting cold, the globe is also getting cold. More very hot weathers, more very cold weathers. So the Earth is becoming not so balanced. This type of thing, we should use the new technology to have a foresight, to know what to do in the future. Since the establishment of UN, geospatial knowledge or map service had been put in a very, very high attention, especially in 1948, the Secretary General asked for how to increase the capability of each country on surveying and mapping. The first UN conference on map was held in 1995 in India. That's why India is the beginning for global coordination for mapping and geoinformation. After that, according to the technology change from paper map, digital map, information, and the cloud-based service, even AI, UN will become more and more involved. That's why can see UN GGIM is established in 2011 in Korea. And later it moved. There are 3 centers of excellence established in China, in Bonn, and the next one will be in Saudi Arabia. So we will consider about geodesy for all, geospatial knowledge to know how, and the geospatial ecosystem to know what's the future for governance, for industry, and for collaborations. The center in China, it has the major overarching goal to pushing forward the implementation of UN IGIF, to make more countries to realize, to have their national plan, to make the implementation of the UN IGIF. I think it's more important to use the data technology to solve the social economic problems. The center has 5 strategic goals. You see, the first one is developing leadership and collaborations. Second, addressing national priorities to accelerate the goals of the SDGs. Third, fostering geospatial knowledge method. Geospatial knowledge is just to know how. Give you data, give you computer, give you the platform. How can you formulate a solution for planning, for management, or for assessment? The number 4 is about enabling innovation and technology, especially with the digitization and AI solutions in the future. You know, AI, OpenAI, everyone, maybe you have tried. I think the AI currently is like a fortune teller. It gives you an answer. If you have knowledge, you can say, oh, the answer is good. If you don't have the knowledge, the answer is just a joke. Yeah. For example, I have tried one time. Can you give me a plan for a school, where to select the school? And later I ask another question. Can you give me an idea on plan of a hospital? All of them give me the same answer. That's why AI at this moment cannot solve all the problems of our geospatial world, but we can learn. We should train AI to understand the maps, images. Then they can do more works for us. So the last one, enhancing communication and awareness to make more people of the world understand how AI-enabled geospatial information can be better used in all types of work on economy and social science. The center has the motto is geospatial ideas benefiting our world. Ideas, it means innovation, data, and this type of several topics. Last April, we have the first international consulting meeting. The next one will be in May next year. So that's the high-level group. On IGF, we have talked a lot. I'll not think more, but the center will consider 3 main topics, as also we are going to cooperate with our regional body and the countries, and even the sub-regional countries, talent. It means for capacity building, data platforms, how can we share common data, common platforms. The third one is technology innovation, how we can work together to create some new solutions to use the latest technology for our world. And for data technology for the future, I think we should consider more about Internet of Things and the new generation of communication, and big data and the data science. Especially all big data has the location and the time. That's why at this moment, I know there are many people talking about geospatial intelligence or Earth intelligence, and also are talking about timely locational intelligence. So anyway, we are try to use accurate information to support blockchain and safety, algorithms and platforms. If you seek a type of news, every day you got the news from the website. It means it's like the world, just this, because the algorithm, they based on our hobby, but it will also change our life. Another one is deep learning and AI. That's the most important things. So in the future, I think we should consider more about knowledge, decision making, and operations. How the robotics, the machines can use maps. At this moment, we produce a map for our people. In the future, more map will coming from machines, and after AI processing, it will be fed to machines. So the machine will help us at home, in the farmland, even driving us to our target destinations. So IGF, we normally think about how we can create the IGF, the non-pathways, how we can get the solutions. But I think there are also more important things. How we can find the most challenging problem from the social economy. From these type of challenging questions, we can talk about the solution to use geospatial technology and the data. So this diagram shows on the left, that's our geospatial community. On the right, that's the social economy domain. They should be more merged or integrated. So last month we had GeoNow 2024. That event is the first UN Open Week for the bridges between geospatial world and the application side. So we invited the people from agriculture, urban planning, disaster risk reduction, and green energy areas. They talk about the requirement. So we are not only listen to the surveying, mapping people talk about the technology, what they have, but we think more about what's the requirement. I'm thinking after the 3 years, this type of topic as a think tank research will cover all topics of SDGs. I hope after 2 or 3 years, there will be a series of solutions like UN guidelines on geospatial knowledge for agriculture, for urbanization, for biodiversity protection, or all type of areas. That will be a new stage for geospatial world to cope with the sustainable development in the future. So we had the Mogashan talks. So after that, there will be a series of think tanks. That's the first time we have these 6 topics. Next year, we will have new topics about the smart traffic, biodiversity, and culture, heritage, protection, and others. That's why in the future, all of our colleagues from the world can work together to define the new guidelines for the bridging between geospatial world and the social economy. In this way, in that area, the economy, social, they will know where to find the solutions. In our geospatial world, we will know how to use our data, platform, and technology to solve the real requirement, real problems. And in the future, I think from the concept of SDI, IGF, there will become a new thing. I think that I just call it Geospatial Intelligent Framework, GGIF. Not just now we are using IGF. I think in the future, maybe after 3 years, we will focusing more on AI solutions to our geospatial world. With that, we can use more platforms. I think there are many countries, especially for our landlocked countries, if you don't have good platforms or enough people, enough talent, you just rely on the world platforms. I think there will be some world, global geospatial intelligent platform to support our planning, our monitoring, and assessment. I think that's the future. Machines will help us to use geospatial knowledge to get the data processed. Especially the important things, At this moment, there are many AI solutions. Who can say, are these solutions compatible? Has been verified? No. That's why I think in the future, our geospatial world will pay more attention to ensure all the knowledge base, the knowledge rules are compatible and reliable, not just like a fortune teller. In this way, in the future, this global geospatial intelligent framework will be a real power platform for our world and for our geospatial community. That's why that will become the UN global knowledge infrastructure in the future. So I think in the future, timely geospatial location will be really the basis for all type of activities, for our tourism, for our agriculture, disaster risk reduction, and also for our driving every day. This is just a draft work plan of the center. The center will work closely with our regional committee and also will focusing on different tasks for leadership, priority, data platforms, innovation, and communication areas. So it's just the beginning. We will have a tele-meeting end of the year to make this proved. Then we will carry on at the basis. So the center it belongs to UN, but belong to us. So I hope everyone give support. This center will also give support to your work. So that's a common work, common platform. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pingde, for throwing light on the overall vision of the Global Geospatial Knowledge and Information Center. Very clear and inspiring overview of the goals and the potential impact. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, we came to the end of the first session of this seminar, and may I now request the gathering to please proceed for a short tea break before we rejoin at 4 p.m. for the next session on sharing experiences and capacity building in IGIF implementation.
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group, and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth, and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DILRMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार-बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता खसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने। देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws and legislations, it was crucial for a single nationwide software for registering property transaction documents. Some of the common features and benefits of NGDRS are citizens empowerment, prevention of fraudulent transactions, reduced land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and duties benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India. The National Mapping Agency has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has a Survey of India. The National Mapping Agency has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility, and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies, and will facilitate efficient use of countries' resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना, मेरी संपत्ति, मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DILRMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार-बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता खसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने। देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws and legislations, it was crucial for a single nationwide software for registering property transaction documents. Some of the common features and benefits of NGDRS are citizens' empowerment, prevention of fraudulent transactions, reduced land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto-calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and UTs benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India, the National Mapping Agency, has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of country's resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया। आने वाले 6-7 महीनों में इसी सर्वेक्षण कार्य को तेज गति से बढ़ाया जाएगा और लगभग 50 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को मालिकाना हक का प्रमाण प्रदान किया जाएगा। भविष्य में पंचायत द्वारा अपने क्षेत्र की उन्नतिशील और दूरगामी योजना बनाने के लिए आधार मिलेगा। आज प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 6 राज्यों के 763 गांवों में 1 लाख संपत्ति धारकों को प्रॉपर्टी कार्ड के वितरण का शुभारंभ किया जा रहा है। स्वामित्व योजना मेरी संपत्ति मेरा हक।
Under the visionary leadership of PM Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Department of Science and Technology took the lead in liberalizing the geospatial sector. The National Geospatial Policy was announced in December 2022 with an ambitious goal to make India a global leader in geospatial technology and also to make the geospatial sector a critical driver of national development and economic prosperity through innovative applications. Today, Operation Dronagiri, the first phase of this program, is being launched. This draws inspiration from the history of ancient Bharat, where Lord Hanuman used location intelligence to find Sanjeevani Booty on Mount Dronagiri in Uttarakhand to save Lord Lakshman's life. Under Operation Dronagiri, an integrated geospatial data sharing interface, GDI, is being introduced. Through this technology interface, users in private sector, government and startups will be able to access a range of geospatial data that are presently separate silos within various government agencies. For this first phase, 3 sectors, agriculture, livelihood and skills, logistics and transportation, have been identified through extensive consultations with the industry. Reputed corporates and startups like ITC, DHAT, HDFC Bank, Bajaj Allianz, SBI General, Satshore, Cropin, LCB Fertilizers, Idea Forge, Delivery, TMI Group and Hands-On are on board as anchor partners to run pilot projects in 5 states across the country. The 5 states are Uttar Pradesh, Haryana, Assam, Andhra Pradesh and Maharashtra. The aim of these pilot projects is to prove that geospatial applications can bring benefits to farmers, youth and women. Can we use geospatial data to provide better advice to farmers and improve their earnings? Can banks and NBFCs do better credit risk assessment and give more farmer loans? Can insurance companies do a faster settlement of farmer claims? Can youth find jobs by using a Jobs on Map app as easily as using a food delivery or taxi app? Can women artisans sell to a wider market through geospatial applications? Can logistics companies expand their e-commerce coverage and create more delivery jobs? We invite other organizations and startups to explore similar possibilities by using geospatial data through GDI, the Geospatial Data Sharing Interface. Geospatial Innovation Accelerators are launching grand challenges for startups. These challenges will invite startups to address identified problem statements, thus aiding pilot projects in achieving their goals. Join us in this national movement to make the geospatial sector an engine of economic growth.
गांव में जमीनों के कागज पर कई पीढ़ियों से कोई काम नहीं हुआ। लैंड रिकॉर्ड्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए एक नेशनल सिस्टम और एक यूनिक लैंड आइडेंटिफिकेशन पिन एक बहुत बड़ी सुविधा होगी।
प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी के स्वप्न को साकार करने के लिए भारत सरकार के ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय के अधीन आने वाले भूमि संसाधन विभाग ने DIL-RMP यानी डिजिटल इंडिया भूमि अभिलेख आधुनिकीकरण कार्यक्रम की शुरुआत की।
गांव की जमीनों के डेटा और संपत्ति के कागज ऑनलाइन अपलोड हो रहे हैं।
इस योजना के मुख्य घटक हैं भूमि लेखों का कंप्यूटरीकरण, रजिस्ट्रीकरण का कंप्यूटरीकरण, सर्वेक्षण, पुनर्सर्वेक्षण, आधुनिक अभिलेख कक्ष, राजस्व न्यायालय प्रबंधन प्रणाली का कंप्यूटरीकरण, भूमि अभिलेख डाटाबेस के साथ आधार संख्या का स्वैच्छिक आधार पर एकीकरण। आम जन के लिए इस योजना के लाभ हैं भूमि राजस्व या रजिस्ट्रेशन कार्यालय में बार बार जाने से छुटकारा, रियल टाइम आधार पर भूमि अभिलेखों या मानचित्रों की ऑनलाइन प्राप्ति, नामांतरण या रजिस्ट्रेशन की प्रक्रिया में लगने वाले समय में कमी, राजस्व न्यायालयों का भूमि अभिलेखों के साथ एकीकरण के द्वारा भूमि विवादों में कमी, भूमि अभिलेखों को आधार के साथ जोड़ने से धोखाधड़ीपूर्ण या बेनामी लेन देनों पर नियंत्रण।
डिजिटल इंडिया होने के कारण अपना जो रिकॉर्ड है वो हाथों हाथ ए मित्र पे जाओ और अपना खाता कसरा नंबर बताओ, तुरंत वो निकाल के दे देंगे।
गांव गरीब की जमीनें विवाद का नहीं, विकास का आधार बने। देश आज उस दिशा में बढ़ रहा है।
The Government of India has been working to transform the country into a digitally empowered society and knowledge economy. Towards this end, the Department of Land Resources, Ministry of Rural Development, Government of India has initiated a crucial national project, National Generic Document Registration System, NGDRS, a one nation, one software concept developed by NIC under the broad aegis of DILRMP, a central sector scheme to register deeds and documents of property transactions across the country. Given India's diversity of languages, legal terminology, state-specific laws and legislations, it was crucial for a single nationwide software for registering property transaction documents. Some of the common features and benefits of NGDRS are citizens' empowerment, prevention of fraudulent transactions, reduced land disputes, time saving in registration of properties, minimum interface with officials, auto-calculation of stamp duty as per circle rate, and interoperability of the software. Initially, NGDRS was launched in Punjab and Andaman and Nicobar in June 2018. In September 2020, it was rolled out in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. Presently, NGDRS is under implementation in 10 states and duties benefiting a population of over 10.47 crores. NGDRS empowers all citizens of India, including farmers, by making property transactions simpler, faster, and also has the added benefit of transparency, thereby reducing property disputes.
Survey of India. The National Mapping Agency has developed and maintained the National Special Reference Framework (NSRF) of the country since 19th century. As envisaged in the National Geospatial Policy 2022, Survey of India is in the process of modernizing the National Special Reference Frame by establishing course network covering all parts of our country and making it accessible to all Indian entities. Course infrastructure is a network of permanently installed reference stations equipped with high-precision grade GNSS equipment. These stations collect 24/7 GNSS satellite data of all available constellations and forms well-defined, stable, high-accurate and easily accessible spatial reference frame for country. Course stations also act as a real-time kinematics-based stations that broadcast corrections via internet and augment the accuracy of real-time positioning of GNSS equipment. Looking at the importance and usefulness of the technology, Survey of India has established more than 1,000 continuously operating reference stations all across the country, which are obtainable 24/7 for 365 days of the year. Course network will also increase productivity of surveying and mapping agencies as they can free up their inventory and pool of skilled manpower from setting up their own base stations by subscribing correction services of course network to receive NRTK corrections. GNSS data collected by continuously operating GNSS equipment can also be retrieved from the central server via internet for post-processing. These data can be used in the determination of precise geodetic coordinates as well as in various kinds of scientific studies like ionospheric and tropospheric modeling, earth crust deformation, sea level rise, climate change and meteorological studies, etc. Course data and correction services are disseminated in open and non-proprietary protocols, making them more accessible and easy to use. Countrywide course network will enable single standard for collecting, storing and using geographic data for cadastral land administration system, smart cities, road and rail networks and other infrastructure projects like gas, water, power, communications and logistics, etc. It will ensure consistency, compatibility and harmony in geospatial data set created by various organizations and agencies and will facilitate efficient use of countries' resources by reducing duplication and promoting data sharing and cooperation amongst them.
स्वामित्व योजना का शुभारंभ प्रधानमंत्री जी के द्वारा 24 अप्रैल 2020 को पंचायत राज दिवस के अवसर पर किया गया था। इसके पायलट फेज में हरियाणा, कर्नाटक, मध्य प्रदेश, महाराष्ट्र, उत्तर प्रदेश और उत्तराखंड राज्यों में लगभग 1 लाख गांवों में आबादी क्षेत्र के निवासियों को मालिकाना हक के दस्तावेज दिलाने के लिए सर्वे और मैपिंग का काम तेजी से किया जा रहा है। पंचायती राज मंत्रालय और राज्य सरकारों के सहयोग से सर्वेक्षण का काम भारतीय सर्वेक्षण विभाग द्वारा किया जा रहा है। साथ ही पंजाब और राजस्थान में 101 कंटिन्यूअस ऑपरेटिंग रेफरेंस सिस्टम कोर्स के स्टेशन स्थापित करने का काम भी किया जा रहा है। किसी स्थान का सटीक निर्धारण कोर्स द्वारा आसानी से किया जा सकता है और भविष्य में इससे पुनः सर्वेक्षण में सुविधा रहेगी। नागर विमानन मंत्रालय के विशेष सहयोग से ड्रोन द्वारा सर्वेक्षण की अनुमति मिली। सर्वेक्षण से जुड़ी सभी प्रक्रियाओं को स्वामित्व डैशबोर्ड के द्वारा चलाया गया।
Request all the delegates to please settle down. We'll start shortly. Welcome back. So we are now positioned for the second session of this regional seminar on integrated IGIF. The session entitled Sharing Experiences and Capacity Building. This session will primarily focus on the experiences and the best practices in the implementation of IGIF with an emphasis on capacity building. So we'll discuss the challenges and success from different regions and explore strategies to strengthen skill, knowledge and collaboration for effective IGIF adoption. It's my pleasure to introduce the very first speaker of this session, Dr. Mila Punya, Professor, JNU, who will share a compelling case studies on the experiences in IGIF implementation. So I request Dr. Mila Punya to please take the stage.
Thank you very much for extending the invitation. I'm going to share the implementation of IGIF in India. It's a part of sponsored work by Department of Science and Technology. In my university, though we started teaching about UN GGIM agenda way back from 2020 onwards, especially in a program 4-credit course on policy, where we teach about national policy and then global policies. In global policy, we extensively work on, mainly starting from UN GGIM and other GSDI and other policy frameworks. Now, in this particular one, we thought of doing an assessment of current status, which is a well-established methodology given by UN GGIM, which comes out of Global Statistical Geospatial Framework, as many of us are aware. And it is very important in order to bridge the research gap between social scientists, which are mainly contributing to policy formulation, and also geospatial domain experts. Now, can we go to the next slide, please? Oh. India hosted a World Congress, GGIM World Congress a year ago. And this particular document, which is online, which gives you a number of case studies highlighting Indian experiences, mainly talking about the strategic framework, the 9 strategic framework that we have been talking about in order to bring the transformation and also to study the status of geospatial landscape. Now, our economy, which is very much dynamic, and socio-economic structures are rapidly changing, and they are very impactful, though India in a global south is one of the fastest growing in terms of economy as well as in terms of urbanization. So recently, the government came up with the initiative. I'm sure you heard about National Geospatial Policy 2022, which was in December 22, it was declared, where there was more focus on democratization of data, advocacy, and integration. And main focus is to bring about self-reliant, what we call Atmanirbhar Bharat, and a vision for 2047 for a developed nation, Viksit Bharat. Now, as you see, there is a compound annual growth of the industry, which is more or less more than 20%. And current value, if you see, in terms of coming out from various sectors, including okay, sorry. As you can see, as per the strategy driving out of National Geospatial Policy, there is going to be an annual turnover of around 80,000 crore. One is geospatial market impact, second scenario is a policy impact, and third is industrial development strategy, which is envisaged to come out of NGP. Now, in this particular one, as IGIF talks about various dimensions, and there are 3 main pillars: governance, technology, and pillar, and society as a pillar. In that particular, many of these components are already highlighted in NGP Plan 2022, where there is a vision statement along with the strategy to drive upon the best practices, global best practices, in order to strengthen the national geospatial landscape. One such global practice is GGIM IGIF, which is very clear stated in aims and strategies of the document. If you look at the components of this particular policy on the left-hand side, in order to have the lineage and connectedness with various ministries of the federal structure, there is a provision of GDPDC, which is basically Geospatial Promotion and Development Committee, where it will also with time will suggest upon strategies to adopt and for the updation of the technological developments which are taking place. Main focus in terms of the implementation, in terms of the milestones arising out of the document, policy document, say 2025, 2030, 2035, responsibility lies with the mapping agencies. But there is also very well defined participation of the private sector in order to bring the disruptive technologies into the process framework in order to leverage the global economy. Now, I will not get much into this particular document since focus is on IGIF. So some of these documents which are widely available on GGIM website, which is one is overarching strategy, why we need to adopt IGIF, then implementation guide, which talks about 3 pillars and 9 strategic pathways, and then finally coming up with how to come up with, after assessment, how to come up with country-level action plans. And very interesting thing we find out, particularly in the recent annual session, that was a 20th annual session, that we are moving slowly, even ahead of IGIF, to move toward future geospatial landscape, where there is a provision, seems to be there is a provision to move from SDI to SOS, which is system of system integration. So since IGIF, one of the objectives of IGIF implementation is to create awareness. So in order to create the awareness among the stakeholders, it is very important to go through the website of GGIM. You can see the sessions, you can see the mandate, objectives, thematic networks, academic networks, private player networks, and very good section along with the documents, technical documents, and country-level documents. Now, this is what we assessed for Indian geospatial landscape. So mainly our focus was on technology and people. Since in governance, when you see governance and institution, so what it stipulates is that there should be a governing body, there should be coordination unit, there should be working groups, and within those institutions, there should be effort to be made in order to bring the value proposition. Value proposition, how do you derive the benefits over implementation of IGIF in a particular institution? This is very well documented, and this we have is many proven case studies in India where adaptation of an earth observation system, how does it help the farmers to increase their productivity, and also the, catch the fish in the ocean, and it helps to find out the geoplanktons and go to the fishing grounds. And this is how their livelihoods are sustained, and this information is important. Policy and legal framework, already some legislation policy formulated and already there in a public domain, which talks about democratization and access of data. So a lot of data is being declared open in last 2-3 years. Now, coming back to detailed assessment, what we did around, say, 58 indicators. As this IGIF gives you very detailed indicators in a particular strategic pathway, like in case data, there are a number of around 12 indicators where you can also see how this data is to be stored, how metadata is to be cataloged, starting from the basic nuances to the complexity of the data. All questions are related to that particular strategic pathway is there. So this questionnaire is being disseminated to the mapping agencies, to the academia, to non-government organizations, and also to private player. Now, these are few highlights, what you can see. The IGIF baseline assessment of the whole geospatial landscape. And some of the key insight we can draw from it, that we have a strength in data and innovation. Existing data, which is generated by mapping agencies, namely Survey of India and National Hydrographic Office, and other agencies, including space departments, and also availability of programs from the federal governments in order to push innovation like Atal Incubation Mission for startups. So this is a time, and our response coming from the respondents indicate that these are the two strengths that we should go ahead with it. Definitely, there's a lot of work to be done in other strategic pathways, like as you can see in case of a partnership, in case of communication and engagement, we need to engage with the communities, particularly societies at a grassroots level, be it say farmers organizations or be it say tribal communities living in a tribal protected areas. So there's a lot of engagement which is to be done, and capacity building in terms of say disruptive technologies which are coming, and many industry players have already adopted them: artificial intelligence, blockchain, and even big data analytics. Now, if I read through some of the key insights coming out of the data, as you can see on the left-hand side in a strategic pathway, the questions are around some of these themes, like data sharing, data interoperability. I already talked about them, data inventory. So some of the insights are that national fundamental geospatial data themes are identified. Data custodianship and guidelines have been assigned, but few agencies comply. Need for enhancing data acquisition programs, as there is a high chance of data duplication. Data quality and metadata standards are inconsistent. In innovation, I would like to read the main themes which are there: geospatial innovation strategy, core ICT infrastructure, modernizing data assets, process improvement, national innovation system, and system of systems. System of system is going to be a future landscape which is emanating from innovation and data. The insight drawn are the need for leadership in active innovation group have been identified along with government innovation strategy, which is in place already. SDI and geospatial portal development is undergoing to support sharing, viewing, assessing, and using geospatial information. Although there is a need to have a single portal to give connectivity to n number of portals emanating from the federal agencies, both central and state governments. The government have attempted to integrate some systems, but there are no holistic government plans for integrative technologies. For standards, secure strategic direction and funding for data standards means securing funding is a big challenge to have the infrastructure and also the technology. Raise awareness of geospatial standards among the stakeholders, between the agencies, within the agency. Engage with standard development organizations. For partnership, limited numbers of ad hoc and informal collaborations are present among public sector institutions. Result indicates strong support for policy encouraging public-private partnership in geospatial information to enhance product and service offerings. Cooperation between public sector and academic institution is in its early stages, with potential to leverage scientific and research capabilities identified. India has a gross enrollment ratio in higher education of around 27%, which in absolute terms is a very huge number. But there are not many institutions which are giving interdisciplinary education, especially in geospatial domain. So that's a need of our, along with latest technologies. For capacity and education, the result revealed that capacity building and education strategies are essential for strengthening organizational capabilities, emphasizing the role of on-job training, study tours, and fellowship programs in maintaining expertise and facilitating knowledge sharing. Finally, in communication and engagement, the governing body prioritizes communication and stakeholders and users. Respondents recognize the need for dedicated team to enhance engagement strategies. While stakeholder engagement is developing, it remains limited and inconsistent. So this is one of the strategic pathways where a lot of attention is required. And I think such kind of conferences or regional programs are much needed. Now, coming back to developing some case studies, we are progressing in this particular domain. We are developing multispectral, multi-temporal data sets integrating as it is envisaged in global statistical geospatial framework, and also an agenda in IGIF to integrate statistical and geospatial information. This is an example coming from National Capital Region, which is one of the largest urban agglomerations in Asia, where the percentage of population urbanization is around 53%. There are a lot of changes in settlement classifications, starting from 1991 to 2001, 2011. Data sets are at state level, sub-district level, sub-district level. There's a requirement to have fine granular data sets at a municipal levels and the village levels. So there is a methodology we adopted, which is again given in UN GGIM prototypes, where area proportional method is be used for data integration. You can see some of the insights coming which are of socio-economic nature, like urbanization, rate of urbanization in a particular administrative unit, workforce participation rate, how it has increased over a period of time in last 30 years, agriculture workforce participation rate, and other work participation rate. Similarly, how does we capture the economic activities at the nighttime, make use of space observation data sets, and finally, find out the nuances of urban growth in National Capital Region, which highlights that there is a nested development, which has both kind of a pattern, endogenous as well as exogenous. So we are developing the case studies in 3 particular areas in India. One is a National Capital Region. Second is, this is Jaipur Development Region, which is a part of another desert state. So we have integrated data sets at village level from 1961 to 2011, 2021 census is delayed, and a dashboard is being prepared, is in process of, it's not finalized, but we are testing it. This is one of the visualization slide, what you see. This is exploratory tools which are available on the dashboard. We are very well aware of socializing the pixels. That is very much related to our ongoing research agenda to bridge the research gap between social sciences and geospatial domain. So we need to have multi-temporal, multi-spatial data integrated with socio-economic data so that we can see how the moment we put a cursor on a particular settlement, how female literacy rate and socio-economic development indexes they change. So these are data sets at various multi-scale and multi-temporal, which we are integrating in our 3 case studies where inventory is being given. And this is the survey that I was talking about in order to assess the IGIF. If you still want to see the design of questionnaire, you can scan it, you can see it. If you're interested to participate, you can also go to the indicators, strategic pathways, and you can participate. If you have any queries, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Punya, for such a comprehensive presentation depicting the status of the strategic IGIF strategic pathways in India, and also very interesting case studies. So moving forward, I'm excited to introduce the next speaker, Dr. Tan Dang, Putra Geospatial Information Agency, VIG of Indonesia, who will present a preliminary study on adopting the UN IGIF in local government with a focus on Indonesia. The floor is all yours, Dr. Tonglang.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues and delegates. Thank you for the opportunity to share our work in Indonesia. My name is Tandang Yuliadi from Geospatial Information Agency, and I also would like to, on behalf of Ihsan and also Associate Professor Heri Sutanta, would like to talk about our preliminary studies regarding adopting UN IGIF in local government. As an introduction, let me review activities of geospatial infrastructure development in Indonesia. It started around the 90s by conducting land resource mapping. We are early adopters of national spatial data infrastructure. And then in 2011, we have stipulated Geospatial Information Law as the basis of GI development nationally. And our recent activities include the utilization of one map portal for decision-making process by national leader. In terms of policy and legal pathway, as I mentioned earlier, that we have the fundamental Geospatial Information Law. There are also 3 presidential decrees which important. First is the decree on the National Geospatial Information Network, which governs the sharing and dissemination of geospatial information through ICT platforms. Secondly, One Data Indonesia Decree that regulates the governance of statistical and geospatial data to support national development planning. And lastly, One Map Policy Decree, which aims to ensure the availability of best and thematic mapping through one geospatial reference, one standard, one database, and one geoportal. The Geospatial Information Network Decree defines the role of ministries, state agencies, and local government, province, districts, and cities in sharing and utilizing geospatial data. As you can see from this diagram, all of them is connected to the National Geoportal, which can be accessed by users. In total, we have more than 600 institutions involved. Now let's go back to our research. The background is to implement the UN IGIF in Indonesia. For the past 2 years, under the direction of Prof. Aris and Dr. Antonius, we introduced the framework to geospatial information stakeholders. We also have produced best practices of IGIF implementation for ministries to tackle national issues such as sustainable oil palm production, and also forest and other land use or FOLUNETSING 2030. However, we also curious, can IGIF also be implemented to support geospatial management in local government? As we know that IGIF initially is for the national government. This study is funded by the Ministry of Education and Culture in 2024. For the methods, we developed a questionnaire consisting of 55 questions divided into 10 sections to assess the importance of indicators from each UN IGIF strategic pathways. We received feedbacks from 103 respondents, which are local government employees working in the agencies related to geospatial field. We collected the data during the Bumandala Awards assessment for local government, which is held in early October. And here are the 10 sections with the number of each indicators. If we look at the respondents' characteristics, we know that most of them are from district agencies. Apparently, only 50% of the respondents know about the UN IGIF. And they are recognized in this year presumably because we already held a National Coordinating Agency meeting to introduce the UN IGIF. In this research, we use partial least square structural equation modeling, or PLS-SEM, to identify the relationship model between IGIF strategic pathway based on the questionnaire result that we were distributed. And the result, we have the R square value around 0.72 that indicates the structural model has moderate predictive ability. The t-statistic and p-value are used to see the level of significance of each latent variable in the engineer's model, which is the UNIGIF strategic pathways. Then the result shows that governance and institutions, data, and capacity and education have a significant influence on use in developing geospatial information. Meanwhile, to identify the actual condition of geospatial information infrastructure, we also developed a 5-question structured interview to 12 local governments. And these interviews describe the state of development of geospatial information infrastructure and also describe the expectation of local governments towards the application of UNIGIF for their geospatial information development. The result shows that there are 3 elements that become obstacle in the development of geospatial information infrastructure in local government, namely institutional arrangement, standard implementation, and availability of human resource. I think regarding the human resource requirement, this is in line with our yesterday discussion about the needs for more surveyors in our field. In conclusion, this study identified that institutional arrangement, standard implementation, and availability of human resource are the main obstacles in geospatial information development in local governments. Therefore, the following IGIF strategic pathways are expected to solve the GI development problems in local government. First, governance and institutional arrangement. Secondly, data, and also the last one is capacity and education. Some respondents also see some strategic pathways of UNIGIF have indirectly beneficial, such as communication and engagement, partnership, and the leadership, which is one of the elements of the institutional arrangement. That's all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Tandang, for your insightful talk on the milestones of geospatial information infrastructure in Indonesia and its alignment with the IGIF strategic pathways. Moving forward to the next presentation, I would like to introduce Mr. Ravi Shankar, Head GIS, Center for Health, World Health Organization, and Vice Chair, GGIM, UN Global Network, who will discuss the use of IGIF framework to support the geo-enablement of health information systems. Their presentation will explore how geospatial data integration can enhance health system efficiency and decision making. Over to you, Mr. Ravi.
Is this what I need to press? Next slide. Okay. 4 back. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Ravi Shankar. I'm the head of the GIS Center in WHO. Might be you guys are thinking, what does health has to play a role here? That too in IGIF. It's like this, right? When we were young, when we were kids, we went to the school and the teacher everybody would have had this situation where you have to take a comprehension exam. Like the teacher will give a scenario or an object or something, you need to write like 100,000 words of that, right? So it's like this, I would have prepared on something else, and tomorrow when I go to the exam, they will ask totally different thing. Like, that's what I'm going to do here, right? I have studied, for example, I studied about coconut tree, but the exam is on cow. So I'll write everything about coconut tree. I'll say, oh, coconut tree will give us water, tender coconut water, it will give us so much things. And finally, I'll say one word. Oh, might be the cow will be tied to the coconut tree. So that's what I'm going to do here. Let's see how health and IGIF is going to match together. So before that, I come from the WHO GIS Center for Health. I'll just take this slide to introduce ourselves. What do we do actually? We have a vision in WHO on geospatial health. The vision is to connect maps, apps, data, and people together. So with that vision, because that's very simple, right? I'm dealing with non-technical people, like non-geospatial people, like medical doctors and epidemiologists and other things. So we came up with this vision so that everybody could understand connecting maps, apps, people, and data together to make a decision in a very, very healthy way. And we work in 3 areas. We have a big team of people. We just launched 2 years ago, and we have close to now 48 people in our team, based in 20 different countries and responding to health emergencies from Gaza to Ukraine to Haiti to Myanmar, Sudan, South Sudan, Niger, Mali. So the need for geospatial in the area of health is so huge, which was not there like 20 years ago. Maybe there was a need, but it was not felt that much. I'm going to talk about this initiative we started a few years ago. It's called as GHFD. It's Geolocated Health Facility Data Initiative. It's very simple. Every country, there are 194 member states who are part of WHO. So we want to have a registry, one registry for each country. That registry made public. And we also want to make sure the country has the capacity to update it, maintain it, and collect new data set as it comes. Because it's very transactional, right? New facilities, facilities come, facilities close, all transactions happen on a regular basis. So it needs to be constantly updated and maintained. And then we'd like to have a global directory. These 3 put together is this whole initiative. I like to give this example. I show this example in many places. It is about service delivery. I tell this example to many people. I even ask people, what is the commonality between McDonald's and a health facility? Is there any commonalities? Of course, being from WHO, if somebody asks me, oh, McDonald's, it's unhealthy food, right? But when you travel in countries where there's presence of McDonald's or KFC or any other things, I've seen this myself. I live in Switzerland, in Geneva. You go there, it says 5 minutes from here, the nearest McDonald's. You go in some other road, it says 2 minutes from here, there's McDonald's. It means they've really figured it out well, what is the exact right location to put the health facility. They exactly know. But when it comes, the food outlet, but when it comes to the health, we are seeing the health facilities are by chance, not by choice. It's very sad. So many studies are saying that people are crossing health facilities, not even noticing that. So there's a real problem there, right? And it also gives us an opportunity. It's a geospatial problem. And geospatial can help to solve it. This example shows, so where it says H, those are the locations of health facilities. So the closer you are, it means the chances for service delivery is better. Still, the mother need to take the child to the nearest facility. The farther you are, that is red. It means they are underserved. They are under-immunized. They are vulnerable population in our scenario. So to do this, we need only 5 things. I tell most of the work, what we do, depends on these 5 things. We need a good satellite imagery, the recent one, high resolution. Then we need to know where people live. So we need to know the building footprints with spatial population. That's the second thing we need. The third thing, what we need is the locations of our health facilities. We need to know where our health facilities are. The fourth thing, what we need is to do the drive time analysis. We need to know the roads and what are the barriers, what are the modes of transportation which could make it possible for them to reach there. And the fifth one is the drive time analysis. So if you are able to do these 5 things together, we can achieve the service optimization. Then as WHO, where should we focus? Should we collect all the road data set? Should we collect the satellite imagery? That's not our business. Somebody else is already helping us. So we got into this to see, can we have a reference list for every country? Being the UN, there are different UN agencies. WHO goes, the first thing they do is they start collecting the list of health facilities. Then we have UNICEF. UNICEF goes to a country, they'll also having their own facility. Then UNFPA. Every program, every project, sometimes the donors are very tired. There's multiple lists of facilities in the country. This is what we are trying to address here. Very simple. 194 countries, I said. What are we asking? What is our ask? Our ask is, let's take these 3 parameters. The name of the facility, the type of facility, the location of facility with a unique ID. Made public in a ministry's website. This is our thing, so that everybody can depend on this one thing. And we also put this cube. So we did landscape analysis for multiple countries, and we wanted to place the country within the cube. Our idea is they should be at the dot on blue in the top. But they could be in any place, right? It means the data set could be available, might be somebody has to pay to get the data set. Or the data set is available for humanitarian community or some group of people. Or you might have a good data set in the country, but it is 5 years old. So we started doing this analysis at, I think we did 48 countries or 50 countries globally, we did this. And we published a report on this. So that to understand the landscape, where do they stand? This is where I think the IGIF framework, when we encountered IGIF framework, because as part of the UN network, I got exposed to this IGIF framework. We thought that might be this is a perfect fit for our use case. So we stole from there, and we little bit modified, not much. There are nine pathways. We joined together 1 or 2 pathways, and we had 7 pathways. And each pathways for us means a lot of value. And that is how we handle the whole project. For example, governance and policy. Like, who is the owner of this health facility data set in a country? Naturally, everybody here, and I also thought that maybe it's the Ministry of Health. It is not true. In many countries, there's a different line ministry which is actually managing this. In one country, it was actually Ministry of Economic and Finance, because they're paying for all the health facilities and staff salaries and everything. Actually, they're managing it. In some countries, it's ICT who's managing it. So this is why the framework is such an important thing. We realize that this can make a big difference for us. Who is the owner of the data set? Who is the custodian of the data set? Because we want to discuss access, right? We want to make this data set completely public. Then who can make the decision? Same way, there are each of the pathways, we went through it, and we also put a global structure on this. Global level, what should the role the global team should play? The regional level, I have my colleague here, Aprajita. So in the Sierra region, Southeast Asian region, they have a role to play, and countries have a role to play. Ministry of Health have a role to play. Other ministries have a role to play. And our implementing partners, private entities and other people have to play. As part of this project, we made a decision that WHO will not physically go and collect any data set. That is not our role. That role should be with the ministries and partners who are already there in the country who can help them. So our role is more normative. Our role is to fundraise for the project. Our role is to set standards globally so that every country has an interoperable data set. I just took this example. So many countries have done work. We are making a lot of progress. It's not an overnight project. To me, it's like 5 to 10 years project. It's a long-term project. One example on how actually the landscape analysis, how we are using the IGIF framework. So we did analysis, and then finally when we are presenting to the ministry, we are saying, hey, for this pathway, if you change this one thing or these 2 things, you will make progress towards achieving that. What is our goal? Our goal is to make it fully public, up to date, and good quality, timely accuracy data set is what we want to have. I just showed one example. So along with this, also there's a funding pathway, right? We had the sustainability funding pathway. So for every country where we worked, we put this scorecard. We call it a scorecard. So this is an African region. Only there's 8 million population. It's a small country. And then there's only 15,000 facilities, public, private, everything put together. So then when we analyze, might be they need a website, might be one ministry has a website, this has to be put there, somebody needs to collect it, might be 70% is already collected, or it's already collected, it needs to be validated. All these things have to happen, right? So in each pathways, we identified various activities, then we consolidated everything together. This is just an example for like this we did for multiple countries. Then I'm just going to show 1 or 2 slides, then I'll stop on this. So how did we deal with the sustainability pathway? That is for financing part. So what we did is we did some analysis, and this looks a very complex slide, right? When I put a slide like this, people think it is very serious and they take it like that. But the idea here is we did some research on this to see how do we achieve, to do such a big project, you need to have financial sustainability, both at the global, regional, and at the national level with the ministries. It means we need to raise funds for this activity. We also mapped all the donors part of this pathway. We mapped all of them, whom we think are the potential people who would support this activity. So we divided them into 3 tiers, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and we put them there, and then we started socializing with them. But we didn't want to do that. We wanted the ministry to do this. So we built some assets for the ministry. We built some toolkits and other things. So the toolkits, these are the toolkits, we built them. So there's a frequency asked questions. There's actually a donor toolkit. So when they wanted to write a proposal to the donor, we are helping them on that. So we are doing also matchmaking. Sometimes we have big donors like World Bank, Gavi, Global Fund. So for example, Gavi is supporting many countries as their priority. Then what we take is, we take that scorecard and go to Gavi and say, hey, looks like these countries, looks like your interest countries. Why don't you invest in these countries for the self-facility data initiative? So our role was more to make this handshake between the ministries and the donor, because any donor wants to invest in that country because they are interested to work with them. But we are going with a good concrete project there. This is my last slide. I stop here. I'm saying, yeah, identifying your health facility begins with a good geolocated health data facility data initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravi. You did a great job tying the cow to the palm tree. Thank you indeed for the very insightful perspective on the significance of a framework like IGIF, especially for the healthcare sector. And I am sure that it can be beneficial for many other sectors in a similar way. So now we have a very interesting panel discussion lined up on the IGIF implementation strategy and approach. Over the discussion, we potentially explore the key strategies and methodologies for successful implementation of IGIF. And for this, I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Dr. Zafar Mohammed, who is the chair of GGIM Private Sector Network, to please come up on the stage and take the discussion, the panel discussion ahead from here. Dr. Zafar.
Namaste. Good day. Again, it's a great privilege to chair this panel discussion on UN-IGIF implementation strategy and approach. We have a esteemed panel. We thought that the topic is very important, so we want to bring different domain of experts on the stage. I'll now invite David Henderson from UK, from Ordnance Survey. David, are you here? Please join us. Dr. Victor Koo from Singapore. Ms. Marie Wilson from Geoscience Australia. Ms. Yumi Nafe from Tonga. Ms. Mazane Hicks from Fiji. Professor K.S. Rajan from India. Last but not the least, Mr. Sanjay Kumar from India. Looks like a convocation giving degrees. Huh? While the panelists are taking chairs, we have a small interaction. We'd like you to, can we have the scanner, please? We'll do another short Mentimeter that gives us content for the panel discussion. So this scanning code is for those who would require the Wi-Fi connection. Is everyone connected for the Wi-Fi? Yes? Okay. Now can we have the Mentimeter, please? Yeah. So this Wi-Fi, sorry, this scan is for to get into the survey, the Mentimeter, and this one is, yeah, excellent, thank you. So those who are not able to scan, you can go to your web browser and type menti.com, and then you can use the code 4449382. It's there. 444, it's there on top. 4449382. If you're not able to scan, you can go to the web browser and say menti, M-E-N-T-I, menti.com. That's 4449382. Excellent. Okay, the first question. From your perspective, what does the UN IGIF framework mean to you? The word cloud. Then we can respond on what the event is. You can participate, no worries. There's no unconscious bias here. So you can type word, what does IGIF? Progress. Excellent. Solution. Structure. Guidance. There you go. It varies. Looks like guidance, standard, is the most common keyword that we are picking up. There you go. Excellent. Thank you. I was just worried that no one says that it's going to pay my mortgage. That's good. Excellent. Next. We have 9 pathways of UN IGIF. by this time. James had done a great job introducing the framework. So we have 9 pathways. Now, each one of you would take each pathway in a different way because the requirements are quite different. So we'd like to know from you, like, what is your priority for pathways? There are 9 pathways. So if you can rank them, that'll be great. Data, standards, governance. Interesting. Everyone is rich. No one wants finance, huh? Sixth. Interesting. I'm very impressed. Standards is on top. Now, governance. There's a tough fight between data and standards, and it's very close to governance and institutions, and standards takes over. Sorry, I got the Melbourne Cup tone over here. Excellent. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Because we are all scientists, I thought of giving a little bit of a challenge here. So you have the GGIM, which is the member states. And then in the GGIM architecture, you have the thematic networks, such as the private sector network. You just hear our colleague from the UN network, Geospatial Network, Ravi speak. That's called UN Thematic Geospatial Network. We have the academic network as well as the geospatial societies. Okay, so these are the thematic networks. And we have 9 pathways. And you could put a relationship where they are all observer status, but these are important thematic networks. Where do you think the role of these networks, you can scale their support in order to see the implementation where relevant. So there's a sliding bar scale, so you can move them on your mobile phone and then you can see where these networks are relevant. In which pathway? By the way, I have to declare, I don't have any shares in the Mentimeter company. It's good. It's all clustered, and every pathway is important, and they want all the networks to concentrate on all the pathways. That's quite an interesting verdict there. Good. That gives a proof that we have a lot of scientists in the room. Excellent. Thank you. Next question, and I think it's the last one, is how do we scale the impact of implementing UN-IGIF? Yes, we have developed country-level action plans. Implementation will happen. Where do you see that impact is coming across? Is that more by implementing IGIF, we're going to get an economic benefit? Is that the reason? That's what you see the impact? Is it around the geospatial maturity, creation of jobs? It's going to reduce cost by implementing framework. Is it going to create sustainable funding so that we have more and more funds and perennial funds to manage and do geospatial? But it's also an important tool for measuring SDGs. Where do you think that impact when you implement IGIF will come across? Okay. Excellent. Thank you very much for your participation there. And now we'll turn back to our panel, and we have experts from different domains, from academia, private sector, government, but also variation of geographies, small countries, large countries, island countries. So let's hear from them. So I'll start with Ms. Yumi from Tonga. You have been you finished a country-level action plan, IGIF, and you've been involved in it. What do you see in the next 2 to 3 years is the strategy to implement? What are the challenges and opportunities you see from Tonga's experience on IGIF?
Thank you so much. Like Zafar mentioned, that Tonga has completed its country-level action plan. The conversations for the development of the action plan started in 2018. We completed our draft in 2022, and we had this approved by Cabinet in the same year. By September of 2023, we had our final version, and this was what was launched in our country and was finalized for implementation. So as of now, you would expect us to start implementation. But based on the stakeholder workshops and baseline surveys, we decided in Tonga that within the 9 strategic pathways, this was too much for us to cover. And we ended up prioritizing, and we chose only 4 of the strategic pathways to focus on, which was governance and institutional arrangements, policy and legal frameworks, data, and capacity building. So these are the 4 that we chose to focus on. However, implementation has been quite difficult in Tonga. Even though the plan has been prepared, we have low funds and we have low capacity to do this implementation. Funding is a huge issue in Tonga. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, which led the development of the action plan and is leading in the implementation as well, does not have the means to support the implementation. So we're currently seeking the interest of donors to fund these activities. And without funds, we're also short on resources, especially in human resources. We currently don't have a project management unit, a PMU, which we think is really essential at this point because the current staff within the ministry are all technical staff. And to have this implementation done properly, we think that it is essential to have some sort of management come in to take the lead. So in order to have this PMU set up, we actually need the funds. At the same time, in order to approach the donors and convince them that the action plan is very important, we need to have a communication plan. So that the important messages and the priorities get across. So this is something that we need to prepare before approaching donors. So these are some of the challenges that we've been facing in terms of implementation. Something that's not money related, but is a contributing factor to the delay of our implementation in Tonga would be, I guess, poor knowledge sharing within the involved members of the teams. So throughout the journey from discussing discussing the action plan to developing it and to implementing it. We've had people come in and out. Over time, as people move to pursue other opportunities, we bring new people in. And as people come in, we need to ensure that we all have that same understanding, why certain actions are prioritized over others, why, who are the stakeholders that we've communicated with, and what sort of level of understanding do these people have. So there's that importance of having the same understanding on what we're trying to achieve. But in Tonga's case, as we were working, I guess in the journey of developing the action plan, we sort of lacked in documenting our journey. And I think this is one of the key challenges that we face at the moment, is because we have different understandings of what's happening. I think I'd like to emphasize the importance of documenting your journey if you're developing your action plan. I think this is something that you really need to do. I also think one of the challenges that we faced, not in the implementation, but in the development phase of our action plan. I wasn't actually part of the team that was that developed the action plan, but as I asked around to people who were there before me, I was like, okay, how did you find using the IGIF to create our action plan? A lot of the responses that I heard from the team was, oh, the IGIF was quite a wordy document, and it was quite hard to understand. And at the same time, they also said, oh, the language was not easy to understand. And I think that at that point, I could understand as a member country where our first language is not English. I think for us, simplicity is the preference. If a lot of us back at home, well, English is not our first language, so we do prefer to have documents that are easy to understand. Sure. Nothing too wordy, that's easy to follow. So I hope this is something that that you would take into consideration. I know the IGIF framework has different versions now it's developed, but at the time that we were using it, it was quite difficult for us to understand. So yeah, I think this was some of the challenges that we had.
Thanks. Thank you very much. I think it's a very important point. I think the point taken is keep it simple, and we always use jargons in our technical field, but it's also, as English is not first language for many people, but also there's translation. But I think the majority of the users who use English as a language is to make it simple. I think that feedback I definitely will pass it on to the colleagues there. Excellent. I'd like to now move on, while we are in the same geography in the Pacific, move on to Ms. Hicks from Fiji. She's also the rapporteur for the UN GGIM at the global level, and also on the board of EB, Executive Board of Asia Pacific. Fiji has developed an action plan as well. And where do you see the reflections across? Is it same as Tonga, or you see other challenges and opportunities from a Fiji's perspective, especially from an implementation side?
Thank you very much, Zafar. In terms of Fiji's journey towards developing the country action plan, just to provide an update, we have completed the action plan itself, but as part of our government system, we need to get it through to cabinet. That's something that we need to ensure before we implement. And one of the things that we had noted with this was the competing priorities within our own ministry to be able to get this through to cabinet. And we see that as one of the challenges in terms of Fiji's experience. And I also agree with what Yume had mentioned in terms of the jargon in the document itself, the IGIF, and also the exercise that we had gone through to develop our country action plan. While we had support from agencies across government with the development of a country action plan, the team that was set up to take this work on board are mostly technical people, and our understanding on the reason for every step of the development of the country action plan in terms of the needs assessment, the gap analysis, the SWOT and the pest analysis, to be able to understand why we are going through those steps in order to come to the stage, and this is how you formulate a country action plan based on those steps.
Yep.
I think that's something that for us as technical people try to wrap our heads around. But we were fortunate enough that we had the patience of Dr. Leslie Arnold to guide us through those phases. It took a bit of time, but we managed to get through that. But one of the things that we saw from the IGIF, it really opened our eyes to see that not only Fiji is going through these issues with geospatial information and how we can strengthen our geospatial arrangements. And the IGIF really provided that guidance to some of the challenges that we were facing. And for us in Fiji, we are using all the 9 strategic pathways, but we are focusing on specific actions for each pathway to be able to strengthen our geospatial arrangements. So from Fiji's perspective, that's from our side. If you don't mind, I'd like to put on my Pacific hat as the Vice Chair for the Pacific Geospatial and Surveying Council. 2 weeks ago, we had a plenary back in Suva, and a lot of the member states that were present there, there were 14 member states, were very keen on getting to know what the IGIF was all about. They were looking forward to working on developing their own country action plan, but many of them did not know what it was all about. And so the awareness from the global level down to the regional and then to the individual member states, I think that's something that we can look at, and maybe even the Asia-Pacific region can look at in terms of how we can strengthen the awareness to these small island states on how they can leverage the IGIF and develop their own country action plan. Because they've heard from Fiji and Tonga what we are doing, and they want to also have something for their own country because they see the need, but they actually don't really know and understand what it's all about.
Yep.
So, I mean, that's something I thought I'd just bring to this panel as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Zain. I think this is interesting to see how the Pacific Islands, especially with the member state, 40 member states, are trying to see what's the next steps that they would like to do, but also it's about, again, emphasizing the part of keep it simple and how do we communicate to other ministries so it's able to create the awareness is some actions that are required. And the high-level group has a team and there's a communication team, and then we'll pass on this to them definitely. Moving south to Australia, Marie. You have observed the speakers from Pacific Island countries are neighbors to Australia. Where do you see this IGIF from Australian perspective, but of course Australia, New Zealand and Pacific Island? What's the role Australia would like to play, especially implementation of IGIF from its own perspective, but also the neighboring countries? Your reflection.
Thanks, Safar. I think the Australian perspective is quite different. We have not created a country-level action plan. In fact, I think if we tried to, we would have a lot of resistance. Trying to get all of our departments on the same page about delivering a common outcome is actually quite difficult. What we started with was actually the coalition of the willing between Geoscience Australia, the National Mapping Organisation, and the Bureau of Statistics as a joint enterprise to almost pilot what an IGIF might look like. Each of the organisations interacts with other parts of government in different ways. So from a national mapping perspective, we're heavily involved with environment and those kinds of organisations, whereas statistics is much more involved with the social sciences. So between us, we had really great dialogues across government. I'd actually say that the spatially savvy departments have been the last to come on board. It's been the departments and the organisations who, when we talk to them about how location can be the underpinning of their data and how they can bring their data together with the statistical data, for example, all of a sudden opens up a new world for them. They're the ones that are coming on board with what an IGI is. We don't use the term IGI or IGI framework when we're talking to these people because we're generally talking about their outcome. What are you trying to do? We're trying to target areas of disadvantage. They're talking about a location. We know that, but we're not talking to them in that language. So I guess the learning from us and conversations that we'd love to have, with our partners in the Pacific, it's not to say that a country-level action plan is not right, but if it's not working, maybe there are other ways of tackling it. Because, you've seen the Digital Atlas of Australia, that's the technological front end of our IGI. It's working really well because of those partnerships. So all of those priorities up there, for us, it's the governance. And the governance for us is different between us and each of the partners. It's not one size fits all because each department has different privacy issues with their data. They have data stored in different ways, etc. So trying to implement a one size fits all standard on them doesn't work. What we have to do is set quality standards and things like that. So we actually have different governance with each organisation, but fundamentally that gives us the confidence that we can keep delivering the outcomes from the platform and from the IGI capability.
Thanks, Marie. I think it's a different perspectives, right? All fingers are not same, right? It's about the variations, and we heard from Marie that the way Australia is dealing with is because of the structure. She used the word coalition of the willing. It's not about the mandate. It's bringing everyone in the journey and also use different sort of vocabulary to get in the buy-in from the jurisdictions to work through. And it's also the Digital Atlas of Australia as a technology could also be an enabler for cooperation in the region is what Marie has summarized. Moving to Singapore, the smart nation, that's what the vision is. Dr. Victor Khoo is also the Vice President of the Asia Pacific, and also he is the chair of the Land Administration Group at the UN GGIM globally. Dr. Victor Khoo, you have this, obviously Singapore is a small country, but you have developed digital twins, you use that for governance, but how do you see the IGIF playing that role in modernizing and keeping and sustaining that high reliance on digital twins, virtual Singapore? How do you see those reflections and how do you use IGIF for that?
Thank you, Dr. Zafar, for the question. So in Singapore, we have come a long way. I think we started with Land Data Hub, sharing of land data, and we have moved on to nsdi about 16 years ago. This has been in place, and the data and information sharing among the agencies in this framework. But having said that, these are all mostly regulatory data sets. They are mostly 2D. And from the demand perspective, and Smart Nation the Green Plan. So there are many national initiatives that demand new data type. So we have moved on to capturing new data sets from a mapping program. So these are the program that capture high resolution, consistent, complete data set across whole Singapore. And we took the opportunity to also upgrade, improve the consistency, the resolution of the mapping data. And these data sets are actually very powerful, very effective for us to go into developing the digital twin for Singapore. So they are 3D, they are captured using the latest technology. And we have not started to look into the usage of IGIF at this point of time, but I personally believe that IGIF will help us in going back to look at all the data that we have, the different roles that agencies are playing, and we want to relook into this because currently agencies are mainly supplying or sharing data from their own agencies from the regulatory perspective. My agency, who is a central agency for mapping, is doing the additional stuff, on top of this. And of course, I think we all know that there are many more work that we need to look at. The 3D mapping data set is just one part of it. We should look into collecting IoT data and many other types of new modern advanced data set from remote sensing to be collated, to be coordinated for the whole government in order for us to move on with smart nations project, such as autonomous mobile robots, supporting that program, supporting autonomous vehicle program, and many other things. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Victor. It's around, you said you're not using IGIF as per this thing, but they are all related to what you're doing, but you don't use it as a mechanism or a framework, but they are all implicit in what you're doing and achieving it as a smart nation is a summary there. It's also interesting to see that around the digital side is bringing around the fifth industrial revolution, the IoTs and robotics is going forward, and it's a governance challenge always, and you need to adapt this modernization there. Thank you. Now we'll just move to Europe a bit and get David's view around how's Europe responding to IGIF. David is also the co-chair of the UN GGIM Europe region.
Try that. Very good. Thank you, Zafar, and thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the panel and to share some insights on behalf of UN GGIM in Europe. I think it's really difficult to speak for the whole of Europe in one go, right? And I think Dr. Tangdang earlier on, when he was presenting from Indonesia, gave a really great insight to the long history of developing geospatial infrastructure in one nation or one member state. And I think that's very true across Europe as well. Very few countries in Europe are facing the building of a geospatial infrastructure for the first time at the moment. Many are building on decades of both national data infrastructure and frameworks, and indeed in some cases pan-continental, pan-regional data frameworks at a European level, and so we're building on a strong base. I think probably one thing that's just coming out of the panel discussion a little bit and from your Mentimeter earlier, I think in almost every case across Europe I would observe the conversation that's happening between the technical disciplines and the policy disciplines. And and not so much making the case for IGIF itself, but using the principles that sit in IGIF to make the case for geospatial infrastructure as part of mainstream development. And you're doing that in a landscape of increasing awareness of the importance of data policy, digitalization, AI, and indeed space. And I say that probably at almost every national level, but also across the region at a European level. Within Europe and within UN GGIM as a group, you heard James Norris talk a little bit earlier on. James is the chair of the working group for IGIF in Europe. We've got a very clear plan and a set of activities based around that. We recognize that regionally there is experience and knowledge that we're keen to share, but increasingly learn. So a lot of the sessions we're having between member states, 31 member states in Europe, is to learn from one another, but also to do that increasingly on a global scale. And I think it, is some applaud for the workshop that we're having this afternoon in the conversation to share those experiences on a global basis. Much of the work that we're doing within Europe, we try and promote through webinars. Within the Europe region, we've successfully held a number of webinars exploring the opportunities and some of the challenges around, if you like, selling, developing, implementing the IGIF. The webinars we've held this year have attracted really quite large audiences, and not just 100 participants, but 100 participants coming from 40 to 50 member states on a global basis. And I think it just shows the kind of global appetite really to share and learn from one another. I think just in sort of two final points, I guess, is I said earlier on, it's important to set the IGIF in the context of something. Within the UK, we tried to use the IGIF as the backdrop for UN GGIM's work in climate resilience. So using it in a thematic way, as well as developing generic national infrastructure. And I think there is still an opportunity for us to do more of that going forward. And I think just generally within Europe, there are two sort of, I feel like, additional themes that as a region we think are really important. One is diversity and inclusion, and really making sure that we're baking diversity and inclusion, or inclusion and diversity, into every aspect of UN GGIM and the work packages we take forward. And the second one is around the role of the private sector. And I say that really consciously, not just the private sector network, but more broadly, how we include the private sector in some of the discussions going forward so far. Thank you.
Thanks, David. What we heard was, I think the use of webinars, I think is one of the ways. I think our colleagues said about the awareness. It's about webinars, bring knowledge exchange, and also it's more cheaper to connect people as well. But I think it's interesting angle you mentioned about the IGIF on climate resilience, but also to see the profession from diversity and inclusion, which are very main points, and it's been utilized for to focus on these sort of important issues that we all face. But also it's excellent, and also as a chair of the private sector network, it's music to my ears that it's not just the network, it's the private sector, how can they contribute to this? Thanks for your summary there. We'll move on to the academic side and invite Professor Rajan, who was also one of the conveners on the UN World Geospatial Congress that he delivered with his fantastic team. Professor Rajan, you see from academic perspective, I think the points that came from our previous speakers, especially from Pacific, is around the capacity building, right? Innovation. That part of the IGF is important, but you can also touch upon the other pathways. What's your reflection from an academic perspective? How can academia help strengthening the framework?
Thank you. Well, I think, I'm not from the government, neither representing any organization that actually does this, but then from a kind of a bird's eye view or a telescopic view, kind of a far off view at what organizations do and how do you equip them to do some of these things is what my strength possibly is. And then I'll touch upon that. So if you look at the IGIF framework, I would not like to look at the top governance for now. I think in my view, while I do advocate policy and talk about environmental policy in my research, but I would actually think that in this context, this is far more important for us to look at. Interestingly, I find that graph of 9 cubes that are there. If you look at data, standards, and capacity building, and if you connect them, it forms like a V. Essentially, I think we will succeed if you do these 3 well. And those 3 essentially have evolved over the last 2 decades in very, very rapid strides. Giving one example of some kind of a network that actually did this way back in 1980s. Anybody of you who works in land use would realize that Europe, for example, started a network called CORIN, okay, for basically putting together land use maps of all the European countries. And I was involved from a land use perspective or from an international activity with many of them. And I used to visit them in late 90s. And though it was signed in 1985, I think till 2000, almost a decade and a half, there was not one concerted map of land use or land cover across Europe. Okay, it took a long time to understand the definitions of each other's, why people were calling different names for forests or different ways of defining a forest or other kinds of land covers and so on. Okay, so coming back to Asia Pacific, and in this context to the question that was raised by the moderator, the point here is that one of the things that I think we also require is, I mean, as a country, India itself is very diverse, not just in terms of language, the culture and things like that, but also in terms of governance. For example, a lot of agricultural or education, health was one that was discussed earlier today. All of these are governed by the states as much as by the federal government, right? So there is variety. And if you look at the Asia Pacific, I think some points kind of came up. There is diversity in terms of language, in terms of understanding, in terms of semantics to the meaning of a lot of geospatial objects. These geospatial objects have very different semantic local meanings, and you kind of codify them and then say, kind of try to fit this. It's like fitting a square inside a circle, right? Oh, sorry, a circle inside a square, which you cannot. Right? So this is essentially what is happening. And so I think there's a place for us to kind of get together and kind of possibly use this Asia Pacific network to build a network of understanding individual experiences in whatever small, big that you're able to do in a particular thematic area, and use that thematic area to help develop frameworks that can actually then mirror the IGIF framework and then help build proof of concepts that people can actually learn from. And I think that kind of workshops is what we should possibly look at. And I was discussing this with the host Survey of India to essentially say that maybe next year, summer, July or so, we should possibly get people together on one thematic. I'll reason out why I want that, if I have 1 or 2 more minutes. Yep. See, there were discussion that people talked about, I think, in the context of the geospatial evolution of information. It was also talked about that in terms of we need data science or AI or geo AI that we talk now, right? All of this essentially talks about intelligence, right? But interestingly, intelligence only comes when you integrate. You are integrating different things coming from different perspectives, and that integration requires a lot of understanding. So going back a step, 3 decades or 4 decades ago, people only looked at data and the use of the data. And most of us, disciplinarily or department-wise, are still very focused on how to create good data that I can use in my department. A line department that looks at water networks versus some other line departments that's there, right? But on the other hand, what we need to communicate to them is this data comes in by integrate. So a railway, for example, a water pipeline network can cut across a road network. So you do need road data at the same time. You also need understanding of elevation that might come from the topographic agency that's there in your country, right? So integration across departments is not for the sake of trading off data, but for a key thematic outcome, right? And as one example that was mentioned regarding both, I think, Singapore and Europe, you mentioned about climate resilience, he mentioned about greening, right? In any of these thematics, people see value. And when you show that value, the integration will be very natural, and then the intelligence that is needed to build these things together can be an evolving framework that we can look at, right? Can we build such things, and can we use such workshops to actually build such proof of concepts, however Regionally, they may be small or big, doesn't matter, but to actually show that it can be transferable, interoperable, not in terms of data, but transferable of these models of ideas that have been built is something that I think we should start looking at. If we do that, then I think the scaling up or the spread of this knowledge can become a little more faster. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Rajan. Very inspiring. In modern day terms or vocabulary, I think what you're saying is call for action. Let's do a geo hackathon of IGIF. Let's get the folks, roll their sleeves, make things and get action around. And probably that's a message also to Dr. Lee, is that there's an offer here that allows us to really come into some actionable items, and that's the need of the hour. And I like the way you articulated that, that everyone has a problem, but when you bring all these line departments, the thematic output, it generates value, and integration is natural. So those are the golden words that I have captured from yourself as a good student. And now we move on to Sanjay Kumar, who was a former chair of GGIM, private sector network, in fact, its founder. He was also founder of World Geospatial Industry Council and many more hats. He's an evangelist. Sanjay, I would like to ask you this particular question because you all bring us together anywhere in the world. I think every location you have visited. Now, you have been watching this community as an evangelist. How do you see this IGIF becoming a reality in implementation? And you have invested a lot of time from GKI. Your reflections, please.
First of all, thank you very much, Jafar, for inviting me. And this is an occasion. I feel sometimes being part of the community and being outside the community, and my views are like that. So someone who is inside and outside as per the convenience or the need. So first of all, let me actually thank, I think in 2009 when GGIM discussion started, at least we have two faces here who were in that original meeting. Lee Pangde is sitting here, we were together in 2009 for the discussions, and so is Eom sitting here, and then also the government of Korea, which hosted the first kickoff meeting of the GGIM in 2010. So, and why I'm bringing this up, because in that 2010 meeting, we took an industry government workshop, and that was a big challenge for this industry to, this community to accept the industry. I remember there was a heated exchange, and then the discussion why the hell industry is here even. And we had senior executives of the industry participating in Korea at that time. And then we put a lot of efforts to bring again a group of CEOs in 2018. I think from Jack Denjamin to Steve Berglund to every CEO of the company which matters was in United Nations for discussions on the private sector engagement. Now let's look at the IGIF, the question he has brought to me. So I was paying attention to the, the voting which was going. So first answer was standards, second answer was standards, third answer was guidance, and fourth was economic. Great. But how do you bring that standards to the economy? Have we even thought of that economic value chain? Or what is that value chain which will bring those standards? So in my opinion, everybody will interpret IGIF in their own way. And that will be, actually interpretation will be also driven by the expectations. There is something which is all of us have a hidden, anticipation, which is expectation. But before we get there in terms of defining our expectations, we also get into acknowledgement, appreciation, and anticipation. What is possible? You don't have an expectation without making an assessment of possibilities. So when I look at IGIF, I've been hearing about country action plans. Is this country action plans is a aggregation of information in terms of reporting what is the status of the nation in terms of those principles or pathways of IGIF, or is it implementation of IGIF? I would say currently it is more at the level of reporting that what we are already doing and where what action of our is actually fitting into that IGIF pathways or principles. So for me, IGIF is a kind of model, a guiding model, which you can use. It's a very clear defined process, principles, and practices. And you can actually define this to create a geospatial strategy for national development. And this is the national development which actually bring the regional development or the sustainable global development. So I would say that use this as a broad model of guiding principles and values which one should adopt in developing a national geospatial strategy. And every country will have a different type of national geospatial strategy. Some may have to focus a lot on standards, and some may have to focus a lot on economic development or innovation, depending on which level of maturity you are in, depending on which level of maturity model you are in. So my view would be that focus on actually using these as a guiding principles for your national geospatial strategies. And don't even feel shy in that. Even I want to say that if you look at latest National Geospatial Strategic Plan released by the United States,
FGDC.
They were the first ones to do it, NSDI. And now after 25 years, they are the ones who are doing, let's have a National Geospatial Strategic Plan. And that National Geospatial Strategic Plan talks about knowledge, talks about policies, talks about private sector. Very broad contours. So from data to knowledge, I have a couple of friends who visited us day before yesterday in our office, and I requested them to come around 3 and leave back by 4:30. But data was there, how to reach my office. But why that time was given so that you come in a traffic-free time and you go back to your place in a traffic-free time. And some of my friends again came this morning at 8:30. If they said, oh, I'll come at 9:30, then they will have to leave at 8 and they still reach at 10. But to reach at 8:30, you left actually probably a little early and you reach there. So how to use that data into the customized knowledge? Then only you can get into the economic development. So I love that last slide, that you want to aim economic development, but have you actually charted out your path for economic development or the value chain of what you are doing, how your work is contributing to the national development, is a question which everybody should ask for. I want to take one more minute, Jafar, please. Being an evangelist. If you look at our conferences, we have done 35 countries. We have organized conferences more than 500 in 35 countries. The theme of Map India in 2002 was Maponomics, which was economics of maps. 2003 was geospatial readiness. 2000, I'll just pick up some of them. 2004 was democracy, geospatial democracy. And when I look at 2013, when we're talking about monetizing geospatial value and practices, 2016, we talked about deep learning, and 2025, we are talking of spatial computing. It takes almost 10 years for any theme which we put out, at least 10 years to actually get to the realities. I know every time I put a theme and I get challenged, but I get proven right after 5 to 10 years. So that's what is the roadmap which everyone has to look at. In the whole ecosystem at that is the core is today space. Space infrastructure is at the core of the digital ecosystem. Don't get confused. It's actually there. Then the next layer is the geospatial knowledge infrastructure. Then the third layer is the entirety of this spatial computing, which I talk about, is a combination of AR, VR, AI, ML, cloud. Everything put together is a spatial computing in a 3D environment. Every compute will be in 3D. It will not be into Excels. The entire compute will be in 3D. And then the fourth layer is about digital public infrastructure. And then you get into applications. Applications for agriculture or energy or infrastructure or climate or anything else will actually be real only when you go through this process. This is the integrated ecosystem. Just find where is your country action plan or your IGIF strategy or your geospatial strategy leading to the national priorities. So that would be my view on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And nicely you summarized that every countries do have vision, and then align your visions with the IGIF. But I think mainly the outcomes, it's around the economic benefits, and to reach the economic benefits, you need to connect and take steps. How do you use knowledge in order to get there? and IGIF is more guidelines, and that's an important point. It's an advice, it's a guidelines, and it could be interpreted for different jurisdictions in different ways. And that was how I see the summary of points that you have made. Thank you very much. Now I'd like to open the floor for questions. We have heard a variety of answers on IGIF. As we have seen, one is a formal way of doing country-level action plans. Some countries have said, yes, we do relate to IGIF, but we do it in our way, but it is intrinsic. And so you have heard all this, and also about how do we build the capacity and do things differently. So any burning questions from the floor? Because I think a panel is not full until we get some questions from the floor. So can we have the mics around the room, and any volunteers? Questions to the panel? I would like to encourage young generation who are in the room to please ask some questions. You are the future leaders. Any youngsters in the room who would like to ask some questions? Please. One here, yes. Please introduce yourself and keep the question short so we can have more questions to the panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Major Pisanupong Mamadi from Loyal Thai Survey Department, Thailand.
Thailand.
Yes, I don't know who is younger than me, but today I'm 31 years old.
สวัสดีค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ Namaste. I have a question for my colleagues. How to use IGIF in the practical ways. Because from my country, we are from one of department that relate to the geospatial data. Actually, we have about 9 organizations at least, but we from Thailand, just only one organization. If we come back to our country, it's not easy to share because I'm just only the young age of the worker. But I have to inform to my boss, even my boss have to work together with other organizations. This is one of the main problems of our country, in my opinions, not in the representative of Thailand. Yeah. And
go ahead.
I need to know from your experts that what should we do with some parts of the problem I'm sharing to you to develop this system, this standard in the practical ways to boost up my country to be better and be the partner of you to make the better world. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Very interesting question. If I've heard your question there as a summary for the panelists, and anyone can volunteer. One is, how can we make IGIF a reality, right? From an action plan to reality, and how can we do it? And there are countries that have some challenges regarding data sharing and things. How can we make it easy? How can we make it easy for the PlayStation generation? Any quick responses from the panel? Secret recipe. Do they have to wait for 10 years? Or anyone, please. Murray, go ahead.
So to start with, I think one of the main challenges we have as a geospatial community is we have our own language. I think James mentioned it earlier. Other people talk about it all the time. I've experienced that too. That's my background. I don't talk geospatial to my colleagues across government. I talk data and I talk outcomes because that's what they understand. Even data is, the senior leadership, they don't get it. They really don't. The data literacy at the higher levels is quite poor. So changing the narrative of how you say something to the language they understand is absolutely critical. And that's where you need to have the champions at the senior leadership levels that understand data but can translate it into the language. So from our perspective, that has been what's worked. So that geospatial people have talked across the departments. We know what we want to do. How do we get the champion to translate what we know about standards and geospatial and all those things? That's not what I tell the senior leader. I tell them that they have an outcome and I can help them get it. And the way that I can help them get it is, by making their data shareable. They don't like it because they want to own their data. But here's an example of how I can achieve your outcome. So it's not easy, and it has taken us a long time to learn the lesson. We've been trying to teach geospatial to our senior leaders. It doesn't work. You have to change our language to suit them, and that's been the success for us.
Yeah. So to answer your question, because you asked about practicality, I would say that many of us have a similar difficulty like you at the initial point when you look at IGIF. It's such a big animal, right? So, I think from many of us also look at it as in, you can actually cut it into 9 pathways. You can focus on one of them at any point of time, so you don't have to really. So from a practical side, don't look at it as a whole. Maybe look at one component at a time, which is your priority, and work on that. Yeah, I think that is to answer your question on the practical side of things.
As you go. So that's very good things. Welcome. David, you have something to say? No? Yes?
Agreeing with everything that both Marie and Victor have shared. And I think as well as the kind of keeping it simple in the language, I think something, if I reflect on the progress that we're making in the UK and the United Kingdom at the moment, I think we've seen the huge benefit of having a policy function within government who's responsible for national geospatial developments. And I say that because I think at moments like this, it's difficult sometimes when you're coming from the bottom up for the whole to ever be greater than the sum of its parts. We're all pushing hard at the different parts, and you need to find a group or a body or individuals whose role it is to bring those different constituent parts together and to shape the development of national policy. And I think on reflection of our journey in the UK over probably 20 years, the last 5 years of having a single group within government who can then bring those different stakeholders together and help shape national policy has been really instrumental. And so I think, if there is an opportunity to work with stakeholders within your government to advocate for that national policy function, I think I would really commend for that.
Thanks, David, for that.
And happy birthday.
Oh, I didn't know that. Happy birthday to you as well. Mazine, yes.
Thank you. Bear, happy birthday. I'd just like to share with you from our Fiji's perspective in how, in terms of answering your question on how to make it a reality. For us, it's a journey. We actually had to go through that journey to discover what the real issues were using the tools that are there. So one of the things that's good about the IGIF, it has tools that you can use to discover your situation in your own country. And then from there, then you can have a look at what are some of the things that you can do to address as a start. That's from when we went through that journey. And then once you start to discover what you can do, and then you can make it more practical for you. The IGIF, because of the components within the IGIF, it has those tools to be able to assist you in discovering where you are at. And that's what you'll have to actually go onto the website and have a look at what's available there. It's all there. You just have to have a look and try and apply it to your own country context. Just something for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Zain, because I think there's a lot of information available, and we'll have a colleague from there. Tonga, will come to you, Dr. Nirmal Kumar. Yes, please. Yes. Please keep your questions short and sharp so we can have more interaction. So we'll give a chance to everyone. The cultural program starts only at 6:30. We have 45 minutes. Yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm not asked question, but I just want to make a comments during the 2 days conference. In my view, what is most important from this conference? I think today give us experience for us. We just like a voting today. The number one is policy, government and institutions. The second is a policy. The third is financial. Those three indicator is very important things. In my view, no way we will go through, because if we back yesterday presentation from our colleagues from Korea, how they can afford to be develop legislation for education. This is one of the most important for us in our case, because if you talk today, but you need to look at the future. No way, if you don't, each of us not prepare the young generation for the future. It needs to be strong in terms of legislation in the education, and put the finance there, so that we can go through. For example, it's very hard to enforce our political leadership, because based on our every country, they have their own policy about, for example, our public servant, our retired years is 50 or 60, some of them 65, some of them 60. But we are here, I don't know how much the young generation was here. Maybe after we can attend this conference, next year, maybe some of them already retired. We need to think about concern about education, strong legislation to put the money, and then recruitment for young generation to be trained, then to move on for the future. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. I think you made a very good point. I think the way our quick action there is, we all as senior people, that we just pledge ourselves next time we bring another young leader to a conference. I think that's one way to look at, and we look at way of funding them to come along, and that's how we can bring in the next generation to know and keep aware of what it is. And if we all make a pledge to always go along as senior people, taking along your junior colleagues, that's one way I think would help resolve that. I'll just allow for one response from the panel because we have so many questions. If no one, okay, I have responded on your behalf. Okay, excellent. Okay, Dr. Nirmal Kumar. And then I'm coming over here. Yes. Mike, please.
Good evening to you all. My feeling is money moves everything. The point is that there is no dearth of money in any government. But when it comes to giving money for the scheme like IGIF, we are not getting money, but government spends, say, thousands of crores for a bullet train or even a tunnel. What to do? I mean, how to convince the government so that they can fund the project like this?
I think it's a question for all geospatial people. I'll articulate it in a different way. Like 1 kilometer of road, you spend millions, and geospatial is just peanuts. So any quick response? What is the magic recipe to get government's attention? from your experience. Yes, Dr. Victor, please.
So so when we want to ask for money for the project, for the data, it is really a impact driven or outcome driven. There must be a problem that you need to solve. Then you work backwards for the funding. I think that must be very clear to the Ministry of Finance that there's an impact that you are creating. Clear on that, then you work backwards. And another area to look at it is really that you need to link, because you don't create data or you don't manage your data for the sake of managing the data. Right? So another aspect that we are looking at is how do we link what we are doing with a national initiative, a big national initiative. There must be certain initiative that the government wants to push forward with, and those initiatives will require data. And how do you link that constantly? I think that's important. That's our experience in Singapore.
Thanks, Dr. Victor. Sanjay, and then to Professor Rajan. Yes, Sanjay, quick response.
Very quick response. Actually, I responded to your question in my brief talk already. If you can showcase the output, you'll get the money. If you can showcase the output, how your investment in your project is going to benefit the country or the investor, you'll get it out, you'll get the money. I want to just say that, profit is very important. And profit does not mean only for private companies. Profit is equally important for the government. And for the government, the profit is in the form of public good. So what is the public good which you are actually delivering out of that investment? You'll get the money. It's a question of value chain. Are you creating data? Okay, fine, do. And as you said, IGIF is a scheme. No, it's not a scheme. First is important is it's a broad guideline. What are you going to achieve? What is your agenda? What do you want to do? Like geospatial policy of the country, when it went to the highest level with the kind of expectations and value for the national economy, you can imagine in 6 weeks, the geospatial policy from the first meeting to the geospatial policy guideline, 6 weeks only, the government cleared it, for which we have fought for 25 years. That came, I remember the first meeting was on 2nd of December 2020, and the policy was announced on 15th of this February. Within 2 months, we got this guideline. What is the speed we are expecting from the government? Government is looking at what you can deliver to them. I'm sorry, I do not agree with this. Government is very, very professional as well. And everywhere, I would say that. Show the value. I've done this work around 35 countries. I've met so many ministers. Everywhere you look at the value. We have signed contracts and partnerships with 35 nations. And everywhere the question is, you are a private company. And I know that how many times I've been told by several of my partners that create a foundation. You can do your job better. I said, why can't a private company do evangelism and advocacy? Why can't evangelism and advocacy could be a business? Why can't making something good could be a business? So I would say, sow the value and you'll get it.
Yeah. Thank you, Sanjay. Yes, Professor Rajan, quickly.
Yeah, I think the last part that he mentioned, the value part is quite important. And I just wanted to share an experience, not necessarily answer this directly. Way back in my research, I kind of talked about certain kind of work and data and stuff. So somebody asked me, why will the government be interested? Right? But when I told them that by doing this kind of a land use model or a change analysis, if I can tell you that your constituency will not vote you in the next elections, he said, well, I will take you to the minister. Yeah. Why? Because this was just a conversation and then it actually happened after that. The reason is they sit up to listen when they hear the impact. They don't listen on science. And this is something that I learned way back when I was part of the Kyoto Protocol. Before it was getting signed, there was a meeting like this between scientists and bureaucrats. And scientists presented all kinds of uncertainties of climate change. And so one bureaucrat got up and said, I came here to tell my bureaucrat to sign, to tell my minister to sign. But after hearing last 2 days of scientific deliberations, I am now more confused than I was 2 days back. So sometimes science should not go as pure science. It has to be properly packaged. The same challenge we will have in geospatial, because we cut across various disciplines and we have, everybody sees you as selling to too many people. Nobody will be interested. You have to be very focused and be able to kind of get that message through of why they need to invest in this and why this is a good investment, not just for people, not just for the country, but in the long-term economic value of the nation.
Thank you, Professor Rajan. It's a question here from this table. And then I'll come back, the last question, and Matt, I'll come back.
Thank you, Jafar. And also thanks to the Sanjay to actually recalling and also waking me up that how we did and how we prepare for the creation of the UN GGIM and then so on and so forth. And then important aspect of this IGIF that we try to actually help them out to our member state through something that they can start with instead of doing from the scratch. So this is a really guiding principle. This is a guiding model that you can make use of them, but important is the tailor-mading. I think Sanjay already made, and some of the panel members already explain about the way that how we have to be used. But I totally agree, and I also echoing on this, but I like to change a different way of the terminology per se. Tailor-mading is a key, so you have to mapping of what you need to do into this IGIF and then come up with your output. But for what is more important than what actually the Sanjay just mentioned briefly, that it's not for yourself. This is not for yourself. This is for your users, which is a government, many cases. Well, for example, I use this one as to develop that UN geospatial strategy as well, which is well working, for example. So the tailor-made and then perspective that you must be put yourself is not actually supplier perspective, but demand perspective and user perspective, and then so on and so forth. And when I use IGIF for developing the UN geospatial strategy, that I actually consider that, and I actually directed to my colleague and team that we put that what is the mandate of the United Nations? Because it's not for the geospatial strategy. This is a strategy for United Nations through the geospatial. So geospatial is a tool. It's not the end state. This is the only tool that how we can make use of that tool to support the ultimate goal that UN is trying to do. So solving the peace and security and human rights issue, humanitarian perspective, and so on and so forth. That's the major mandate that I have to deliver. I'm not responsible to deliver geospatial data itself to someone else. So that's a very important aspect that I like to be echoing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for reminding the purpose of the IGIF. And also when you look at the IGIF, the strategic, before you go into the strategic pathways, it's a puzzle. And when the colleagues spoke about the IGIF pathway, why did they select the puzzle? It's always about solving the problem. And with the strategic framework and the pillar you look, it asks about why, what, how, and when. If you read the first summary of IGIF, these are the questions that are put across before even you get into the pathways. Why we are doing it, how we are doing it, what is being done, and then when it's being done. And that's very important for us to remember. I'm very conscious of time. I'll just get one youngster over there. Yes, please. Quick.
Hello. Is it working? Hello, my name is Ajay Sendal, and I'm a consultant from the industry. So as countries implement the IGIF strategic framework, I would assume that, the process of implementation would kick up unique insights that are specific to the local context. Is there, or rather, should there be a channel for these unique insights to find their way back to the strategic framework and perhaps stimulate updates or its evolution, right? Should we consider going beyond a unidirectional conversation? And if we do, could this be a potential solution, to the problem of multiple strategic frameworks springing up at every corner of the globe? Because I think it's important to remember that the intention behind any strategic framework is to channelize our efforts by bringing the multiple aspects together in one place. But right now, we run the risk of, needing a strategic framework for all strategic frameworks. And that just, takes up the level of abstraction. And we as an industry are already notorious for being abstract.
Well, that's a question. Anyone from the panel would like to respond to that? Yes, thank you. Very quick response.
A quick take on that is, see, it's an abstraction, right? The framework is an abstraction in some sense. Now it depends on how or which components of that abstraction make sense to you or make sense to the problem that you are kind of addressing. So if you don't really pick and choose what you want, in trying to answer everything, you will not do anything. So it is important for us to kind of really point out what we want and why we are delivering that. And we can use this framework as a baseline to say, well, these are the key components that are important in this region and this problem. Whereas you move to another region, maybe it's not transferable. You may have to relook at it because of the kind of domain or the area or the kind of other compulsions that you may have at that place, right? So it helps build, and at some point, for a governance level, at a very high macro level, it is important to see all the components, but not at the field level. So there's a huge variation, like the thematic layers having multiple scales. These governance also has multiple scales or multiple levels of governance. And essentially, you can look at this as multiple levels of filtering it out depending on what is important.
Thank you, Professor Rajan, for the advance. Matthew, if you can excuse me and hold on to your question for tomorrow's session, which is around the PSN on the IGIF, then we can have more discussions there. I'm just conscious of time. I'd just like to highlight before I hand over the podium to Mr. Pankaj Mishra to summarize. I just like to reflect, and this is the reflection from Brother Villami, who is not here, who's not able to attend from Tonga. His speech in Mexico was very, very impactful as a person who's come from island countries. Climate change is real, and in Pacific Island countries, storms and winds, everything is normal for them, but its occurrence, its way, the impact, and more impact that is creates the frequency of this, you lose your loved ones. And someone loses the loved ones with things, it's very, very impacting for that personal life. And all over here, when we look at the framework of IGIF and we talk about climate change resilience, it's happening now and it's very real. And we need to see about the future generations that would use whatever the guidelines that we have all put together so that we save lives, we save this planet. I also like to recall what Prime Minister of India had mentioned during the UN World Congress is that we all live and share the same planet. And why are we not sharing our experience, our data, and our knowledge? So these are the thought points I would like to put to all of you. I don't know the answers, but these are the key messages that we all have a responsibility for our future generations. IGF is one window, there are many others, and I like you to reflect on this. And I like to thank you, all of you, on behalf of the organizers. Please join me in thanking the panel for their excellent inputs. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zafar and the panelists. I would like to request you all to please come in front for a group photograph. Okay. So as we conclude the regional seminar on Integrated Geospatial Information Framework. And now I would like to request Mr. Pankaj Mishra, the chair of GGIM Asia Pacific Working Group 4, to please deliver the closing remarks.
So we have come to the close to this regional seminar, and I would like to really thank Dr. Jaffer for moderating such a wonderful panel discussion. I think we need these kind of interactive discussions to really understand the IGIF in detail, and the various perspective which we get from these esteemed experts. I think they only will make things more clearer about the IGIF implementation. So, as part of the wrap up, I think it was such a wonderful sessions and such a wonderful contributions we all have seen from these esteemed experts, that it's not easy to wrap up in covering all the essence and the points. We started with the James, and I think what we had expected that the context will be settled, and the James actually gave the very clear perspective about the advancing the UN IGIF, and he gave us the idea. Recently the IGIF report has been published, and the UN IGIF global survey results are in public. So I think it would be very interesting to go through that, and for many of you, if you have not seen that. And he emphasized on the utilization of IGIF as a ready-made solution for having a national level action plan. So as it impacts all the sectors, and the very concept of basically the national plan expansion to the regional as well as local level, I think that gave set it the context very well. And we had a wonderful presentation from engineer Syed Nasirullah about the sustainable funding guide. The kind of effort they have put in for coming up with the sustainable funding guide for the IGIF through the consultative process, I think that is remarkable. And he explained all the steps and delved upon the various tasks which were covered as part of this particular goal of sustainable funding, and reiterated the importance of the Norris concept of effective communication. I think the 8-step outline of best practices, cost-benefit analysis to analyze the direct and indirect impacts, they were very clearly charted out. And I think it is indeed will be a ready-to-refer kind of sample template for a 15-year approach. His concept of, he was talking about that one-page flyer that is also available in public domain. It really hold true for basically all the segments of GGIM, to be very frank. So, and then we had a very interesting presentation from the Republic of Korea about the UN IGF implementation. And it was very insightful with the details about various nsdi plans they have implemented in the country. It was fascinating to outline which was shown. That was really remarkable. And in general, if we see the kind of ideology for having a pact for the future through this global digital compact and declaration, it's a unique idea, and I think we'll be listening more about these activities. Now, as part of the like use case and sharing experiences session, we heard Professor Punia from India highlighted the utilization of IGIF for understanding the components and interconnection of institutional frameworks, data infrastructure, GKI, National Digital Twin, and I would say very interesting that interconnected diagram which he has presented. I think that was very interesting, and we'll be making use of that for really imparting the basic understanding in easy to way as was being discussed in our future activities under this working group of UN GGIM AP. Then the kind of focus and on the technique of socializing the pixel, it was interesting. And he mentioned the future requirement, what UN GGIM is also talking about, the SDI and IGIF approach transformation to system of systems in future. So that is something we'll be basically following up in the future. We heard Dr. Tanding from Indonesia and the beautiful presentation highlighting how IGIF can be implemented to the local government level, and he gave the insights about how it helped in bridging the gaps and highlighted the 3 key areas, that is human resource, institutional arrangements, and standards, which needed to be tweaked for improved adoption and implementation of IGIF. And we heard a very interesting presentation from Mr. Ravi Shankar, and we tried to make the best use of his presence in this conference by including his very interesting take about the health in the health sector implementation of IGIF. And he paved an unconventional road to connect maps, apps, people, and data for the health. So I think it's a very noble thought of having a collaborative approach for a common use data available for the public use. And actually re-emphasize the cross-cutting role of the geospatial data in all the facets of life. So I think it was the objective of having this regional seminar and having the interactive interactions and taking the inputs from all the experts. In the panel discussion, I think it came up very well. And we will be working now to compile these takeaways in a more comprehensive manner in the due course. And we would like to make use of all these takeaways, these experiences, practices, and inputs which we have seen, which we have heard here, for preparing the strategy and plan for our working group activities for building the awareness and capacity in the Asia and Pacific region. Thank you very much for the patient hearing and attendance for this regional seminar on IGF. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So with this, we conclude the 2-day conference on geo-enabling data economy for sustainable development. And I'd like to thank all the speakers, the participants, the organizing team for making this 2-day conference a success. And we leave here with valuable insights, new connections, and a shared commitment to advancing in this field. Now, from tomorrow onwards, we will be having a closed-door targeted meeting, starting with UNGGIM Private Sector Network session at 9:30 a.m. at level 1 in meeting room number 19. And also, I would like to announce that the meeting for all the 4 working groups is also scheduled for tomorrow, post-lunch hours. Email communication will be shared to all the member states shortly in this regard with more details. So, all right, folks, it's almost time to put down the pens and the notebook, and we will be bringing some fun to the same hall for the cultural program. So, grab your best cheering voice or just a curiosity towards the Indian culture. and join us for an evening which you guys do not want to miss. See you all at 6:30, same hall for the cultural program. Thank you.